StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Arbiter Court. On a sunny morning, the sky was cloudless, forming a huge blue dome. The lush rainforest surrounded a strait with steep cliffs on both sides. White waves hit the cliffs, and seabirds that looked like butterflies soared up in the wind. The sea was vast and the sky was high, and fish leaped and birds flew. This is the southernmost part of the border between Antioch and Koshika province, blocked by a wide strait. The strait leads directly to the alien Antarctic Ocean with cold ocean currents, where there live extremely prosperous marine animal communities and mysterious super monsters. The Arbiter's Court is the oldest and most majestic building in the area. It is like a towering conical spire, but the golden tower body is hollow. The staggered stairs, light bridges, transmission platforms and curved crystal glass reflect the bright golden light of the sun. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, this was the place where the arbitrators of the Supreme Council met and discussed the way of governance. The crystal matrix network inside the Arbiter's Court exudes surging matrix energy, which can serve as a warp beacon that anchors the space-time force field, guiding the return direction for the Protoss fleets and arbiters who are lost in the vast universe. It is said that the legendary Templar hero Adun once sat here to discuss with the arbiters of the Supreme Council, arguing for the glorious vision of the Protoss Empire. The Arbiter's Court was once relaxed and comfortable, and even Calais was allowed to talk about what glory and the glory of the Empire were. After Adun's era, strict bans made the Arbiter's Court a place to judge heretics and a center for arbiters to exercise power and judge decrees. The Protoss are counting on negotiation and compromise to exchange for peace. Whose idea is this? Didn't the Supreme Council think about dealing with Tassida first, when the Zerg army was approaching? Jim Raynor stepped onto the wide obsidian steps in front of the Arbiter's Court and looked up at the top of the giant spire with his head held high. On the top of the towering spire, many beautiful and shining Kadarin crystals were inlaid on the golden tower. Silver and blue metal strips formed exquisite words and mysterious patterns along the shining tower. These symbols came from the Xel'Naga and were also a commemoration of the creators who had inspired the Protoss. Each Kadarin was polished to be as smooth and warm as a calm lake. These truly eternal beautiful things exuded star-like light. White energy cyclones surrounded the entire Arbiter's Court's breathtaking matrix network like pale mist. A huge solar fragment, larger than a battleship, was inlaid on the top of the Arbiter's Court. The fragment, which exuded brilliant golden light and hot unstable energy, was as brilliant as a sun in the middle of the day and could not be looked at directly. In the bright white matrix light, the pavilions and suspended lifting platforms easily got rid of the constraints of gravity and stopped in the howling wind in the sky in a way that the laws of physics and humans could not understand. Even though the history of this building is as old as the Protoss Empire, it is still brand new and shiny. The existence of the Arbiter's Tribunal itself is a miracle, and such miracles can be seen everywhere in Aya. This is a sign of peace. The Protoss has lost more than 60% of its population in this war. Even the Supreme Council arbitrators who stubbornly follow tradition are unwilling to lose too many people in the civil war. Augustus followed behind Raynor, followed by Corporal Faraday and Kerrigan. Augustus was still wearing his usual black thick square collar coat and breathable and comfortable trousers that the Mengsk family always wore, with golden wheat ears and wolf emblems on the epaulets. The Mengsk family's personal guards also have this style of clothing. The wolf symbolizes the family's tenacity, perseverance, leadership potential, or cunning, coldness and decisiveness. Both the Supreme Council and Tassida hope to resolve the dispute in a peaceful way, to avoid the tragedy of fratricide. The Dark Templar that Zarachal mentioned is still rampant in Aya. They are looking for every opportunity to assassinate the Templar, which makes the conflict between the two sides increasingly irreconcilable. Augustus said, the Supreme Council hopes to expel the Dark Templar and let them return to their homeland, so that there will be no more fighting and hatred between the Protoss. Although this action is tantamount to killing the donkey after it has done its work, it is the best way at the moment. The Dark Templar did not intend to stay in Aya for a long time, so the conflict will be easily resolved. But will this matter really be resolved as we imagined? Raynor climbed the stairs and looked around at the cold metal handrails and the Kadarin crystal array emitting matrix light. We all know that when we expect something to develop in the expected direction, the damn god always pushes it in the opposite direction. These silver handrails are like winding vines and snakes, and the leaves carved from organic metals bend their tendrils, as if they are alive. The sound of the crystal resonance is as beautiful as music and the sound of flowing on the spring stone. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers, which is as intoxicating as fine wine. The Protoss' artistic attainments are the best in the world. I dare say that someone must be secretly controlling all this and playing us around. Augustus quickened his pace, passed Raynor and stopped in front of the wide and majestic golden gate of the Arbiter's Court, looking at the two Supreme Council guards guarding the gate. The two Protoss warriors were both wearing golden armor, and their exquisitely crafted shoulder armor and helmets were inlaid with blue Kadarin crystals. The heavy red robes behind them fluttered with the rising matrix light. They held huge long-handled energy battle axes and shields in their hands, and their blue eyes seemed to be condensed with flames. What kind of person can play with the Protoss, use conspiracy to promote a huge war, and use the lives of hundreds of millions of people as bargaining chips to achieve their evil goals? Kerrigan shook her head. This sounds really scary. Did those hybrid monsters in Luria give you some bad associations? Obviously, someone is using the genes of the Protoss and the Zerg to plan a plan to subvert the world. Zarachol has already learned about this from the fragments of the Zelniga prophecy. As the newly appeared void rift on air and the psychic storm cyclone on it become more and more stable, the connection between the Dark Templar and the void is getting closer and closer. Augustus looked at the Protoss guards at the door. A human. One of the Protoss warriors looked at Augustus as if his eyes were burning with flames and staring at him. This is not the place for you to come. Stop here. I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the Human Revolutionary Army. Let your commander come to talk to me. Augustus put his hands behind his back and did not retreat because of the cold attitude of the Protoss warrior. I came here at the invitation of Executor Tacitor and Arbiter Alderus, and I believe that I should be treated fairly by you. While my warriors are still bleeding and sacrificing their lives to save the fallen Protoss, you are still here guarding the last arrogance of the Arbiters? The one standing in front of you is not a low-level and unintelligent reed, but a thinking human being. Point, you are right. After a few seconds, another Parliament guard apologized to Augustus and said, Augustus Mengsk, you should be treated with this courtesy. The golden door slowly opened under the guidance of the Matrix, and the Arbiter's Court hall shining with a soft luster finally appeared in Augustus's eyes. Augustus was surprised to find that the interior of this building was originally hollow, and there were not even closed floors. Hundreds of interconnected light bridges and corridors connected the floating platforms, and countless crystal mirrors reflecting the sun's rays made the entire spire look like a golden world. Protoss arbitrators, high-ranking Templars, and Protoss protectors of history and knowledge dressed in red, white, or purple robes walked on these huge corridors and light bridges. Every crystal, stone slab on the ground, and metal measurement of the dome followed a perfect proportion. As soon as he walked in, Augustus met Grand Archon Taldarin and his good friend Executor Moyo, who were walking down from a teleportation platform. Beside them was a tall Protoss dressed in orange robes and pure gold armor. The canvas-like emblem on his body indicated that he was from the Alga tribe. They have always been the leaders of the Protoss Empire's fleet. This is Executor Moyo. His fleet passed through the edge of the Kaprulu sector. Taldarin and Augustus were old acquaintances. His golden dragon knight was even larger than Phoenix's. Taldarin used his spider-like slender mechanical limbs to point to Moyo in the Executor's robes, and then introduce the tall Protoss leader to Augustus. He is the leader of the fleet, Yerlan, the son of the stars, and one of the commanders of the Grand Fleet. Human. When facing humans, Yerlan was obviously much colder than his gentle and kind colleagues, but he still gave Augustus respect. The generals under Tacitor had more or less heard of Augustus's deeds. Perhaps humans were not worth mentioning at all, but their leader deserved the respect of the Protoss. Human Augustus. Yerlan still acted unfamiliar when he said this name. He examined Augustus's heart, as if he wanted to find a despicable intention that was detrimental to the Protoss. But all signs showed that he failed. Augustus Mengsk was impeccable, and the excellent qualities he possessed were enough to cover up his common selfish desires among humans. If Augustus had other unknown thoughts, it could only mean that he was meticulous enough to confuse the prying eyes of a powerful telepath. I'm Yerlin of the Alga tribe, Augustus Mengsk. You are a great man and hero among humans. I hope that in the years to come, you can still stick to your original intention. Yerlin saluted Augustus with the etiquette of the Protoss Empire fleet. Your tough heart is almost indestructible, but even the most shining gem will be overshadowed when darkness comes. You have won the respect of the Protoss here, and that respect makes us regard the alien race as a mentor and friend from afar. Don't betray our trust. I swear never to betray the ideals of my fathers, and now I swear never to betray the Protoss. Let all the years bear witness to all this. Augustus replied. Augustus always keeps his word. Raynor smiled. You can trust him. Forgive Yerlin's recklessness and impoliteness. He just acted too impulsive. Tal'Darin said to Augustus. The tragedy of Air made Yerlin furious, and made him more and more suspicious and irritable. In fact, Yerlin is kinder and more sincere than all of us. I know, we humans usually call this a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Raynor nodded. My mother is such a person. Of course I'm not saying you are my mother. I can feel your respect for your mother. Humans and Protoss are both races with rich emotions, and the eldest son of God just behaves with enough restraint. Yerlin did not understand the humor in Raynor's words, and the latter calculated which Protoss was not suitable for jokes. Only Phoenix and Zarachel could appreciate Raynor's humor. Perhaps it was because of that these two respectable Protoss warriors could easily understand human emotions and fight side by side with humans. I'm Mojo, the executive officer of the Protoss Expeditionary Force. Mojo is a Protoss with a long pointed chin. His gray skin and rough wrinkles on his face make him look more like a snake or a lizard. In fact, Mojo, who looks scary, speaks in a casual and friendly way. All respected Protoss commanders have some outstanding qualities. They are mostly natural leaders or generals with firm and unshakable will. Where is Tassida? Augustus asked Tal'Darin. He is in the court. Tal'Darin took Augustus to another teleportation platform. The teleportation platform in the Arbiter's Court connects the entire magnificent building. After a burst of matrix rhythmic humming and a flash of white light, Augustus and others came to the court with a huge dome and gorgeous niches. A circular seat surrounding the entire court is facing the bottom of the court. There are several Dark Templars imprisoned by energy shackles and stasis fields standing in it. Presumably, they are the murderers who are believed to have attacked the Templars. 11 arbitrators in gorgeous robes sat on the seats, and opposite them were the Templar class represented by Tassida, Artemis and Phoenix. On one side were the former rulers of the Protoss Empire, and on the other side were the military leaders and the most outstanding warriors. The courtroom was filled with armed parliamentary guards, Tassida and the Templars, and the entire hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. When Augustus, Tassida, Raynor and others walked directly towards Tassida's seat, a Protoss arbitrator in a golden robe passed by them. Augustus felt a shocking shock when he saw the arbitrator, because he had not noticed him at all before. It was as if he suddenly appeared, with gorgeous clothes, but giving people an inconspicuous feeling. The arbitrator wore a long hood, and the golden eyes hidden under it were like molten gold. The eyes were as vicious as a snake and as strange as the abyss. HMPH. Chapter 402. The Iron-Hearted Conspirator. Who is he? Augustus looked at the golden-robed arbitrator who had just passed by him, and noticed that he was pulling down his hood and walking towards the seats of the Supreme Council members in the arbitrator's court. Just a quick glance made Augustus feel creepy. At that moment, he seemed to hear a cold laugh. One of the many elders in the Supreme Council. Tal'Darin's words were directly reflected in Augustus' heart. They are old elders, extremely wise, and abide by the system of Kalar and the laws of maintaining order. The arbitrators are responsible for guiding countless people in the Protoss Empire. Their decisions are related to the fate of the Empire, so their thoughts are unknown. The duty of the Templar is to defend the Empire and the people on the battlefield. We don't need to care about politics, and we don't need to figure out the vision and game behind the orders of the Supreme Council. The order comes from the Supreme Council, not any of the arbitrators. Therefore, we know very little about each arbitrator. These words that went straight to the heart were displayed in Augustus' mind in an instant, and were understood in an instant. Even so, I shouldn't be so ignorant of an arbitrator who can sit here today. Gods, I don't even know his name and tribe. Taldarin said. He must be an elder who has long held a high position in the Supreme Council, because those complicated and gorgeous costumes and patterns only belong to the long-lived law enforcers. In other words, you don't know his position or even his name. Augustus immediately became alert. In the Terran Federation Parliament, members always need to declare their political views through parades and speeches or even purchase large LED and holographic screen advertising space in Tarsinus City, so that potential voters will not forget that there is such a person in the Federation Parliament. But in the Protoss Empire, members of the Supreme Council do not have to always show up to swear their existence. The arbitrators have such a deep understanding of the mind network Kara that, as long as they want to reveal their thoughts, the souls in the sea of spirituality can shine like a beacon in the dark. Some arbitrators have been sitting behind the scenes for a long time. They may have been elders in the council before the Protoss of Shakiris was exiled. Executor Moyo said, it's not surprising to feel unfamiliar with them, but this is definitely not common sense. Even if this arbitrator has never revealed his thoughts in the Kala, he should have presided over ceremonies and funerals to bathe the deceased. Yerlin said, I always avoid contact with the arbitrators. Compared with the Templar and the Calais, they tend to hide their thoughts and refuse to reveal their thoughts. There are no lies and no deception in the Kala. This is the oath that the Supreme Council once made the Templar swear, but they themselves violated it. This guy's really creepy. I seem to see him laughing just now. Damn it, here's a Protoss. Raynor has always been very accurate in judging people, and he can always get to the point when he sees the Protoss. I'll keep an eye on him. He also gives me a bad feeling, but I can't tell. Kerrigan guarded Augustus like a professional agent and bodyguard, determined not to let this man get hurt, even if she sacrificed her own life. Abandoning emotional dependence, Kerrigan firmly believed that, if the world lost Augustus, it would completely lose hope. Point Jimmy, you are right, we should keep a close eye on him. This is why Augustus always brought Raynor instead of Titus when he went to such occasions. Both of them were bold and careful, but Raynor would not roll his eyes at such times, thinking about making a fortune or trying to fish. Augustus then turned his head to look at the back of the golden-robed arbitrator, noticing that he was hunched over and walking slowly and farther away with a staggering posture. He looked like an ordinary Protoss elder. As Augustus was watching him, the arbitrator almost fell on the smooth bridge of light. Fortunately, two tall council guards held him up and prevented him from falling. Even though the Protoss lifespan is much longer than that of humans, they will inevitably enter the aging period. Those Protoss who are too old will show signs of weakness and cracked skin. No matter how agile warriors they were in their youth, they are no different from other creatures after entering old age. Well, maybe we shouldn't doubt a poor old man like this. Raynor shook his head, feeling disappointed. Don't let yourself be deceived by appearances and illusions. Augustus reminded Raynor, our enemies are hiding in the dark. Augustus walked through a corridor bridge made of golden metal structure, stepped on the silver lines that did not look nauseating at all, and the carpet of sound-absorbing red sponge limbs, and walked into the huge seat of the court under the watchful eyes of the red-robed Yala council guards on both sides. This is a bridge far away from the ground, and below is the interwoven bridge of light. All around were tower walls several thousand feet high, with statues of the arbitrators carved on them. Countless hexagonal niches were decorated with blue Kadarin crystals, embellishing a jeweled crystal world. Augustus walked over the steps carved with spiral patterns, and came to a luxurious chair inlaid with crystals and gems on the left side of Tassida and sat down. Raynor and Kerrigan found a few smaller seats behind, and Taldarin and other Protoss archons and executors also sat down one by one. Augustus, we all agree that, based on the achievements of the human revolutionary army led by you in air and the heroic sacrifices that must be praised, you should be qualified to attend this meeting. Tacit looked at Augustus and said. Executor Artemis was sitting on the seat to the left of Augustus and immediately bowed his head when he saw Augustus. Although Artemis, the youngest executive officer in the history of the Protoss Empire, had proven his ability to lead the Templars in many battles to defend Air, He still acted like a student of the church with his head bowed and listening quietly when he was next to Tacitor. "You are roasting me on the fire, Tacitor." Augustus smiled. He could understand Tacitor's intention, that humans should be respected by the Protoss for their sacrifice on air, so that more Protoss would understand that humans are more than just a backward and inferior race. "The High Council actually allowed you to let me into this place of honor," he said. "To be honest, along the way, I was worried that the followers of the High Council would assassinate me." "That is not the behavior of an upright Templar," Tacitor responded, "and they have no reason to do so. The Protoss respect the brave and the heroic. That is also not the behavior of a Dark Templar." The voice of the Dark Archon Zarachel came slowly, and he walked in with two Protoss warriors wearing heavy armor and helmets, and sat down in the seat next to Augustus under the latter's vigilant glare. "Zarachel, where have you been since the last time you brought news of the Dark Templar Auriga?" Augustus, Tacitor and others looked at Zarachel at the same time, who stretched out his arms to prove that he was not carrying any weapons. "I returned to the Dark Templars who followed me and asked them to use the ancient skills taught to our clan by Dun to arrest the traitors who attacked the Templars." Zarachel stopped in front of a luxurious chair, and Augustus saw the mental trauma and haggardness on him for the first time. "After that, I felt truly confused. Auriga was acting entirely on the position of the Nerazim of Shakuras and the Templars in opposition. So, from what position and identity should I judge Auriga and the Dark Templar who followed him guilty?" Zarachel let out a low sigh of the heart, and everyone could feel the inner conflict and sadness of the elder Protoss of Shakuras. "The sad memory of the Supreme Council's expulsion of the Nerazim ancestors still affects our people, and it is inevitable that the hatred will gradually evolve into deep-rooted hatred. When Auriga and I were still brothers, he mentioned to me his grand vision of reviving the Nerazim, but I never thought that it would be realized in such a way in the end. Now it seems that Auriga is somewhat similar to you. You are both willing to sacrifice yourself for your people." "I have met Auriga." Augustus just smiled and shook his head. "I only saw an extreme racist, but I'm different. I just want to rebuild the human order instead of killing all the Tarsinus people." "You must not waver. Indiscriminate killing is a capital crime." Executor Moyo said to Zarachel, "If hatred alone can kill 1,000 people without guilt, then the order of the Protoss Empire would have collapsed long ago. You actually judged a Dark Templar from Shakuras according to the laws of the Protoss Empire?" Tacitor disagreed with Moyo. "Based on the friendship between brothers in the same race, how can Zarachel sentence the Dark Templar? No, Auriga has strayed too far from what the matriarch had hoped to achieve when she led her people to Shakuras to build their homeland." Zarachel said, "We just want to get rid of the Kara who restrains our individuality and gain independence and freedom, but we should never hurt others and kill people for this." As Zarachel spoke, his eyes always stayed on the Dark Templars in the center of the court who were imprisoned by the stasis field. They were arrested by Zarachel and the Shadow Guard sent by the matriarch, and the evidence was there when they were arrested. These Dark Templars are the youngest generation of the Protoss of Shakuras. They have never been to air. When they were born, they have only seen the eternal twilight of Shakuras, the stars that flashed when day and night alternated, and the bright moon. Their love for their hometown and people is far greater than a homeland that is only often mentioned. They are all influenced by the ideas promoted by Auriga, and believe that they must avenge the Templars and eradicate Kara in order to make Shakuras and their people gain eternal peace. It was a revenge for the ancestors of the Protoss of Shakuras who were persecuted by the Templars and exiled to the Zelnaga transport ship in exile to the cold deep space. It was also for Shakuras to get rid of the influence of the Protoss Empire and adhere to its own traditions. Apart from abandoning Ulrazaj's extreme vendetta, he can be called a hero of the Protoss of Shakuras. And these Dark Templars detained here are also members of the Nerazim separatist faction. They choose to follow Ulrazaj's ideas to the end of the Astral Sea. They are members of a Dark Templar organization called the Fist of Ulrazaj. For those Dark Templars who practice by going deep into the void, the more extreme thoughts they are close to death, the more powerful they can gain. This is also the reason why the rulers of the Protoss of Shakuras sealed the knowledge of merging into Dark Archons and expressly prohibited Dark Templars from doing so, because even if they know they will die, Dark Templars cannot overcome the temptation of becoming Dark Archons and facing death. Extreme and forbidden knowledge makes some Dark Templar extremely powerful, but it also makes them more likely to go astray. I'm Alderus, the arbitrator of the Protoss Empire, and the voice of justice and peace for the Supreme Council here. At this time, another person sitting in the court, Alderus, dressed in a blue arbitrator robe, stood up, holding a leather scroll tied with silk in his hand, and read out, "The way of Kala concerns the survival of the entire Protoss. It is the cornerstone of the survival and development of this race and the universe. No Protoss, arbitrators, Templars, or Kala can abandon it. In Kala, if the shape is like the sky, then the power is revealed, and if the heart is like one, then the wisdom is revealed. Any other heresy of faith will bring about the destruction of the entire race, and its despicable behavior is tantamount to betrayal and subversion." Alderus read out the script tirelessly, and continued to preach the wise words left by Carson the ancient Protoss Empire arbitrators in accordance with the charter of the Arbitration Tribunal, word for word, including the Dornu doctrine that was added in the last few centuries. "You are right. The Kala is indeed related to the survival of the Protoss." Augustus listened attentively to Alderus's words on the scroll, but his eyes searched for the figure of the golden-robed arbitrator in the seat of the Arbitrators' Council. Augustus just found a sense of deja vu in him, and he was sure that he must have seen him somewhere. Sure enough, the arbitrator was sitting in a seat a little further away from Alderus. His face was completely hidden under the shadow of the hood, and only a pair of eyes emitting mixed yellow flames attracted attention. That was definitely not an old Protoss. "Do you know the arbitrator?" Augustus asked Artemis next to him. "Of course, my friend." Artemis immediately looked in the direction Augustus pointed, and turned around and looked. "Let me see. I don't know him." He then said with a pair of eyes that were so frank and sincere that Augustus could not say any words of blame. Before Augustus could say anything else, the elder arbitrator in a golden robe stood up after Alderus finished speaking. "It's time for the routine trial. Execute the remnants of these traitors and betrayers." His voice was low and powerful. "In the name of Kara, the existence of traitors has tarnished this sacred law firm and brought shame to the arbitrator class." Chapter 403 Arbitrator Terran. Who does he think he is? An old man who falls 3 times every time he takes a step, or a reckless bird that defecates everywhere? He's quite pretentious. Jim Raynor raised his head and glanced at the imposing golden-robed arbitrator and whispered to Augustus, "You're really the one who executed his people in front of Zeratul." There's no way he wouldn't speak up. Augustus looked at Zeratul, and just as he was about to stop him, the latter retorted, "As sinners whose hands are stained with the blood of their own people, they deserve to be detained, guarded, and punished, and those Protoss who killed their own people should be abandoned by Adun, and exiled to the wasteland and the dead void. But I arrested the traitors not to hand them over to the Supreme Council for trial by the laws of the Protoss Empire." Before Augustus could grab him, Zeratul stood up and said loudly to the arbitrators opposite the huge circular court, "Executing traitors is of no help at all. Blood will only give rise to revenge and make hatred like a huge debt. Catching the mastermind behind the Fist of Auriga is the top priority." Zeratul still has great respect for the Templar class, because in the legend, Adun, who saved the Nerazim of Shakuras, was a Templar, which is why he is willing to put aside the past and talk and cooperate with Tacita. But the Supreme Council led by the arbitrator class is hated by the Dark Templar, because it was they who ordered the expulsion of their ancestors and indirectly caused the death of Adun. The first half of the 1,000-year history of the Nerazim Protoss was spent in exile in the cold universe, and their stories of wandering are full of sadness. The arbitrators deeply hate the Dark Templar, fearing that these heretics who want to break the connection with the Kala, even if they hurt themselves, will bring terrible disasters and destruction to the Protoss Empire. Unfortunately, the Dark Templar also look down on the pretentious arbitrator class. Even the female matriarch Ratzigor, who has always united the tribe with tolerance and majesty, bluntly stated that no member of the Supreme Council is allowed to set foot on Shakuras. Dark Templar Zeratul, your weak words cannot defend your despicable and sinful people. Shouldn't they be tried, or shouldn't their cruel acts of attacking the injured Templar in the stasis chamber be punished? The arbitrator in a golden robe stood beside his seat. He lifted his long hood, revealing his shriveled face and yellow eyes that seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. Since the age of strife, the act of staining the blood of one's own people is the greatest sin, even worse than betrayal. The lessons of history have given all arbitrators enlightenment and warning. If we do not impose the most severe punishment on such acts, disaster is not far from us, he said. The endless war of fratricide is still hurting the Protoss to this day, and the nightmare of the eternal catastrophe is still hidden in the deepest part of the Kara. We must be prepared for danger in times of peace, and make judgments, based on established laws, so as to eliminate the disaster of the ice before it happens. The arbitrator's spiritual words spoken in the Protoss Kalani language were all understandable in Augustus' mind, but still difficult to understand, like an untouchable tree and a stubborn stone. If you are determined to protect these cruel thugs, then I have nothing to say, the arbitrator said with an increasingly passionate tone. Think about the Templars who died because of them. Think about your relatives and friends. How can you protect murderers and inhumane thugs? Or are they actually instructed by you? This guy doesn't look speechless at all. Thanks to him, we are almost forgetting the reason for holding this meeting. Raynor said, this is to agree on a peace agreement. After the negotiation, we will arrest the Dark Templar leader of the Fist of Auriga and withdraw our troops. There is an old saying that goes, divide the river, and govern it separately, and don't interfere with the river water. At first glance, the contradiction between Tacita and the Supreme Council is not irreconcilable. The main point of disagreement lies in their views and attitudes on the Dark Templar, but unless they are threatened by foreign enemies, it will be difficult for them to unite again. The Supreme Council believes that the existence of the Dark Templar is a threat to the Kara system, and believes that once they abandon Kara, the tragedy of fratricide and the age of eternal catastrophe will be staged again. Tacita insisted that the Templars and the Dark Templars could coexist, and was determined to establish a system where both could live in harmony. Due to his past experience of being wanted, and the persuasion of his friends, Tacita was unwilling to accept the leadership of the Supreme Council. After seeing Luria's Protoss-Zerg hybrid, Tacita firmly believed that there was a threat in the universe that was more terrible than the Zerg, so it was urgent to unite the Dark Templar and other Protoss branches to strengthen the strength of the Protoss. The Supreme Council was also horrified to see that the Aya Protoss who followed Tacita were coexisting harmoniously with the Dark Templar in a way that frightened them. For the arbitrators, it was like sleeping with a virus bomb and being with the source of evil corruption all day long. They could not tolerate the Dark Templar who abandoned Kala corrupting their own people. Based on the difference in philosophy, Tacita and the Supreme Council did not go to war, but there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. The current situation on Aya is extremely complicated. The Supreme Council and the followers of Tacita each account for half of the number of Aya Protoss, and both sides have a large number of war weapons and warships. Although the military strength of the Protoss is no longer as strong as before, too many technologies and military production lines on Aya have been lost in the war and forgotten forever. Their remaining military strength is enough to set off a tragic war on Aya, which is enough to make the already severely damaged Protoss Empire go from strength to strength. It seems that they are just blaming and quarreling with each other. As a ghost agent who has received rigorous training and has rich experience in assassinating politicians, Kerrigan knows the hypocritical rhetoric of politicians and ambitious people. The arbitrator is just avoiding the main point and using this to lead the theme of the meeting, to condemn the Dark Templar represented by Zerachel. He doesn't care about peace, he just wants to attack the Dark Templar he hates, she said. Unfortunately, Zerachel is a very intelligent warrior, but he does not understand the tricks of politicians. When you are dragged into the field they are good at, you can't expect to get any recognition from a group of sophists and liars except nodding. Ridiculous. Since I ordered them to kill the Templars, why arrest them? Zerachel has always had a good temper, but that doesn't mean he will never show anger, especially when facing the Supreme Council. If not, you should agree to the resolution to execute them, the arbitrator said. Nonsense. Zerachel's expression quickly disappeared like bubbles frozen in the sun, but his body still trembled at the words of the arbitrator. Do you think that the Dark Templar are as cold-blooded as a Supreme Council, and will easily make a decision to execute heretics? Auriga is the culprit, and through interrogation and questioning, these Templars finally had to reveal the whereabouts of their pathetic leader. You are the one who wants to clear the evidence, right? the elder who is despised by everyone in the Supreme Council, the master of the conspiracy hand and the executioner. Augustus was sure that Zarichel did not know this arbitrator at all. Those descriptions were derived from the long-standing hatred of the Dark Templar for the Supreme Council. He was also surprised to find that Zarichel, who was always known for his calmness and wisdom, would be so angry that he would curse at the other party. Perhaps this respected Dark Archon could never tolerate slander. The Dark Templar betrayed Kala, and as a result, you are no longer connected to Kala's believers. You are no longer one with them, and share the same feelings. I only see lies and deception, so I will never believe the words of the Dark Templar, including you, said the arbitrator. You are a Dark Templar, so any suspicion, based on guilt is not excessive. A ruthless person will not hesitate to abandon a few pawns to achieve his goals. If no one can prove that this is not a conspiracy you carefully planned, then I will always be skeptical of you. Zarichel, I will listen to your excuses for sheltering those murderers, but I will not agree with any noble word in the Kalani language. In the eyes of the arbitrators of the Supreme Council, the Dark Templar are synonymous with depravity, primitiveness, and evil, and Auriga's act of assassinating the Templar is in line with this view. Why do I feel that this guy is totally not afraid of trouble? Raynor watched for a long time and expressed his doubts. Except for him, no one will think that executing a few Dark Templar now can solve the problem. Even Titus can see that it will only deepen the conflict between the Templar and the Dark Templar. Once Zarichel comes forward as the only leader of the Nerazim Protoss present, he will inevitably have to bear the criticism and accusations against the Dark Templar. This guy has calculated it very accurately. Zarichel and Tassida are outstanding warriors, not ugly, ruthless and calculating politicians. Augustus said, then, if Tassida insists on speaking for Zarichel, he will be suspected of exonerating the criminals who attacked the Templar. Zarichel, there is no need for you to argue with him. He reminded his old friend, the people present will not execute those Dark Templar casually, because of his words, or change their views on your race, because of your words. My father once said that any disagreement can be resolved through reasoning. If the other party is unreasonable, then give him a punch. Raynor sighed in his heart at the life wisdom gained by the older generation who had worked in the fields all their lives. Don't argue with a fool. That's enough, Arbitrator Terran. Tassida stood up at this time, obviously fed up with the argument between the two. We come for peace, not to fight with a few Dark Templars who have made mistakes. I hope so. The Supreme Council member named Terran sat back slowly, acting like a shriveled zombie who was about to be buried. I come for peace, but the Dark Archon Zarichel doesn't think so. The Protoss Empire was built on the recognition of Kala and the perfect harmony of society. I have been committed to benefiting the people of the Empire, and making suggestions for harmony and unity since ancient times. No one can cherish this prosperity and peace built on the struggle of countless generations of the eldest son of God more than me. It turned out to be you. As soon as he heard Terran's name, all the generous speeches fell into Augustus' ears with a lot of irony. As the most capable servant of the fallen Xel'Naga Ammon, Terran is the only Xel'Naga who still has an incarnation in the physical universe where Augustus is. For a long time, Terran has been planning his master's rebirth in the physical universe, welcoming Ammon's return, and building a huge hybrid army for Ammon's plan to destroy the entire universe in order to eliminate potential enemies that may threaten his plan to resurrect Ammon. It can be said that Terran is the biggest behind-the-scenes mastermind and an extremely evil existence in the universe besides his master Ammon. He has played with everyone to achieve his own goals, and despised all living beings with his knowledge, insights and wisdom as a Xel'Naga. Unsurprisingly, Terran is also Augustus' enemy, because the former's existence threatens the survival of this universe, and Augustus cannot jump out of this world after all. Based on the existence of the Xel'Naga incarnation and the godlike technology of this race, Terran can become any creature in the universe, which is why he was identified as a terrible deformed monster in the original plot. In Augustus' memory, Terran first appeared in front of the world in the image of a human. He was a former officer of the Alpha Squadron and a member of the Renaissance Terran Federation organization. As a guide, he advised the UED expeditionary force from the ancient home of mankind, Earth. In the chapters of StarCraft II, Terran used the alias of Dr. Nerid. However, if this arbitrator named Terran is not just a name, then he must have intervened in the Protoss conflict in advance, because Augustus changed the storyline. After all, Terran is even older than the history of this universe. He has been in the universe with countless identities, watching everything with his cold eyes. After the Overmind invaded Ea as planned, some developments obviously exceeded his expectations. The Ea Protoss led by Tacitor actually teamed up with the Dark Templar, which also meant that so many Protoss might follow their distant relatives and break the connection with Kala, becoming an uncontrollable unstable factor, which was also a stumbling block to Duran's grand plan. However, although Duran thought he was hiding perfectly, no matter how hard the Protoss and humans thought, they would not realize that he had been lurking in various identities before the time of their ancestors. But Duran would never have thought that Augustus could see through his true identity just by a name he made up at random. There are tens of millions of such names in the long years that have passed. Please vote. Chapter 404. What are you going to do? Beware of the Protoss arbitrator named Duran. Augustus was thinking about a lot of things and became alert. He leaned forward to the left and turned to Sarah Carrigan, who was sitting next to him. Now, Augustus had every reason to suspect that it was Terran who ordered a group of Supreme Council guards to attack the human revolutionary army in Antioch. Terran was an extremely cunning person, and betrayal was just a matter of pleasure for him, because the master he was loyal to was only the fallen Zelniger Ammon. Terran would create peace and prosperity for his own purposes, or bring division and war, depending on whether these would help promote his plan to resurrect Ammon. If this was the case, Augustus wanted to kill Duran right away. Sarah, don't miss any of his moves. Understood. Carrigan just nodded. Her body in the blue and white ghost-tied combat suit was stretched straight like a bow opening and closing to accumulate power, and the muscle fiber coat that fit closely to her skin flashed blue electric wave light arcs. I will keep a close eye on him and will not let you out of my sight. This is not easy, dear. Augustus was wary of Duran, but he did not show it on his face. He then found Artemis, who was sitting not far away, and asked him what he thought of this executor. Duran. I have never heard of an arbitrator with this name. Artemis carefully glanced at Duran, who was sitting with his hood on again, and looked at his golden eyes hidden in the shadows. I couldn't feel his presence in the color either. This must be because I'm still young and know too little about the elders of the arbitrator class. That may just mean that I'm not qualified to be an executor compared to my beloved teacher Tacitor. For a moment, Artemis fell into a state of self-doubt again, but this negative emotion did not affect him. The young executor aspired to become a great Protoss leader like Tacitor, and often used this to spur himself. Don't say that, Artemis. I dare say that even Alderus is probably confused right now. Augustus joked. Look at the way those arbitrators are whispering in private. They may be discussing who this guy is, who dug him out of the coffin, and who should bury him back. I'm confused too, Raynor complained. Just opposite the circular arbitration court, the arbitrators in gorgeous robes were indeed exchanging glances with each other as Augustus and others saw. Far from being calm and composed, the AL Protoss can communicate on a spiritual level and express poetically through Kara, but the arbitrators are more accustomed to hiding their own thoughts. Perhaps in the impression of these arbitrators, this arbitrator named Terran is really uncharacteristic, too radical and unpredictable. But due to the arbitrator's qualifications and prestige in the Supreme Council, probably no other member of the council dared to stop him and tell him that he'd better say less. Point you make a lot of sense. Artemis agreed seriously. He didn't know how to respond otherwise. He moved uneasily, and the huge platinum shoulder armor almost hit Raynor's head. Arbitrators, please listen to me. At this time, Tacitor had decided to end the endless argument between Duran and Tacitor. We have obtained sufficient evidence to prove that the Dark Templars in Korhal belong to a Dark Templar organization called the Fist of Auriga, and their leader Auriga is the mastermind and planner of all the assassination plots. He said, the Templars of the sagas are tracking the activities of the Dark Templar Auriga and his followers in Ea. No matter how skilled they are in hiding in the shadows, they will not remain at large forever. How long will that take? Is it the time of a single day cycle or the time of thousands of suns rising and setting? Tacitor, the arbitrator class has always trusted the Templars, but what they have been waiting for is perfunctory and procrastination. The speaker was another arbitrator, whose mental language was also extremely vicissitudes. This arbitrator was wearing the arbitrator class's Yera tribal style clothing. The red robe was bright and gorgeous, and it was embellished with star-like jewels. A strange, pointed high hat that Augustus thought was funny covered the pair of blue eyes, shaped like a brown new Scottish riding boot. The light blue halo and aura formed by the psychic waveform was surrounding the arbitrator behind him, making the rows of pillars and polished metal statues behind him shine even more brilliantly. Sunlight was pouring down the transparent crystals of the open dome of the Arbiter's Tribunal, like a waterfall of light, a magnificent sight like an angel descending upon the earth. Every relief and mural here depicts the scene when the Xel'Naga came to the Aya Enlightenment, but it also depicts the scene when the Xel'Naga left on the world ship before the Aeon of Sundering, which was the beginning of a bloody civil war between the sad and angry Protoss tribes. To this day, the arbiters of the Protoss High Council still remind themselves of this, and history will warn the Protoss and remind them not to repeat the same mistakes. However, since the emergence of the Zerg, the Protoss Empire has been on the verge of division and civil war several times. The Arbiters, led by the High Council, represent the old position of the Protoss Empire, while the Templars led by Tacitus are the opposite. If you need a deadline, then, Tacitus said after a pause, it's not us who need it, it's the people of the Protoss Empire who need it. The gorgeously dressed Arbiter interrupted Tacitus in anger. Such rude behavior was not common among the Protoss. But with the fall of Aya, the entire Protoss society was immersed in sorrow and anger. The Dark Templar are wielding their butcher knives against the Protoss on Aya, and our most outstanding Templar told me that we should wait. He said loudly, are we going to sit and watch our people being harmed by the evil Dark Templar again? Remember your duty. You are a Templar, the executor of the Protoss Empire, the guardian of Aya, the son of Adun and the protector of the people, upholding justice, being humble, expanding the territory, defending the empire, and being loyal to the people. Tacitus, you are not a Dark Templar. What we should have heard was a guarantee or the head of the culprit, and that will be fulfilled. Tacitus immediately shot back. We can't wait until that time. If you meditate in color and listen to the thoughts and sorrow in it, you will understand that the hostility of the eldest son of God towards the Dark Templar is rising with a series of recent events. The arbitrator said, we and our people fear the Dark Templar because the education we have received throughout the ages tells the eldest son of God that those heretics who abandon color are evil and they will inevitably bring destruction. And now, there are Dark Templar who really do that. He continued, if it continues like this, the eldest son of God and the Dark Templar will fall into a feud, and disaster will come again. Even if we trust you again, and give you time to arrest the Dark Templar named Auriga, just like we did in the final battle of Aya, can you guarantee that such cruel acts will stop? Tacitus was speechless. No one could guarantee that there would not be another person like Auriga among the Dark Templar. Leave, as we discussed before. Another arbitrator had an almost exaggerated outfit, and his tall hat seemed to be surrounded by 3 small suns circling each other. We are grateful for the sacrifices made by the Dark Templar for Aya, and we vow to put aside the past grudges and regard the Dark Templar as our fellow tribesmen who share life and death. However, before greater conflicts and disasters break out, the Dark Templar must leave Aya and return to their homeland. Before the Battle of Aya, the Protoss Empire had been sending expeditionary fleets to search for the homeland of the Dark Templar, hoping to capture them all in one fell swoop. This shows that the conflict between them is more than just hatred for each other. If it weren't for the faction of the female leader of the Shakuras Protoss clan, who was a great figure who ruled her clan with maternal tenderness and laughed at the past hatred, it would not be impossible for the two factions of Protoss to fall into eternal war. Of course, we will do that. Without waiting for Tacitus to speak, Zerachel answered on behalf of the Dark Templar, even if you don't say so. Zerachel, without you, we have lost our best friends and helpers who share life and death. Tacitus immediately persuaded Zerachel through face-to-face spiritual communication. Augustus once persuaded Tacitus to take his followers and follow Zerachel to Shakuras, or to find a new home in the Kaprulu sector. However, Tacitus refused without hesitation. He insisted on staying in Aya, and planned to eliminate the Zerg on the planet to recover his homeland. He was unwilling to leave before that. Tacita, Zarachel is only returning to Shakurus temporarily, which does not mean that he will not come back in the future. Augustus said to Tacita, the Supreme Council has not issued a ban on the Dark Templar entering Aya. Cunning man. Zarachel and Tacita both laughed in the depths of Augustus's heart. Let's do it. Tacita announced his decision to the members of the Supreme Council opposite him. The Dark Templar will leave Aya. Yes, that's how it should be. The members of the Supreme Council all made a series of pleasant and surprised voices in their hearts, as if they were glad that they had finally sent away a plague god. I agree. Tacita, we didn't misjudge you. Incredibly wise. Aten is watching you. Kars bless Aya. I thought they would argue about this for 7 or 8 hours. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, it's just for such a small matter. Why didn't you say it earlier? Can't the Protoss talk properly without Kara? Point very good. The problem is solved. Raynor was also overjoyed. He was an upright and kind-hearted person, and he didn't want to see the Protoss killing each other. I think there are not so many conflicts between the two sides. Once the Dark Templar leave, they will surely be able to reconcile. At the same time, the reconciliation of the Protoss also meant that Raynor finally had the opportunity to go home to see his parents and his wife and children. Thinking of his wife Elizabeth and his son John, he was so happy that he almost hugged Artemis next to him and kissed him. What are you going to do, eh? Just as Raynor was thinking this in his heart, Artemis felt his rude and offensive thoughts in his heart. James Raynor, James friend, what are you going to do? I love you so much, Artemis. Raynor shouted. Artemis was indifferent. Everyone is happy, except someone. At this time, Kerrigan pointed her sexy red lips in one direction. That direction was the seat of the arbitrator called Terran. When Augustus looked over there, he was standing up, closing his robe and slowly walking towards the wide corridor of the circular court. In Augustus' cold eyes, Terran's frail figure was like an old man who was about to die. His body functions had long been weakened, so that he couldn't even tell the direction. Something is wrong. Augustus frowned his grey eyebrows. Something is very wrong. Augustus stared at Terran's figure as he walked away, and suddenly looked up at the magnificent dome of the Arbiter's Court, which was scattered with golden sunlight, and then looked around. Behind the wide corridors and the seats of the Parliament, the Parliament guards in red robes and golden armor stood solemnly. They held long-handled battle axes, shields or sharp swords, and the sharp edges of their spears were arranged tightly together. The solemn and murderous momentum came to the face. There is no ceremonial flower stand among the Protoss. Those who can stand here are all the bravest warriors in the Protoss Empire. They have guarded the temple and the court for generations, symbolizing the judgment of the imperial law. What's going on? Raynor patted Artemis's shining breastplate and suddenly turned his head to stare at Augustus's serious expression. Almost at this moment, he drew his pistol and leaned towards Augustus. Augustus just stared at Terran's figure gradually disappearing in the darkness, without saying a word. Ah. As soon as Raynor finished speaking, a sharp scream made all the Protoss and humans present look over. In one of the seats of the Supreme Council, an arbitrator in a red robe was holding his head high. A cold, green warp blade was protruding from his bulging chest. The dark purple blood that flowed out was freezing and evaporating. Dark Templar. Augustus shouted. Are they from Auriga? How could they get in? Damn it, it must be Terran. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, A Traitor Appeared Among Us. The cold green curved blade, which focused the cold anger and hatred of the Dark Templar, was retracted as fast as it struck. In a blink of an eye, with a slight push from the attacker, the Arbiter's limp body fell heavily onto the obsidian floor dotted with emeralds, and his flesh and blood splattered. Farewell, Arbiter. The void will cleanse your sinful soul, so that you can rest in peace in front of Adun. All eyes were instantly focused on the owner of the cold words, a Dark Templar wearing an indigo night robe. He was stepping on the gorgeous chair where the Arbiter sat, and withdrew the psychic blade in his hand with an elegant gesture. The dark purple blood that originally belonged to the Arbiter on the blade was frozen by the void energy that enveloped him as soon as it fell. I'm Auriga, I'm the blade of Shakurus. The humming sound of the psychic blade burning the air and the scream sounded at the same time. Many Dark Templars appeared in the shadows and mercilessly swung their sharp blades at their former Templar brothers. Auriga's Dark Templars all wore terrifying hydralisk skull masks or covered their faces with purple veils. Their robes were painted with the green sickle emblem of the Nerazim Protoss. Protect the Lord Arbitrator. The warriors guarding the Arbitration Court and the Supreme Council were also unstoppable. They mobilized the psychic power in their bodies to activate the fiery psychic blades, or wielded battle axes and swords to meet the suddenly appeared Dark Templars. The entire Arbitration Court was filled with the flashes of blue and green swords fighting each other. Dark Templars and Templars were silent even in their fury. They fought with fighting skills that took decades or even hundreds of years to master. Each strike was on the sword, full of dangers, like a pantomime of war. Some council guards in red robes and golden armor fell to the ground. Their figures gradually dissipated in the light of the armor crystal array, and the dead Dark Templars were submerged by the surging void energy. Why are the Dark Templars here? How could they get in? Zarachol betrayed us. He betrayed us. An arbitrator who was fleeing from his seat in a panic shouted with all his might, attracting many black mists and shadows that stretched like lightning and rushed towards him. Templar. A Dark Templar who appeared in the darkness neatly cut off the arbitrator's head. The three powerful hearts of the Protoss pumped a large amount of deep purple blood out of the neat incision on the neck. The scene was extremely bloody. Everywhere there were flashing phantoms of Dark Templars and intersecting psychic blades. Countless shining crystals, gems, and exquisite crafts were shattered in the overflowing psychic waves. It was obvious that the main hunting target of the Dark Templars following Auriga was the Arbitrator. In a short period of time, 4 of the 12 Arbitrators present had died. The attacks of the Dark Templars were unstoppable and merciless, and each strike was fatal. Although most of these Arbitrators were masters of the Way of Kala in their prime, they were now aging and weak. The elegant and luxurious clothes and complicated accessories were heavier than armor, but they could not provide the Arbitrators with plasma shields or even a little protection. In front of the Dark Templar masters, they were as fragile as babies. Warriors, protect the Arbitrator. Tacita took a few steps forward, feeling extremely sad and anxious about the bloody scenes of his own kind killing each other. Tacita acted quickly, knowing that the most urgent task was to repel the enemies who had infiltrated the Arbiter's court first, and then find out what happened. He immediately said to the dozen high-ranking Templars who were guarding him, "Follow me." "As you wish." The high-ranking Templars lit up their psychic blades and waited for orders. "Teacher, let me repel them." Artenis, who was standing aside, had already lit up his psychic blades, ready to follow Tacita and join the battle. "You stay." Tacita's words made Artenis wilted, and he called a group of heroic archons and executors, Phoenix, Talander, Yerlan, Moyo, Eridus, "Let's work together to kill the enemy." Artenis also wanted to fight with the teacher. "You take your men to protect Augustus. They are no match for the Dark Templar." Tacita's words made Artenis no longer complain. No matter what, the Protoss never wanted their human friends to be harmed. Tacita was the first to light the blade and rush to the seat of the Arbitrators. One of the psychic blades he held was said to be the magic weapon used by Adun, and the other was the master blade of the Dark Templar given to him by the Dark Archon Zarachol. At the same time, Augustus also gave Tacita a P-20 electromagnetic pistol, which was pinned under the Executor's battle robe. Although this pistol was useless in the War of the Protoss, it was just a gift from humans. Augustus always believed that when psychic power could not take effect, the gun would definitely come in handy. If Phoenix was already the bravest warrior among the Protoss, then Tacita's bravery was even better than everyone else. With just one move, those Dark Templars who tried to stop or kill him fell to the ground, and no one could stop him. Why did the Supreme Council neglect to guard against the Dark Templars they hate, and allow them to sneak into the key areas so easily? Augustus stood up and asked Artenis beside him, while keeping an eye on the Dark Templars who might appear around at any time. "This is not in line with common sense." Artenis walked towards Augustus, followed by 2 Protoss. One was Silandis, who was wearing a dark blue robe like the night sky, and the other was the fanatic Caldalis. There are countless detectors hovering over the vast area outside the Arbiter's court. The focus lenses of these loyal sentinels are enough to detect the movement at the molecular level and even all camouflaged invisible units. The detection system inside the court can make all enemies and invisible postures invisible. Artemis said. There must be something wrong with the detection device. Impossible, since these detection devices are sophisticated enough and there are so many of them, it is impossible for them to make mistakes at the same time on a large scale. Someone must have let them in. Augustus said bluntly, there must be a traitor, and he must be a member of the Arbiter class, otherwise he would not be able to obtain the authority to control these detection devices. Who is it? No, this is impossible. The Arbiter class will never betray and collude with a heinous butcher like Auriga. Artemis' first reaction was to agree with what Augustus said, but he overturned this view after thinking about it. There are Dark Templars coming this way. Raynor suddenly shouted loudly to Augustus at this time. Between the luxurious seats, 2 Dark Templars were moving with ghostly steps and attacking here. They were both women, swift and agile. Caldalis. Artemis said to his best friend. There was no need to say anything more. Caldalis had narrowed his only remaining right eye and ignited his psychic blade to meet the 2 Dark Templars. He rushed forward and slashed at the side, finding and knocking down one of the powerful Shadow Masters. He also chopped off the staff of another Dark Templar with a fierce attack. Caldalis just stood there, and the Dark Templars were intimidated by his power. Wow, this guy's really good. Raynor praised Caldalis. Caldalis, the most courageous fanatic among my men. Artemis responded. What bad luck, I knew it was a trap. Raynor stared at the surroundings with a cold gaze, and said after the fact. Raynor's pistol was already loaded. This unique military cult was extremely powerful, but it was not in the eyes of the Protoss. No one had stopped him from bringing in human weapons before. Say something useful. Augustus once again looked in the direction where Arbitrator Duran left, surprised that no one, except himself, could notice that an arbitrator of such a high status withdrew from such an important meeting, and no one even questioned or stopped him. Augustus turned to look at Kerrigan. He had ordered her to keep an eye on Duran. Did you notice where the arbitrator named Duran went? Arbitrator Duran. Artemis also looked in that direction. Where is he? Duran walked into the shadow of a crystal lattice valve behind the court. Strangely, after that, I could no longer sense his psychic power and thoughts. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes. I'll go find him. No, don't do that. Augustus had a premonition that, if Kerrigan really went after Duran, he would probably lose her. If Duran shows up again, get rid of him immediately. Augustus didn't know how powerful Duran's psychic power was, but he was definitely not as weak as he appeared. As a Xel'Naga, even if his power was constantly fading over the long years, it might not be something that ordinary people could imagine. If it were Tassida, Artemis or Phoenix, they might not be able to find and defeat Duran. Appropriately, if we look at the Xel'Naga from the perspective of humans and Protoss, they are definitely qualified to be called gods. Unless he is sure, Augustus will never dare to gamble. You doubt him? Artemis still couldn't believe it. He is an arbitrator. Who knows if he is something else? Raynor said, have you heard? A kind of Zerg shapeshifter that can imitate human appearance was discovered in the Sol system. Although it is still very different from humans, it is still creepy. Well, if he really has a problem, Artemis said confidently, in Kara, Arbitrator Duran must have nowhere to hide. As long as he is still in air, we can find him. I hope so. Augustus no longer has any hope for this. We have to find a way to kill the Protoss named Auriga. Raynor looked at the location of the Dark Templar Auriga. If Raynor was replaced by Titus, the latter would have already selected at least 3 escape routes. Ever since Auriga showed up, he had been standing on the bloody arbitrator's chair, looking down at the chaotic arbiter's court. All the arbitrators and the Kala officials in charge of record keeping in the Protoss Empire were desperate to escape from him. Auriga, order your followers to stop immediately, and there will be a chance to save everything. When Raynor was about to run over and shoot Auriga twice, Zarachel stood up. Save. Ha 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 ha. Save. Auriga looked at Zarachel, who was standing across the circular court. The circular court was unusually wide and huge, so that they were more than a mile apart, but even at this distance, Augustus and others could feel the cold anger of this Dark Templar. I have no regrets about what I'm doing and the great cause I'm engaged in, he said vehemently. Zerachel, I once regarded you as a brother, a close friend and a relative, but look at what you have done, helping the abominable Templar to judge your own people. Have you forgotten the humiliation our ancestors have experienced? The Supreme Council and the Templar once captured our people like hunting pickers in caves, and then executed them in the Inquisition. If it weren't for Adun, the heritage of our people would have been cut off. What have I done wrong? You are a traitor, Zerachel. You betrayed the Nerazim and your own people. Auriga, Zerachel said sadly. Adun taught the Nerazim how to hide and use the shadows, so that we can protect ourselves from the enemy, not for revenge and killing. With our ancient traditions, when has it ever been moral to kill innocent people? Templars? They are not worthy of our traditions. Auriga laughed. His appearance was contrary to the cold, but calm image of the Dark Templar. Hatred and paranoia had dominated the soul of the Dark Templar. Rastigal and Zerachel did not reject the Templars, but Auriga was the most radical representative of their tribe. The Dark Templars have always been decisive and action-oriented, and truth cannot be hidden. The matriarch and you actually want to accept the Templars and let them set foot on our sacred homeland. Shakiris, how ridiculous, he said. This is a dark age, Zerachel. You don't understand what the terrible threat we are facing is. Weakness and mercy cannot save the Nerazim. I swear to revive the glory of the Nerazim, and I will do everything for it. Threat? What else do you know? Who told you? Zerachel took a few steps forward and asked one after another, and he couldn't help but think of the hybrid monsters that appeared in the Luria system and the voices from the darkness. You simply cannot understand what kind of existence I serve, and you will never understand what the catastrophe that will eventually annihilate is. Auriga almost said to Zerachel, you won't understand anyway. Don't stop me, brother. The fallen souls of the Templars must be exiled. Let their pathetic spirits convert to the void. Chapter 406, Protoss Civil War. He must have been deceived. Augustus had been listening to the conversation between Auriga and Zerachel. Their heart-to-heart talk was not affected by the distance and the battle. Someone found Auriga and took advantage of his hatred for the Aya Protoss. Do you suspect that person is arbitrator Duran? Kerrigan was unable to bring her C-10 canister rifle, but she was equally deadly when using an electromagnetic pistol and a dagger. Nearly certain, Augustus said as he paid attention to the battle in the court. In less than half a minute, 2 more members of the Supreme Council were killed. All around were Templars and Dark Templars fighting each other. They were as agile as cats when fighting, and their fighting skills were unparalleled like those of top swordsmen. Augustus noticed that the passage and gate leading to the outside world of the arbitrator's court had long been closed, and even the warp platform had stopped operating, which made it impossible for the council guards guarding the outside world to rush to support as quickly as possible. Without the support of internal personnel, it would be almost impossible for Auriga to paralyze the internal defense system of the arbitrator court while attacking. Auriga has a boss. From what you said, it was the Protoss arbitrator named Terran who was behind the scenes. Raynor said, that makes sense. Why did Auriga appear just when the deal was about to be concluded? It doesn't look like Auriga is a fool. If Auriga is not a fool, it's because the person who deceived him was too smart. Augustus looked in the direction where Tacita left and saw that the other party was sweeping the attacking Dark Templar with an arrogant attitude. The council guards and Templars in the court formed a battle line under his call. Auriga's Dark Templars took advantage of the sneak attack, but they were not at an advantage in numbers. Most of the Dark Templars were the strongest among their young generation, but they were still no match for Tacita, who had comprehended both Kala and the power of the Void. Phoenix and other archons and executors also had not forgotten the art of fighting. They were the best in the era of the Protoss Empire, which was full of generals. Now it seemed that it was only a matter of time for Tacita to repel the invading Dark Templars, and it was unknown how many arbitrators could survive before that. You force me to do it. Once again, Auriga's mental roar that detonated the whole audience attracted Augustus's attention, and he became more and more hysterical and crazy. Now, I regret not doing it sooner. It is so pleasant to feel the pain of the dying Templars. Do you hear them? They are screaming, wailing for the sins of their ancestors. As long as the Templars are gone, the world will be free of many disputes, and will be saved from catastrophe. You have fallen to this point. Killing will only bring eternal sorrow and pain, and revenge will only bring more revenge. Hearing this, Zerachel became furious again. Repaying evil with kindness is your style, Zerachel, I'm not you. Auriga said, if the Templars are not afraid, they will think that the Dark Templars are weak and can be bullied. Let the rulers of Aya taste what it feels like to be hunted and expelled from their homes, and let them experience the pain that the Dark Templars have felt. You have betrayed your oath. Zerachel stretched out his right hand and ignited the carefully forged master level warp light warp, and the green psychic blade burned in an instant. I do everything for Shakurus. Auriga looked up at the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zerachel flashed in front of Auriga in the moving black fog, and the latter greeted him with a sneer, and a master-level confrontation began. There must be a conclusion between them. Augustus looked at Artemis and pointed to a corridor in the arbitrator's court. Executor, we should get in touch with the outside world as soon as possible. If necessary, we can directly blow up the entrance door. This is in the area controlled by the Supreme Council. I can't command the council guards there. Artemis replied, if we summon the Templars and fleets at the border between Antioch and Koshika province, it will inevitably increase the tension between us and the council, and then ignite a civil war. Then the question is, with such a big commotion, where are the guards outside? Raynor asked. Artemis was silent for a moment and then said, I can't sense the thoughts of the nearby Supreme Council guards in the Kala, except for the arbitrator. Anyone who wants to hide his thoughts in the Kala will be considered to be plotting against his will. I suspect they have been transferred away from here, and only the respected arbitrator can order the council to guard. He said, I have sent a distress signal to the surrounding Templar troops loyal to the council, and they must have received the news long before that, and are on their way. In this case, we can only hope that Tassida will eliminate the Dark Templar here. As Augustus spoke, a Dark Templar of the Fist of Auriga wearing a long veil stepped out of the curtain of shadows and walked towards them. This is an extremely powerful Dark Templar of the Zerathay tribe. His dark purple robes, brown fur capes and shoulder armor are inlaid with the skulls and sharp teeth of hydralisks. When he walks, his posture is like a silent hunter in the jungle. The weapon he used was a warp blade with a double-headed sickle, which turned like a spinning windmill when his wrist was turned. In the name of Auriga, we are darkness. Raynor raised his Colt revolver and fired several shots at the Dark Templar, but the opponent was moving at the speed of thought and was even able to dodge the bullets shot at him. Cursing, Raynor threw an electromagnetic grenade at the Dark Templar who was moving at an incredible speed, but was immediately split in two by the opponent's sharp blow of the warp blade. Each Dark Templar is an extremely terrifying warrior. They can approach and destroy an entire human army silently. Oh, damn it. Artemis' subordinate Silandris ignited her psychic blade and rushed forward. Her armor was much more gorgeous than that of the ordinary Templar of the Zealot Order. The battle robe lined with shining golden blue armor is like a long dress that drags on the ground, like a moving night curtain, and is inlaid with indigo crystals and gems. The headdress on the helmet and nerve bundle and the hanging heart crystal pendant collide with each other and make a crisp and pleasant sound. The clothing of Protoss women is closely related to their aesthetics. As a rare woman in the high position among the Templar class, Silandris' clothing can undoubtedly highlight her status. Silandris' clear outline and slender and elegant body are also a symbol of beauty among the Protoss. She is calm and composed, with both the strength of a warrior and the gentleness and tolerance of a woman. Templar, you cannot face the unpredictable darkness. The Dark Templar laughed coldly, the void is calling, and the chapter of prophecy has been revealed. Only the Fist of Auriga can save the world. The eldest son of God will not fear any enemy. Silandris' psychic blade intertwined with the Dark Templars, swinging out blue and green sword light. She was more powerful than the other, but not as agile as him. We are the saviors, the Dark Templar said. You are the butchers. Silandris knocked him back with a beautiful spinning swing. In an instant, 3 more Fists of Auriga emerged from the shadows, and Artemis focused his eyes and rushed towards them with his psychic blades. A Dark Templar ran straight towards Augustus, and in a few flashes, he was in front of him, and the smell of blood hit him. Get out of the way. In an instant, golden flashes emerged from Karrigan's green pupils, and the terrifying psychic power captured the Dark Templar's body out of thin air, making him unable to move. The Dark Templar screamed in disbelief, unable to believe that a weak human could have such great power. Augustus then fired at the plane of the Dark Templar, who was unable to move, and the bullets hit the other side's emerging psychic shield. As Kerrigan shouted, the psychic energy around her continued to flicker with blue arcs, and the long red hair also fluttered due to the mental power and irons attached to it. Blood even flowed from the eyes of the Dark Templar. Kerrigan then used the power of telekinesis to lift the Dark Templar out of thin air and place him under the Arbiter's tribunal. The psychic power he displayed made Augustus feel dizzy. When I first met you, you were not that powerful, Sarah. Augustus shook the pistol in his hand, knowing that he would definitely die if he faced the Dark Templar alone without the protection of others. This further strengthened his idea of establishing the Seeker Guard and the Ghost. The Protoss taught me a lot, especially when I saw you in danger. My heart surged. Kerrigan turned her head and used psychic power to force back another Dark Templar. For your sake, the Protoss gave me a Kadarin Mind Crystal Pendant to increase psychic power, which made me feel endless power. As the most powerful Seeker among humans, Kerrigan's power has surpassed the highest level of 10 in the sea. Even higher level Templars were amazed that a race with such a short lifespan and such low talent could show such powerful power. Kerrigan already possessed supernatural power. She only needed to look at people to reach their hearts. The anger in her heart could explode the heads of humans. All humans who suffered the mental shock would bleed to death. Apart from Kerrigan, ordinary human Seekers would never be opponents when facing the Protoss. Augustus, stand behind me. No one can hurt you. At this time, Artemis had used a psychic blade to cut off the wrist of a Dark Templar, causing him to retreat into the shadows with a wail. Don't worry, Artemis, I'm fine, as safe as a crib, Augustus said, looking in the direction of Zarachel and Auriga. He could hardly see the figures of the two Dark Templars fighting each other. They were like green lightning and ghostly phantoms that kept colliding. Auriga, do you think you can get away with it? Zarachel said while attacking. I will establish my own laws, and I will be like a king in them. Auriga dealt with Zarachel's attack with ease. You have become more powerful than before, brother Zarachel, but I'm no longer the same. You prayed to the darkness for power. Zarachel could hardly believe that Auriga was just a pious apprentice a few centuries ago. What is the price? He shouted. What did you pay to the devil? I'm the devil. Auriga laughed sinisterly and withdrew from the battle with Zarachel. Return to your people, Alega. Zarachel still did not abandon Alega. Think about your teacher. I have never left. Alega roared. You understand nothing. If you see what I see, you will understand that I do everything for the Nerazim. With Olega's scream that contained the scream of the soul, the Dark Templars pulled out from between the Council Guards and the Templars and retreated into the shadows. The Templars retracted their blades and gathered together to deal with the possible attacks that might follow. Gradually, even Olega's figure slowly dissipated. Zarachel wanted to catch him, but he only touched a phantom. The abilities that Olega mastered came from the forbidden powers that were forbidden for the Dark Templars to learn, which made him more powerful and evil. Zarachel was just sad that his former brother had fallen so deeply. The Templars want peace. That is just a luxury, Alega said before leaving. The flames of war will be reignited and the flags will be raised. I'm afraid it's going to be bad. Raynor said to Augustus, the people of Auriga are killing people, and those who died are all the arbitrators. It's all over. When Augustus looked at the seats of the members of the Supreme Council, he found that all the arbitrators were dead, except Alderus and another younger arbitrator. Tassida was supporting a wounded arbitrator, while Alderus vented his anger without hiding his anger. Where are the guards guarding the council? The ancestors of the Yala tribe are all ashamed of your stupidity. There is still a chance to save it. If the arbitrators of the Supreme Council can look at this massacre rationally, they will not blame the teacher. Artemis said. Who can prove that Auriga was not brought in by Zarachel? Calderis held the robe of a Dark Templar tightly in his hand. Point guards. Selendis walked towards Artemis. Just now, the army of the Supreme Council crossed Koshika and attacked our Radun fortress in Revan. What if the leaders of the Supreme Council are all here? Who gave this order? Artemis was shocked. No matter what, once the war starts, it will never stop. Augustus sighed. Every time I prepare to go back to my hometown for vacation, bad things always happen. Raynor put the pistol back into the holster on his vest. Good things take time. Augustus shrugged and also received news from the Revolutionary Army Command. The Supreme Council has declared war. Chapter 407. Quick decision. Since the first protest died at the hands of his own kind, this damn war is like an angry bull, and it won't stop until it smashes everything to pieces. Raynor pinched a communicator from his dark grey mountaineering vest and called for support from the Revolutionary Fleet in ASG stationary orbit. Since the Civil War has broken out, my opinion remains the same as before. Augustus looked around the blood-stained Arbiter's Court Tribunal and the long corridors extending in all directions, confirming that the Dark Templars had all left. The Council guards in red robes and golden armor silently guarded the few remaining Arbiters. Considering the status of the many deceased Supreme Council members among the Council and its students and supporters, as well as their own wisdom and the secrets and knowledge they possessed about the glorious history of the Protoss Empire, this was definitely an unimaginable loss for the Supreme Council. The number of seats on the Supreme Council has always been a secret unknown to outsiders. The only thing we know is that every member of the Council is indispensable and important. It may take centuries for a council member to accumulate enough prestige and knowledge to join the ranks of leaders. They are loved for their political talents and their passion for the Kala and the Empire. They are known for their wisdom. Since the Battle of Aya, the losses of the Arbiter class have been incalculable, so much so that the High Council has had to reselect new Arbiters to make up for the lack of seats on the Council. If we want to avoid too many casualties in the internal struggle of the Protoss as much as possible, we must dismantle the rule of the High Council and the Arbiter class and force them to surrender. Augustus chose a path to Tacitus' location and walked on a bridge of light arched by translucent shaping energy. I believe that the High Council Arbiters who remain in the heart of the Koshika Council do not want to start a civil war, otherwise they would not have to hold a meeting for the purpose of peace. Artemis walked side by side with Augustus. Due to the height difference between the Protoss and humans, he looked like a golden giant. Artemis, my friend, you think that, since the Dark Templars of Auriga can come here and slaughter people, they can also slaughter people in the headquarters of the Supreme Council? Augustus glanced at Artemis. You are too upright and obedient to the rules, so you have little thought about the bottom line of darkness and what conspiracy is. Do you suspect that Koshika was also attacked? Artemis' eyes, which were emitting blue light, began to shrink. If that was not the case, they would not have issued an order to attack while being attacked here. Augustus said to him, it is impossible that all the people in the council are pacifists. I believe that many arbitrators are eager to use a war to eliminate the Dark Templars on Aya. If necessary, they will even declare war on Shakurus. If you count the policies issued by the Protoss Empire against the Dark Templar, there is not a single one that is not based on the judgment of searching for and annihilating the Dark Templar. He said, never judge others by your own standards. Augustus, the war has already begun. Runstein, Duke, Pryor, and Holler are all requesting orders from the Marshal's headquarters. Kerrigan said to Augustus, the fleet has also been attacked by the Supreme Council, but their main targets are Artemis and Yerlin's fleets. Raynor followed. Hold the line and wait for the next order. Augustus said, we are not the key to this war, but Zarachel and his Dark Templar. They must deal with the Supreme Council as they did with the brainworms before. I need an elite force, drawn from the Guards Division and Ghost Agents. How many people are needed? Kerrigan asked. A standard special tactical company. Everyone must be equipped with anti-psychic EMP and locking weapons. Augustus said. The usual tactics of the heavenly demons. When diplomacy doesn't work, we can only airdrop into the face of the enemy generals and knock them down. The heavenly demons are experts in this regard. Raynor said, but who knows how powerful the Koshika's anti-aircraft firepower is. Since they can kill the bugs, they can also shoot down our scrap metal. Our spaceships are not as good as those of the Umagans. They can evade the Federation's detection system to perform espionage missions, while our broken ships can't even hide from the eyes of the bugs. If there is no insider, sneaking into the heart of the council will definitely cost a lot of losses. Do you want to compete with the Protoss to see whose elite warriors are more brave and good at fighting? Kerrigan said. We can bring Titus. Raynor shrugged. What are you going to do? Augustus. Compared with the Supreme Council, our advantage is that Tacita, Artemis and Phoenix are all military leaders who have practiced the way of war for centuries. The Templars they lead are also truly brave and good at fighting, while the Supreme Council knows nothing about military affairs. Augustus said, "This is the drawback of the caste system of the Protoss Empire. Once the Calais class who are scientists, artists, and engineers, the Templar class who are soldiers, and the Arbitrator class who are politicians are separated, the power of the highly specialized classes as a whole will be greatly weakened. On paper strength, the Supreme Council is much stronger than Tacitus' troops. There are innumerable weapons of war buried underground, and in the ruins of the heart of the council in Koshika province," he said. "But if you learn about the Supreme Council's defense strategy on the border between Koshika and Antioch province, you will find that they are not only good at using troops, but they don't even have the most basic military knowledge. I've seen the Supreme Council's defense map. They have troops stationed on the border, and the main legions are guarding the key roads. It looks like the same thing, but what if we don't attack from the border at all?" Raynor laughed. "The Supreme Council has always relied on their fleet to deter the Zerg, but the fleet cannot carry out indiscriminate bombing of the war zone after all. But why do you want to convene a special forces force? I want to make sure that when I'm commanding on the front line, no Dark Templar will suddenly jump out and chop off my head." Augustus said, "Now our opponent is the Protoss, which is why I have repeatedly strengthened the warrior's skills in fighting the Protoss through training. Unless they kill us first." Raynor sighed. "Those revolutionaries said it well. Your life belongs to the revolution. I'm different. I belong to justice." As he spoke, Augustus had already arrived in front of Tacita. A group of council guards and Templars were protecting the arbitrators in the middle, and the two sides did not show a tense atmosphere of confrontation. Although Alderus was also a rigid and stubborn arbitrator, he was quite open-minded compared to his colleagues in the Supreme Council. No matter how many brainworms Zarachel's Dark Templar killed in air, some arbitrators believed that the Dark Templar must die. "Tacita, the Supreme Council has already started the war." When Augustus walked towards Tacita, the Templars around him made way for him, and only the council guards belonging to the arbitrator class did not give in. "Do you have any idea? I tried my best to avoid this situation, but now I feel really exhausted." Tacita said, "The Supreme Council along the line from Antioch to Koshika has launched an all-out attack on us. Dozens of warriors have died in a short period of time. The council has dispatched colossi and arbitrators, and a large number of zealot legions and council guards have been deployed on the front line," he said, "and our high-level Templars and other troops are also resisting their offensive." As Tacita spoke, a holographic projection unfolded a map in front of everyone, and the symbol of the Supreme Council was advancing towards the heart of the Antioch province. "With this posture, are they ready to eat us up in one breath? It's brave," Raynor said while stroking the fine beard on his chin. "Since the Supreme Council took the initiative to start the war, they must think they will win." Augustus said, "It seems that the Supreme Council must think that, as long as they occupy Antioch, it means victory in the war." He said, "In my opinion, we should give Antioch to them, and concentrate our forces to break into the weakly defended heart of the council from the Protector Temple in the west of Koshika province. This war must be won quickly." Augustus Mengsk, "Your idea coincides with mine." Tacita agreed, "I have already done so. The executors and provincial governors who are willing to fight for me are regrouping with the help of the Matrix network throughout Air, and the Supreme Council does not seem to have thought of using such a convenient and efficient way to deploy troops. As the highest ranking executor in the current Protoss Empire, Tacita has far more executors under his command than the Supreme Council. They are military leaders who truly understand the mysteries of war, and their tribes are their armies. They must be filled with anger in their hearts, and let it interfere with their judgment." He said, "The arbitrators actually tried to use the method of fighting against the Zerg to fight us, and they will definitely pay the price for such a misjudgment. We don't have time, and will never start a full-scale war with the Supreme Council. According to expectations, the civil war should be over in a few days." Augustus originally thought that Tacita would hesitate about whether to fight the Supreme Council and their supporters, but the senior executive has always been decisive in military affairs. As Tassiter experienced more and more brutal wars, he was less likely to let emotional considerations affect his judgment and delay the opportunity to fight. Not only that, Tassiter, I have a plan. Augustus had been calculating in his mind a month ago how to defeat the Supreme Council with the existing forces. Artemis, who was standing aside, had no words to say at all. He further realized the advantages of Augustus as a human leader. I will seriously consider it, Tassiter said. The Zerg in the province of Thane have an underground worm tunnel network leading to the interior of the province of Koshika. Those underground caves are spread all over Aya, and their deepest points have not been explored until now, Augustus said. My subordinates have found an underground worm tunnel leading directly to the heart of Koshika. With the help of the tunnel worms we control, we can open a tunnel directly to the underground of the heart of the council. What, you mean, the tunnel worms that you control? Tassiter was also surprised. He obviously did not expect this. Remember the newborn brain worm we caught in Char? Augustus asked Tassiter. Ah, I remember. I still remember hearing Chief Engineer Ori Swan mention that the lazy brain worm did nothing but watch TV and drink Coke. Tassiter could not fully understand what watching TV and drinking Coke meant, but his memory was very good, and he remembered everything others said word for word. Damn, when did that guy Swan get in touch with Tassiter? Raynor complained. We called that brain worm to commemorate the first brain worm we captured. Augustus didn't know that his pet brain worm had brought shame to the Protoss. In short, the newborn brain worm, whose mind was not mature enough, did not want to obey the orders of humans, nor did it want to lose its life for disobedience, so it could only choose to play badly. After the death of the Overlord, it was also very clear that it was no longer immortal. When the Overlord was still alive, this brainworm could not control individuals from other species, but now, it can selectively use mental power to capture and control some Zerg that have become wild due to the departure of the Overlord and other brainworms. Augustus skipped the topic and continued. Through the brainworm, we controlled a lot of Zerg, including tunnel worms. How can you drive a proud and powerful brainworm to serve humans? Tassiter still didn't quite understand. The answer is of course that the Fat House is neither powerful nor arrogant. Raynor complained sharply. Through coercion, inducement and the promise of returning to freedom. Augustus said, I promised it that I would do my best to help it become the new overlord of the Zerg. What the human said is true. There are indeed a large number of Zerg tunnel networks underground in Koshika. They intend to use those dark passages to attack us. The exits have now been filled by the council guards and the Templars. After the Overlord died, those passages were also abandoned by the Zerg. Arbitrator Alderus had been listening to the conversation between Augustus and Tassiter. Are you going to use the Zerg tunnels to attack the council? This was somewhat strange. They were discussing loudly in front of these arbitrators how to deal with the Supreme Council. Obviously, Augustus and Tassiter did not regard Alderus as an enemy. Why is this arbitrator still standing here? Raynor, who has always been outspoken, realized that something was wrong and almost shouted for someone to take Alderus out. No, I'm not your enemy. Alderus sensed the evil thoughts in Raynor's mind. He immediately waved his hand and said, this war is inevitable. No matter what my position was in the past, I hope that the Protoss Empire will return to peace and unity. That's right. Augustus said, so we need the help of Zarachel and the Dark Templar. Let them use the Zarachel network to directly enter the heart of the council and control all the Supreme Council arbitrators. Hearing what Augustus said, everyone looked at Zarachel not far away. The Dark Archon has not spoken since Auriga left. In the poetic expression of the Protoss, his sadness has become a river. Chapter 408 Tunnel Worm. West of Koshika Province, the Temple of the Protector. You cannot command a noble brainworm. Enslaving him is like commanding a humble servant. The fungal carpet in the huge sterile glass cryogenic tube creates a warm and humid environment. A TV screen wrapped with fleshy tentacles and chitinous shells emits a shining light. It is playing an advertisement for Umoy and Airy products, which will later switch to the Miss Tarsinus selection column. In front of the TV screen, a fat, white-skinned brainworm is lying on its side. Its worm-like head is tilted at a strange angle, as if supported by an invisible hand underneath. At first glance, the brainworm seems to be talking to the person on TV. Research has shown that brainworms can also feel bored. The young apprentice Egon Stetman excitedly walked through a heavy alloy door and came to the front of the glass cryogenic tube, holding up a Coke, fish, and chips in his hand. Stetman is a rising star in the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory. He is talented and can be called a genius. He was wearing a white coat that was too big for him, a pair of glasses on his forehead, and a pair of leather boots that were polished with feathers of some kind of bird. Egon, my dear friend. The brainworm turned around, and his creepy mouthparts squirmed, emitting flashes that represented his emotional fluctuations. I miss you very much. Perhaps because of his youth, the brainworm's voice sounded tender and delicate, like a child. Calculated by human age, this brainworm is just a child under 1 year old. Oh, no, 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 don't move. The joyful expression on Stetman's face froze. He was obviously very afraid of the brainworm in his heart. Stand there and don't move, if you have legs. Stetman stopped in front of the control console outside the glass cryogenic tube. Under his operation, the 4 mechanical arms in the cryogenic tube slowly approached the brainworm and twisted its fat body from the fungal blanket, like pinching the tail of a slug. Don't act rashly, understand? The monitoring station is always manned, and more than 2 leaders of the Cerberus company are guarding here. If you try to use your incredible mental power to control my mind, then the alarm hidden in my hat will go off. Do you understand? It will go off. Stetman rarely finishes a whole paragraph without making mistakes, which means that this kind of thing is already a piece of cake for him. Just like in the past, Stetman's emphasis on many things is different from others. It's just a routine inspection, testing the psychic index, extracting some tissue samples to study the DNA fragments of the alien Zerg, and, yes, I'll tell you something else later. Stetman operated the mechanical arm to put the brainworm on a silver stand and carefully lifted the rotating blade to cut a small section of the brainworm's tail. The brainworm has a strong self-healing ability. Their genes store a large number of patchwork DNA fragments. Removing a small section of tissue will not even make them bleed. The Revolutionary Army is also imitating the model of the brainworm and the main S-mind to manufacture instruments that can bypass the brainworm to control the alien Zerg. This is currently a project that is being carried out simultaneously with the cyborg worm of Cyborg. Just do it, Egon. I'm out of chewing gum. The brainworm made a series of orderly intervals of air and occasionally moved its fat body restlessly to make itself more comfortable. That little chewing gum is a last stock. It's useless to throw a tantrum. This place is far away from the human world. If there is no gum, there is no gum. When Stetman realized that the brainworm did not make trouble, he shook the paper bag in his hand, like coaxing a child. If you cooperate, these snacks will all belong to you. Stetman did not like his job very much. He privately called it a brainworm breeder. But the brainworms are by no means those harmless pets. They are extremely fragile, but the psychic power they possess is extremely powerful. Okay, then how about those Imogen cow cheeses? The brainworm pointed its tail at the TV. Interstellar Express, Frozen. Also, I've got my eyes on a Tarsinus hand-cranked ice cream machine. The clever brainworm has become proficient in using human speech to communicate with the human scientists who monitor it in the past few months, and regards getting fed through sweet talk as a pastime. More than 100 days ago, the brainworm still dreamed of escaping, but he finally gave up. I never knew that the brainworm would care about useless taste. Stetman said, as long as you cooperate, we will order it for you. God knows what I'm doing. Talking to the worm, and then helping it buy online. You are so kind, Egon. The brainworm said, for the 10,000th time, praise the merciful Marshal Mengsk and the Great Revolution. Okay, it's almost ready. Don't play any tricks. Stetman sighed, and he began to curse himself in his heart for happily taking this job 2 months ago. You understand, brainworm, you don't think I'm easy to mess with. Stetman stopped and patted the electromagnetic pistol on his waist. Thank God, you met me instead of others. I'm sorry I don't have hands. I can't applaud you. The brainworm was annoyed. You'd better hurry up, otherwise I'll scream. I don't know what you can get from that poor brainworm tail. In any case, even if you fry that piece of thick meat, it won't be very delicious. You know what that means. My scream can shatter glass, and it can't hold me at all. He threatened Stetman. The brainworm feels hungry, and when he is hungry, he can't guarantee that he won't eat animals with less than 4 legs. A noble swarm master is about to be furious. This is a warning that not all brainworms are as kind-hearted as me. So I suggest that the mentor give you a ban. That is, you are not allowed to sing. Stetman's focus is different. Stetman continued to operate the mechanical arm while saying, I have brought new news about the brainworms. I think you may be interested. Multiple evidences show that the oldest brainworm, Dagos, has left air and is missing. Go on. The brainworm chose to remain reserved at this time. In the past 2 weeks, the alien Zerg of Char has once again become violent, invading several surrounding human planets one after another and clearing our outposts. What does this mean? Stetman continued. The answer is obvious. Dagos is driving other brainworms to merge into a new alien Zerg master. The alien Zerg cannot live without a master, just like French fries cannot live without ketchup. The brainworm said with a click of the tongue. You are about to be in big trouble, new overlord. Are you trying to trick me? You cunning guy. This is not something that can be solved by a box of Coke. I need more to dispel my hatred. Oh, no, I just stopped to think, or rather, I was in a daze. Stetman's eyes widened. You mean, the brainworms can merge into a new overlord? This is big news. I have to write a report, which may save many people. He praised the brainworm. You are a hero. Oh, I will eat this number of humans and make you cry. This day will not last long. The brainworm expressed contempt for the word save and hero. The alien worm could not identify with these human concepts. When I return, I must first unify the Zerg, then destroy the Protoss, and make humans submit to my majesty. You have great potential. Stetman applauded and said, once the Overmind dies, you will be free. Now, there are many uncontrolled world Zerg in air waiting for you to control them. After completing his work, Stetman put the brainworm alpha back next to the TV, and at the same time, put down a cryogenic tube window and a mechanical arm, to throw the snacks in his hand to the brainworm. It should be so. The brainworm proudly raised his upper body. If he had 2 arms, he would have supported his waist. At this time, the alloy door opened again, and a Revolutionary Army scientist with beautiful wavy blonde hair walked in. Her graceful figure made Stetman blush. Behind the scientist were several guards in burgundy armor, who made Stetman feel uneasy. After that, Augustus Mengsk and Jim Raynor stepped into the door, followed by more ghost agents in black or blue and white tights. Stetman realized that something big must be happening. Beauty, how can we make this brainworm obey our orders? Raynor took off his gloves and said. He was wearing a vest with many pockets and a revolver on his waist. Generally speaking, the brainworm alpha will not agree to requests that undermine its dignity. You have to make him feel that he has been respected enough or even flattered. The blonde scientist replied. It sounds like it won't be harder than tickling a cat's armpit. Raynor came to the brainworm before Augustus, patted the shy Stetman on the shoulder, and signaled the young man not to be nervous. Future Swarm Master, we need you to help us with a little thing now. Oh, I'm all ears. The brainworm looked at Raynor without feeling the slightest fear. What do you need a brainworm for? The Zerg will kill and rampage, and that's what we should do. In short, we need you to control multiple tunnel worms, to open a road to the capital of the Protoss Empire. Raynor smiled. If you do a good job, there will be no shortage of delicious food. Easy. The brainworm was disappointed. That's it? Maybe we also need members of your clan to cause some damage in the province of Koshika. Augustus walked over. But your scientists have never let me control more than a few worker bees. The brainworm radiated a brilliant light. So I said maybe. Augustus looked at Stetman. Egan, it seems that you haven't tamed this brainworm. Tamed? The brainworm was furious. How dare you use this word? I'm the lord of the swarm, not a lion in a circus cage. Don't be nervous, Kit. You are much more powerful than a lion. Augustus said. You mean me? Yes sir, not yet. Stetman didn't want to admit that he had been distracted. Brainworm is unruly, eccentric, and irritable. I think you may need a stepmother who can give him motherly care, rather than someone holding the reins. How could a brainworm submit to humans? You can't enslave me. The brainworm shouted. Don't play tricks, Alpha. Augustus shook his head. Follow our orders to drive the tunnel worms to dig tunnels, and you will get a month's supply of cola. Otherwise, you will suffer. The Overlord is dead, and you can no longer be reborn in him. You are a good child. How evil. The brainworm responded. I want Cucinus cola produced in Tarsinus. Don't fool around. I can distinguish every bubble in it. Let's get started. Augustus also smiled. I have high hopes for this plan, and don't want it to go wrong. There are 2 tunnel worms underground in the laboratory. Control them and return to your identity as the master of the swarm. Do it, child. Although you are just a brainworm, according to the revelation of the Zelniger prophecy, perhaps the savior of this universe is a Zerg. Zerachel appeared from a group of black shadows. Protoss Dark Templar, don't get close to me. The brainworm screamed, remembering the memory of his brainworm brothers being slaughtered by Zerachel. Okay, I won't get close to you. Zerachel said, but you will understand that we are not enemies. There will be a day when the Zerg and other races will live in harmony. As soon as Zerachel finished speaking, the alloy steel floor of the laboratory suddenly sank and opened like an eye, and a huge lower cabin appeared in front of everyone. In it, 2 giant tunnel worms were slumped in it. Their twisted worm eyes were tightly closed, and their huge bodies were deeply embedded in the ground. It looks like they are dead. Raynor said. Ignorant people, death is not important, essence is important. As the light on the body of the brainworm became brighter, the 2 tunnel worms regained their vitality. They swam along the smooth alloy steel interior of the underground cabin like terrifying beasts, and the terrifying screams were deafening. Shut them up. Augustus said to the brainworm, then dig for me. You should be gentle with him. Raynor shrugged. There is no need to be gentle to wild beasts, because they will not understand your feelings at all. Augustus disagreed. I will keep this brainworm until he is tamed or proves to be too dangerous. In the future, he may be the only living brainworm in the world. After a few seconds, the 2 tunnel worms drilled into the ground again under the command of the brainworm. Their mouthpits and claws designed for digging went deep into the ground, leaving a series of opening and closing intestinal entrances wriggling, which was enough to give people a bad impression. Based on the special structure of the tunnel worm, all the tunnel networks are interconnected. It only takes a short time for the head of the tunnel worm to drill out of the ground and open a passage to the rear of the enemy. Maybe it will be a little disgusting when entering it. Raynor shook his head. Zerachel saw this scene and said, although no Dark Templar has ever entered the body of a tunnel worm, it must not be much more cruel than the worst environment in the universe. The Shadow Guard is waiting. Chapter 409 Arc. Sometime later, the Revolutionary Army built a xenomorph laboratory in the ruins of the Protector Temple. The delicate instruments and equipment in the laboratory were messed up by the tunnel worm's rampage and digging work underground. Egon Stetman was one of the people in charge here, and he was obviously overwhelmed by this. Most of these equipments were names that Stetman could not pronounce in full. Just looking at the irritable expression of his teacher Dr. Frankus, you can tell how expensive they were. 2 years ago, the doctor was still a staunch supporter of the Terran Federation, but now he is called Mengsk's lackey and a scum of the scientific community by the mainstream media of the core world. However, Augustus Mengsk didn't care about the loss of these equipments at all. Compared with a battle that determined the fate of the Protoss Empire and even mankind, it was nothing. Many Protoss Dark Templars were standing on the cracked metal floor of the laboratory. They were all wearing dark purple robes, long veils or helmets and masks decorated with sharp teeth and claws of the alien Zerg. These Dark Templars are from the Shadow Guards of the Matriarch of the Protoss of Shakurus, and they are the elite of their tribe. In front of a door with folding fan-like leaves, the Protoss Templars in full armor are marching in, and their heavy boots are like the rumbling of drums when they step on the ground. The team is led by Phoenix and Artemis, who are talking to Augustus together with the leader of the Dark Templar, Zerachel. Standing beside Augustus, Stetman, who is listening attentively with his hands down, has never seen so many big figures in one day. The executive officer of the Protoss is extraordinary and has a firm mind. He always looks at this poor apprentice who is trembling with pity and mercy. Egon, what's wrong? You are trembling. Raynor said to Stetman, who was looking down with confusion. There's nothing to be afraid of the Protoss. In Swan's words, they're just a group of aliens with big foreheads. Huh. Stetman jumped up nervously, and he spoke at an astonishing speed. Research shows that the strength of psychic power is related to the structure of certain areas of the brain, and in this regard the protists have obviously evolved to a very perfect level. However, physiological differences lead to different ethical concepts between the protists and humans, which makes them gap with humans on the issue of honor, but deeper research may involve the fields of philosophy and morality. Oh, I didn't ask you that. Raynor pointed to Artemis next to him. Don't be afraid, Kit, the protists won't hurt you. Hello, Egan Stetman, I've seen many humans, and their spiritual purity is far less than yours. Artemis gave him a kind glance. When he heard this, I know he is not afraid of the protists. It's simply because there are too many people here. This is rare among the protists. Egan is still very talkative in the areas he is good at. Well, go and help Franco clean up the mess. He is about to explode like a boiling pressure cooker. Augustus patted Stetman's shoulder, and the latter immediately felt relieved, and left happily like a puppy out of a cage. This kid has a good heart, Renault said. As long as someone can give him the right leadership, Egan Stetman's achievements in the future will definitely exceed our imagination. Augustus said as he looked at Stetman's leading back. You say this to everyone. Renault shrugged. Your achievements will not be limited to the foolish opinions of fools. Your potential is far beyond your imagination. This time is different. Augustus also shrugged. You said the same thing last time. Renault said. It was different last time too. Augustus said. Artemis, you didn't find Auriga and his fist again. That means they could come out and cause trouble at any time, which is bad news. Augustus looked at Artemis and Zerichel and continued to talk about what they had just discussed. Augustus said, no matter what Auriga and his boss behind him want to do, their most obvious goal has been achieved, which is to provoke a war between the Supreme Council and us. It's not just revenge. He wants to weaken the power of the Protoss Empire. I will hunt Auriga down to the ends of the earth. Zerichel swore firmly. In any case, Auriga's goal must have been achieved. Countless warriors are wielding the butcher knife against their own people. I thought the fall of Ea was the end of this catastrophe, but I didn't expect it to be just the beginning of a more cruel ending. Artemis said to Augustus. This meaningless civil war must be ended as soon as possible. For this purpose, I have assembled the best warriors of the Akali tribe. Cerebrate, how is the progress? The Zerg has already dug a large number of complex tunnel networks underground in the province of Koshika. With the help of these tunnels, Augustus was about to ask the Cerebrate in the cryogenic tube about the progress, but was interrupted directly. Shut up, I'm controlling those tunnel worms. Don't interfere with the judgment of a swarm master. The Cerebrate turned over and moved its tail. The excavation work is also part of the Master's great plan, and it cannot be questioned by an outsider. As the top level of the Zerg main nest mind, the Cerebrate can directly take over the control of the bodies of its group members when controlling the Zerg, or command endless Zerg to charge. At this moment, this Cerebrate is controlling the tunnel worms to open up a wormhole network leading to the capital of the Protoss Empire, Koshika province. It must be said that the Cerebrate is still happy to dig holes. Nothing can give him more sense of security than dark and humid tunnels and caves. It's almost done. The Alpha Brainworm proudly announced to Augustus and others after more than 10 seconds, without realizing that he seemed to be asking for credit. I have opened a passage that leads directly to the underground heart of the Koshika Provincial Council. Through this wormway, the swarm can directly appear in the heart of the Protoss Empire. Servants, the moment of destruction has come. By devouring the Protoss, the swarm will surely reach the end of evolution. I'm the swarm. Action. Augustus nodded and looked at Zerichel. According to the plan, Zerichel, you and your Dark Templar will launch the most fatal attack first. Shadow Guards, sons of Shakurus, follow me. Everything is for Ea. Zerichel quickly took his Dark Templar away. When these warriors marched together, their robes fluttered like flowing shadows. We will avoid killing as much as possible, but we will never be merciful. Then there are my Templars. Artemis said immediately. Once Zerichel successfully enters the heart of the council and forces the arbitrators to surrender, I will lead the Templars to control the entire council. We know the terrain of Koshika very well. Phoenix said, the Templars guarding there have many of my old friends, and they will definitely be willing to listen to me. Artemis and Phoenix led a large number of Templars in golden armor to catch up with Zarachil's troops and ran towards the tunnel worm entrance under the laboratory. We are the important figures who will appear at the end. How can such a big scene be without the Revolutionary Army? When Raynor checked his weapons and equipment again, a team of Revolutionary Army Special Forces soldiers wearing golden and red CMC 300 field porcupine power armor came to them in two long lines. Behind the Revolutionary Army soldiers were more than 20 Revolutionary Army ghost agents, who proudly called themselves the Ghosts of the Marshal. I hope everything goes smoothly. Augustus raised his left hand to look at the watch, calculating the time it would take for his troops to enter the tunnel worm. Bang! Suddenly, with a dull crash, Augustus and Raynor once again looked at the cryogenic tube that held the brainworm behind them, and suddenly saw a face of a brainworm pressed against the glass. This cryogenic tube was very large, and the location where the brainworm was just now was several hundred yards away from the glass curtain wall. Generally speaking, brainworms do not have the ability to move, and their fat bodies can hardly move, and everything is done with the assistance of their own tribe servants. Is he asking for candy? After a few seconds of silence, Augustus looked at Raynor and said, or did we just ignore him? Raynor was confused. He thought about it, took out a dozen bundled lollipops from a pocket in his vest, opened a small door on the glass curtain wall, and threw them on the brainworm's forehead, which was not protected by any exoskeleton or hard skin. The brainworm picked up the candy bars and left without saying a word, like a caterpillar. When he returned to the TV, he said loudly, Jim, my dear friend. It must be said that, except for being studied occasionally, the life here is no different from that of the brainworm in the hive in the past. They would stay in their nests for a very long time without moving. The brainworms will understand everything about the outside world through communication with other brainworms in the eyes of the group members, and will not feel any depression or discomfort. After all, when the Swarm Master created the brainworms, they gave them the mission of commanding the group, without the need for the brainworms to fight. I hope you can have a good time, Alpha. Raynor said to the brainworm, once we think you are not a threat, we will give you freedom. No one has stipulated that citizens of the Terran Empire cannot be bugs, and no one will deprive a brainworm of the right to shop online. Well, Alpha is different. Augustus also agreed with Raynor's words. Alpha is different from all brainworms. All his words come from an interesting soul. At this time, Augustus actually felt like he had a pet bug. If Alpha could really become a guardian bug, Augustus would not have to bet on the Cerberus plan to solve the alien bug problem. A great Swarm Master will never be content to be inferior to others and beg for mercy. You can't regard brainworms as slaves. Everything I do is not priceless. Alpha was probably tired, and he quickly turned his attention back to the TV. Go away. Let Alpha watch TV quietly, praise the revolution and the benevolent master for the 10,000th time, and feel the comfortable life he has given us now. Well, you'd better save some food. Raynor and Augustus looked at each other. As the old saying goes, even the landlord has no surplus food. Did you hear that? He agreed with the name Alpha. Before, this brainworm always thought it was a shame to accept a name given by someone other than the master. He whispered, maybe this brainworm is just too proud and arrogant and double-hearted. He looks like an old friend of mine. Augustus said, that old friend must be very angry, because you actually think he looks like a bug. Raynor laughed loudly, and his laughter made the brainworm Alpha in the distance tremble. Anger seemed to be brewing in its fat white body. Be quiet, don't let him think we are laughing at him. When Augustus turned around and prepared to leave, he met Carrigan, who was running fast. The guards are ready, Carrigan said to Augustus. When marching in the intestines of the tunnel worm, you must use the Vulture hoverbike. The Protoss have similar substitutes. At the maximum speed of their flying discs, it will take only a few hours to reach the destination. Let's go, Augustus said. I hope we can solve this tonight and return to Caprulu. Raynor waved his hand, and the soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards the entrance of the tunnel worm on the lower level. During the period after the tunnel worm woke up, the lower laboratory had been covered with the alien Zerg fungus blanket secreted by the tunnel worm. Multiple hills of organic meat were standing on the fungus blanket, covered with a thick layer of hard bones and shells. The entrance was like a monster's bloody mouth, and the sharp teeth looked like they could push the alien Zerg that were about to enter in. Augustus boarded a golden red vulture and ordered the livid-faced Renault to sit behind him. "What's wrong with you, Jimmy? Do you have any doubts about my driving skills? Just let me drive for the marshal," Kerrigan said to Augustus. "You never consider the people in the back seat. Last time you almost threw out the political officer your father sent from Umagen to help you." Sorry. Augustus didn't mind having a companion with Kerrigan, but he wanted to go with Renault more. Nothing could make people's adrenaline surge more than racing in the worms of the tunnel. Augustus had no choice but to get in Kerrigan's car and fasten his seatbelt. When the entrance of the tunnel worm began to wriggle, a large amount of worm fields and flesh-colored soft tissues were turned out. As Kerrigan suddenly started the vulture, Augustus' eyes suddenly fell into darkness. The intestines of the tunnel worms are like a straight tunnel. There is no light source inside except the headlights. The tunnel worms are surrounded by the solid bodies and flexible cartilage. The smell inside was not awful, but it was not much better than the sewer. The convoy drove for nearly 3 hours before reaching the exit of the tunnel worm. When Augustus could not open his eyes due to a flash of light that reappeared, an incomparable giant underground cave appeared in front of him. The 4 walls of the cave were as smooth as glass and inlaid with blue natural crystals. The 4 walls extended infinitely upward, left and right, and the dome was as high and unreachable as the sky. In the center of the cave, a golden blue giant ship that seemed to support the entire dome stood in the shining crystal light and the harmonious resonance of the matrix, shaped like the tip of a spear. She was more magnificent than all the mortal warships so far, like a spectacle of thousands of cities made of gold. A 4th level writer. This also shows that the lack of achievements in interstellar works is definitely not a problem of niche themes. The editor-in-chief strongly recommended it on the 22nd. It's great. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 410, Spear of Adun. The convoy of vultures drove at high speed along the sandy ground of the giant underground cave, which was dotted with crystal clusters. The plasma thrusters spewed out bright blue flames like bullets. The bottom of the cave was covered with a layer of fine white sand, shining like gold and soft like flour, like an undulating white ocean. The surface of the white sand sea was not flat. There were puddles of pure groundwater everywhere, which reflected the light emitted by the crystal clusters. Thousands of magnificent stone pillars supported the dome of the cave. Their perfect and gorgeous cuts were definitely not formed naturally, like spears piercing the dome. They were engraved with vines or spiral patterns, and some simple words written in the elegant Protoss language expressed the Protoss poetic and beautiful understanding of the universe, which was born in the golden age when the Protoss Empire was the most prosperous and affluent, and the culture was the most prosperous and confident. The stone pillars themselves also emitted a soft green light, which intertwined with the brilliance of the crystals to form a dreamy sky covering the cave. It was cold and dark under air, but the crystals embedded in the stone walls provided light and heat, like the sun, moon, and stars. The area of the cave was so huge that even at the fastest speed, Augustus's vulture was only a little closer to the towering golden blue warship. It was dozens of miles high, with a launch support as big as a city in the center. The support was made of golden metal and a dazzling crystal matrix, radiating a shining luster every moment. It was really a mountain on the horizon, and even after walking for so long, it was just a distant shadow. I have never seen such beautiful things. They are like spears of light cast by light, golden crystal. Renault drove the vulture closely behind Augustus's car, while sincerely admiring the magnificent warship standing in the distance. "You are a poet, Jimmy," Augustus said. "That's what happens when you deal with the Protoss more." Raynor laughed. "Cowboys can recite poetry, too. Guess how big that Protoss arc is? How long is it, and how wide is it at its widest point?" Augustus looked through Kerrigan's well-proportioned and powerful shoulders at the distant golden blue giant ship that was as majestic as a mountain. It was like a celestial city that reached the sky or a giant tower that pierced the clouds. Its scale was 100 or 1,000 times that of the Protoss round tower style buildings. If the Protoss hadn't told Augustus and Raynor that the Ark-class giant ship forged in the golden age of the Protoss Empire was buried underground in the heart of the Koshika Council, they would have only recognized it as an unparalleled underground giant city at first glance. It's probably tens of miles or longer. It's hard to say. Raynor's communication channel occasionally heard the sound of the wind. I thought the sky tower of Tarsinus was the most amazing thing in the world, but compared to the Protoss, it's just a small mound dug by a marmot under the mountain. The Protoss Ark, Tacitus said it was built to preserve the Protoss fire in the darkest era of the Protoss Empire, not for war and destruction. So, someone in the golden age of the Protoss Empire predicted today's disaster, so they forged them many centuries ago. Raynor complained. Oh, Augustus, look at what our ancestors did. They enclosed all the resources of the main star world and then sent their descendants to the barren marginal planets to expand their territory. They only cared about themselves, and they left nothing behind. You have to find the nobles and tycoons of the Federation for this. They don't care about what will happen hundreds of years later. Augustus laughed it off. If the Protoss have such warships, why haven't they used them yet? Raynor continued. Swan told him that a Protoss engineer named Carax once boasted to him that a single Protoss Ark could launch and win a war with a civilization of the same level. Now I'm beginning to suspect that he may not be bragging. A warship this large would be enough to destroy the entire main city of Tarsinus, even if it were to fall on it, not to mention those wishing Protoss laser weapons that could burn our thatched houses to ashes in orbit. This may be true, but at that time the Protoss had never encountered enemies of the level of the Zerg. Augustus said in the communication channel. Tacitus said that the Supreme Council had no original plan to activate the 3 arcs under Ea, because they still believed that they would never be defeated, and the Protoss were far from extinct. Augustus said, when we arrived at Ea, even though the Supreme Council had lost a lot of territory, they still stubbornly believed that they could not be defeated. What happened later is what we saw. We won. You know, if we had nuclear bombs, when Korhal was attacked, I would have ordered them all to be launched instead of burying them in the ground and waiting for them to sprout. There are 3 arc ships of the same specifications buried under Ea, buried in different cities. Just digging caves that can preserve these super battleships has cost the Protoss Empire unimaginable manpower and material resources. Each battleship is exquisite and is a masterpiece of the Calais engineering community. The arc ships preserve all the achievements and knowledge of the Protoss. Once the Protoss Empire faces a catastrophe, it can be launched into space and leave Ea to preserve the last spark of civilization. As far as Augustus knows, the Spear of Adun under Koshika and its sister ships, the Pride of Otilis and the Memory of Nessin, under the other 2 cities are all well preserved. After Augustus and Tacitus returned to Ea, there was no civil war with the Supreme Council. The addition of the Colossus and the Mothership also strengthened the confidence of the Supreme Council, so they did not force the activation of the Ark. It was precisely because of these changes that the other 2 arcs that were supposed to crash were preserved. Now, they have decided to use these weapons in the Civil War. Raynor said, if so, it would be too ironic. At present, it seems not. Augustus said, but we can't figure out where the Supreme Council's bottom line is. Since Terran has already mixed in among them, it is very likely that he is secretly fueling all this. You attach so much importance to the Protoss named Terran. I don't understand, but there must be a reason for you. Raynor ordered in the command channel. Hurry up, guys. We still have to drive for a while. This place is ridiculously large. Where's Titus? Why didn't he come? Augustus suddenly asked after a few seconds. I thought he had come. Raynor said, didn't you order him to come from Antioch? Even if he took a transport ship, it would take a long time. Well, we have to set off quickly, before we can see if he has arrived. Augustus remembered that he had completely forgotten to ask Titus to come, and he gathered his men and set off without waiting for long. This time, Titus will miss the real big scene. Raynor said, did you see that there are Protoss drones and small fighters exchanging fire around the Protoss Ark? It seems that Zarachel and Artemis's people have alarmed the guards here. Originally, I was thinking about whether to secretly drive the Ark into the sky. The convoy continued to move forward, passing over collapsed stone pillars and charred Protoss mechas. The sections of these collapsed stone pillars were all new, evidence of a brief but fierce battle that took place over the course of several hours, as evidenced by the remains of the Protoss smart mechanical guards and Dragonite mechs scattered on the white sand. As Augustus got closer and closer to the nearest Protoss arc, the outline of its majestic main body became more and more eye-catching. Its appearance was indeed an unreachable golden blue spire or the tip of a spear, with its top dozens of miles above the ground, dwarfing both the human vehicles and the gold beetles moving on the ground. When the Vulture approached the launch platform at the bottom of the arc, even the edge of the platform was like a high wall of a city. Facing Augustus was a high-ranking Templar of Artemis and his fanatics, who had completely occupied the launch platform of the arc. "Greetings, son of Air. Where are Artemis and Phoenix?" After Kerrigan parked the Vulture behind a dense cluster of crystals, Augustus got out of the car and walked towards the high-ranking Templar who was waiting for him. Behind Augustus, more than 200 Vultures stopped in unison, and a large number of Field Porcupine members and Ghost agents wearing special combat armor stood silently in line, waiting for instructions. The Executor has arrived on the surface and is attacking the heart of the Council where the Supreme Council is located. The high-level Templar's mental language went straight to Augustus' heart, and under the influence of the powerful psychic power of the Protoss, the latter even saw the Phantom of Artemis and the Templars fighting bloody battles. Zarachol's Dark Templar had disappeared into the darkness, vowing to bring back the promise of a truce from the arbitrators of the Supreme Council. The roar of the Templars embracing the glory of battle echoed in the Kala, and the guards of the Supreme Council are sadly heading for defeat. "Listen to me, brother," Raynor said to the High Templar at this time. "Perhaps we can sail this arc out to deal with the Supreme Council. This is also the plan of High Executor Tacitor. He originally planned to activate the Spear of Adun to ensure absolute victory over the Zerg. Now, whether to prevent the Spear of Adun from falling into the hands of the Council or to reclaim our sacred home, Tacitor is determined to activate it," the High Templar said. "The Spear of Adun, she is the first arc named after the Protoss hero Adun. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, Adun participated in the ceremony of the ignition and launch of the Spear of Adun as an executor. He introduced the magnificent ship in front of them to Augustus. There are warriors from the Golden Age sleeping inside the Spear of Adun. They must still remember Adun's heroic deeds. It takes a huge amount of energy to activate the Spear of Adun, and we must gain control of the 5 energy matrix batteries on the heart of the Council," he said. "We have already controlled 3 of them, and Grand Archon Phoenix and the Executor are heading to the location of the remaining 2 batteries. In other words, this matter does not actually require the help of humans. You can handle it yourself." Raynor had originally thought of fighting a hearty battle with Artemis, but now he was a little disappointed. "Of course, my friend, if there were no humans, we would not be able to continue fighting, and the Protoss Empire would have perished," the High Templar said kindly, "but we still need your help. Tell me about it." Augustus nodded. "Marshal Augustus Mengsk," the High Templar said immediately. "In order to attack the heart of the Council, the Executor has withdrawn most of our forces, which means that we no longer have enough warriors to attack the interior of the Spear of Adun. Is there anything else in the Spear of Adun that can threaten you?" Augustus asked. The High Templar replied, "The Spear of Adun is an arc that has been sleeping for countless centuries. Its core and the Templars within it are dormant. After defeating the Council guards guarding the Spear of Adun, Dark Archon Zarachol discovered signs of Dark Templar forces remaining around the arc. The Executor suspects that the followers of Dark Templar Auriga may have quietly sneaked into the Spear of Adun, attempting to steal the knowledge and advanced ancient technology sealed in it. How many are they?" Augustus was not afraid of fighting the Dark Templar, but he had to make sure that his men had the ability to compete with a group of Shadow Masters. To perfectly avoid the guards, their number must not be too large, the High Templar said. "You are willing to let a group of foreigners enter the Ark of the Protoss Empire?" Augustus smiled. "In our opinion, you are also Protoss." The High Templar's eyes flashing with cobalt blue flames were slightly curved, as if smiling. "Okay, another question, friend. How do we get in?" Augustus, wearing a golden red power armor, stepped on the gorgeous metal floor that looked like golden stone. "I hope you don't mind that the country bumpkin's boots are too dirty." Raynor shrugged. So, we can also have a chance to fly into the sky with the Ark. Follow me, the high-level Templar said, leading Augustus to a huge obelisk and inserting his palm with 2 thumbs into the hole in it. With the rising white spirit in the clear resonance of the crystal like a dragon's roar, a warp gate like an iris appeared. The Protoss never used doors, Raynor said. No danger. Kerrigan, who was always highly nervous, said to Augustus. The high-level Templar took the lead and walked in, and Augustus followed without any hesitation. In the time it took for Augustus to close his eyes and then open them again, his eyes suddenly became clear. A moment later, they were standing on every deck of the Spear of Adun. The golden metal decks were still shining, like new even after many centuries. After adapting to the light inside the Spear of Adun, Augustus realized that he was just standing on a white corridor that spanned the entire relay zone cabin. The corridor was like a vine entwined around a pillar, winding up and down. Up was the Spear of Adun's bridge on the surface, and below were the stasis chambers in the Starforge, with countless pillars shaped like golden javelins. After the Archbishop reminded me, I completely forgot that the 3 arcs were hidden in different cities on air to prevent all of them from being written off. They were buried under 3 different cities, spanning the entire air planet. There was only the Spear of Adun under Koshika. I had a brain twitch. Change it. Also, let me dispel a rumor. The idea that the memory of Nizin and the Pride of Otalis are library ships, and engineering ships is a private design made up by someone. As for the other 2 arcs, only the names were mentioned without detailed settings. This idea is widely circulated, but I have been looking for it for a long time, and cannot find the source. It should come from the field that the highest protector of each arc is good at. For example, Rahana, the highest protector of the Spear of Adun, is good at military affairs, and Shatterer is a master of physics and engineering. Don't be misled by Baidu Encyclopedia. Anyone can change that. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep a few days ago. I was completely out of shape. Chapter 411 Old Woman. How cool. Raynor sighed. You Protoss call it the Ark. When I was a child, I heard the priest in the church talk about the story of Noah's Ark carrying the last fire of mankind to escape the flood. Maybe the culture of humans and Protoss has something in common. The Ark was born in the ancient times, when the Protoss were still in the fishing and hunting period. They were originally built by tribes that feared the sea. The giant ship is like a fortress floating on the sea, standing still in the storms and waves that ravaged Ea. Although there was not much expression on the face of the high-level Templar, the strong emotions of the Protoss were enough to affect humans. And the Apocalypse Arc, like the Spear of Adun, is to protect the Protoss in the storm that can sweep Ea and even the entire world. From then on, the Protoss no longer has to fear the darkness. Come with me, Marshal Augustus Mengsk. The High Templar said to Augustus. We must first awaken the ancient Calais phase technicians sleeping in the stasis chamber of the Spear of Adun and order them to activate this Ark. The Ark, the Spear of Adun, the Pride of Otalis and the memory of Nessin. They are all precious heritages. Although they all come from starship engineers thousands of years ago, they still have quite advanced technology and are familiar with the technology of the past and present. They are the supreme treasures of the Protoss Empire, he said. As long as the Spear of Adun is restarted, the Dark Templar hiding inside will have nowhere to hide. Well, advanced ancient technology, Raynor shrugged. Okay. The High Templar walked through the corridor of the Spear of Adun engraved with gorgeous patterns and symbols, and walked towards a control console with a blue light projected on it. No one spoke, and the only sound in the white corridor was the tapping of combat boots. Even though 1,000 years had passed since it was buried underground in the heart of the Koshika Council, the wide and bright bridge of the Spear of Adun was still as clean as new, without even a speck of dust. This was due to the mechanical servants that had been working diligently for centuries. These sunfish-like intelligent machines were like buzzing worker bees, always working hard and loyally maintaining the Ark day after day, allowing it to be launched at any time. Do you sense the Dark Templar of Auriga? Augustus walked forward on the undulating corridors of the Spear of Adun. Even he was amazed by the exquisite wall carvings, the matrix carved from pure crystal, the cage-shaped cabins and energy circuits deep into the wall of the Ark. Whether the Spear of Adun was an unparalleled super arc or not, every part of her 74 km long hull was the crystallization of the engineering and aesthetics of the Protoss Empire starships. Absolutely precise and absolutely beautiful. If the Dark Templars are still in the Spear of Adun, and not far from us, their despicable thoughts and cold void energy will definitely not escape the Templars' sensing. After a while, perhaps realizing that what he said was too full of confidence, the High Templar added, considering that the Dark Templars are masters of hiding, he was unwilling to admit that the Templars could not deal with the Dark Templars' surprise attack well, but was ashamed of his lack of honesty. Then let them come. We have the best human warriors. Augustus smiled lightly, and his kind and playful laughter made the High Templar blush even more, causing unnatural colors to emerge on the other's dark blue skin. He is talking about us. Raynor laughed. As he spoke, the High Templar came to the console, stretched out his hand, and brushed the surface covered with gems, crystals and bright metal shells. A blue light curtain was transmitted, and many horizontally arranged Protoss Caroni characters and geometric figures appeared on it. Casa di Templari. Justice comes from order. I'm High Templar Adnacnus. The High Templar ordered the console, activate the warp net, and send us to the stasis chamber. And Zagatinas. Gods bless you, Templar. A fusion matrix light enveloped several Templars and more than 300 Revolutionary Army Field Porcupine Special Forces led by Augustus. The white light vibrated like dust in the wind, like white flour jumping on a sieve or water droplets splashing on the waves. Augustus was already quite familiar with this. He only waited for a few seconds before he stood in the stasis chamber that High Templar Adnacnus mentioned. As soon as he opened his eyes, Augustus had to redefine the concept of a stasis chamber. Just a cabin. Its height and area were enough to accommodate 20 Hyperion ships for fighters to take off and land. There were circular high walls on all four sides, with golden and blue single-person stasis pods densely arranged like bees. Each stasis pod was one person tall, and inside it was a Protoss Templar with his eyes closed. It was difficult for Augustus to tell how different these Protoss looked. He had always distinguished Protoss by their body shape, facial features and clothing, but he always made mistakes. The dome of this stasis pod was 2,000 feet, 600 meters, above the ground, equivalent to the height of the Mengsk family sky tower. Its dome was paved with pure and transparent crystal, with a wide field of vision. Above was the central spine area of the parallel and core matrix, and the high walls of the space launch port were surrounded by spiderwebs, majestic and spectacular. This was one of the reasons why Tacita decided to activate the Spear of Adun, and the sleeping Golden Age Fanatic Legion was secondary. The most important thing was that it also preserved many ancient technologies that the Protoss had lost in the war, and these technologies were Tacita's hope to restore the glory of the Protoss. This is where the Templar fanatics are sleeping. The high-ranking Templar checked and said respectfully, the Calais engineers are not here. Why not wake them up? Augustus asked, if these Templars are indeed warriors from the heyday of the Protoss Empire, then they may be able to help us. No, if they hear that we are against the Supreme Council. The high-ranking Templar said sadly, anger and rebuttal are just the best results. The Supreme Council will never make mistakes, and the orders of the Supreme Council must never be shaken. There is no doubt that the arbitrators have always led the Protoss Empire on the most correct path. He said, they cannot be awakened now. As long as we get rid of the Supreme Council, the Templar class will be the new parliament. Raynor showed an expression that I understand. He has always regarded the Supreme Council as the federal parliament of the Terran Federation of the Protoss Empire. This is not the result the executive wants. The high-ranking Templar sighed. But it is the best result for us. Augustus said. High Templar Adnacnus said nothing more. He turned and walked towards an exit of the stasis chamber, which was much darker in comparison. Augustus waved his hand and followed with his warriors. He noticed that the decoration of the stasis chamber and even the maintenance equipment inside this stasis chamber was much simpler than that of the Templar outside. All of this emphasized the difference in status and class, reminding the Calais what was insurmountable. But even so, these stasis chambers were exquisite works of art. After all, they were created during the heyday of the Protoss Empire. What? Who did it? How dare they? A mental scream from High Templar Adnacnus almost made Augustus faint. The anger contained in it was deafening. Damn it, to put it bluntly, this place must have been attacked by Auriga's people, just like entering a barn full of rats. Raynor picked up a broken console crystal from the ground with regret, and turned to look at the dozens of empty stasis pods embedded in the low walls. Auriga's Dark Templar didn't kill them. Augustus didn't smell the special bloody smell of the Protoss. They must have kidnapped the Protoss phase technicians here. What do they want to do? Stealing documents and our supreme heritage. A group of thieves and thieves. The Dark Templar are just. The high-ranking Templar thought of Zarachel and stopped talking. Although he was still furious about this, Radmagnus calmed down. This is just one of the stasis chambers. I'm not trying to dissuade you. If the people of the Fist of Auriga are ruthless enough, they can kill all the phase technicians and leave. In this way, unless we seek support from other phase technicians from the outside world, we will not be able to activate this arc. Kerrigan, who had been silent all the time, crossed his arms in front of his chest. I think the Spear of Adun will definitely not be as simple as driving a vulture car. You just need to have a normal brain. Auriga, you have done all kinds of bad things. Augustus commented. The high-ranking Templar was obviously hit by Kerrigan's words. Despite this, he still searched for one stasis chamber after another, but they were all empty and all the stasis chambers had been destroyed. What angered Radmagnus the most was that the last two stasis chambers were filled with the bodies of the dead ancient phase technicians. These phase technicians who were in stasis and had no power to fight back were killed by the enemy in a cruel way, and the blood flowed like a river. This is the style of the Tal'Darim Protoss, but that is also what Auriga would do. As long as he can achieve his goal, he will not care about morality or meanness. Augustus stepped on a pool of dark purple blood. I suspect that Auriga's Dark Templar has already left with these nearly 1,000 ancient phase technicians. In any case, it must be for his Docker plan. In the chamber, that was much smaller than the Templar's stasis chamber, each of the chambers slanted into the wall was lying silently. The sticky dark purple blood stained their heavy and luxurious robes and skin, and some Protoss were even roughly dragged out and thrown on the road. I can't believe this is something the Protoss can do. Raynor had come into contact with many Protoss, led by Tacitor and Phoenix, and had a good relationship with them. He almost mistakenly believed that all Protoss were so kind and upright. The crime is heinous. Radmagnus trembled with extreme anger, and his skin showed dense and different colored patterns like an angry octopus. Why do you do this? Why? They are engineers, astronomers and musicians. Even if they are alive, they will not cause any harm to Auriga. In this universe full of disputes and conflicts, the way to survive is to do whatever it takes. Augustus ordered the medical soldiers who followed him to check the injuries of these Protoss. The reports were all that the Dark Templar were merciless, and every blow was fatal. Open your eyes and look at this era, and you will find that the prosperous and harmonious history of the Protoss Empire is long gone. Look again. Maybe the people of Auriga missed some cabins. After all, they know nothing about the internal structure of the Spear of Adun. If that doesn't work, then contact your phase technicians in Antioch province and other regions. I remember that Swan has a good relationship with those Protoss. Augustus' words awakened Radmagnus, who immediately walked to the control cabin to repeatedly screen the database. There is still hope. There are still some Starfleet engineers and navigators sleeping in the control room under the War Council. They have seen the Supreme Protector Ahana enter the Spear of Adun to sleep in the past. The high-level Templar couldn't wait for Augustus to say anything, so he hurriedly activated the War Matrix and went to the War Council he mentioned to confirm. Augustus once again appeared on a carefully cut step. A transparent golden light projected down from the steps, and the surrounding crystals flashed brightly. The golden crystals covered the entire step like the sun, and the light was as pure as the morning light without impurities. The steps are long, and at the end is a heavy but majestic door. The spiral pattern that moves like a dragon is perfect and charming. The statue of the Templar is lifelike and majestic, as if it has been looking at you coldly for thousands of years. The whole staircase is filled with warm light reflected by solar fragments. The refreshing warmth and comfort can calm the most impetuous people. It's nearby, but I'm still not sure. Radmagnus walked up the stairs and said somewhat hesitantly, Rahana, the eldest sister of the three Supreme Protectors, is sleeping here. She was an active leader in the Golden Age, and her wisdom and prestige are on par with Adun. The Supreme Protector preserves all the history and knowledge of the Protoss, since the age of Ian catastrophe, as well as the memories of all deceased Protoss. They are the builders of history, a living great library. I don't want to disturb her, but it is said that Lady Rahana is a master of the art of war, and the advice she gave to the executive officers has played a role in reversing and turning the tide. She must have a very good relationship with Adun. Okay, hurry up, just don't disturb the old man. Renault reminded the high-level Templar not to waste time. His first impression was that this Protoss protector must have lived very long, an old witch who was even older than the Federation noble and Rhea Tagore. Okay. Radnakness's pace quickened. When he opened the door, dazzling light immediately overflowed from it like starlight, dispelling all the darkness. A Protoss woman with a circular psychic amplifier on her back, wearing gorgeous clothes and night robes, had her back to them. This is the darkest era. When the Protoss wakes up, there are no welcoming flowers, only endless wars and the sorrow of reversing the long river. Let me see you, the leader of the Protoss of this era. When the Protoss protector turned around, she was obviously stunned by Augustus, who was looking at her, and the revolutionary soldiers standing in line. Monkey, get out of the way, old woman. Raynor felt that he had been greatly insulted. We have urgent matters to do. If you think I'm a low-level monkey, don't blame me for pointing my monkey's ass at you, understand? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Koshika's Song. This is stupid. With the help of psychic power, Rahana's body floated several feet in the air. She was wearing golden armor and a flowing scarf and ribbons. Her huge four-hoofed feet were exposed, but Augustus would never associate them with pink feet. Rahana looked at Raynor, and was shocked and angry at his crude thoughts. The latter knew that the Protoss was exploring his thoughts at this moment, so this interesting Marcera cowboy filled his head with blue and purple-skinned long-nosed elephants. Simple and primitive, still using their mouths to communicate, they are standing on the miracle ship carrying the hope of the Protoss. High Templar Adnakness, you brought them in. Rahana's voice sounded far less gentle and pleasant than that of a young girl. Who is your executive officer? It's the monkey invasion, ma'am. Raynor shrugged. The human brain is 10,000 times more complicated than yours, alien. Karrigan said with one hand on his waist. So arrogant. Augustus sighed. It's the great Tacitor, our leader. High Templar Radnakness knelt on one knee to show the highest courtesy to the Supreme Protector Rahana. How does he compare to Adun? Rahana's tone was not as arrogant and condescending as a Supreme Council arbitrator, but it still made people uncomfortable. As the Supreme Protector, even the Supreme Council had to listen to their opinions. The Protoss has the most brave and fearless warriors, but if the Protoss are led by a brave but foolish person in the end times, even the Ark will be useless. Tacitor and Adun, in their respective eras, no one could match their military talents. Radnakness said. I know Adun, he was a general with a great reputation in that era, but even a genius general will have character flaws, or die prematurely due to a catastrophe beyond human control. Rahana no longer paid attention to the humans in front of her. Tell me what is happening on Aya. I feel the great changes in the Kala. In the council heart above the spear of Adun, the Protoss are killing each other, and everything seems to have returned to the ignorant and sad era of the Eon of Catastrophe. Supreme Protector, this catastrophe cannot be explained in a few words. The answer is in the Kala. All the Protoss are just fighting for the survival of their race. Radnakness didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and said to Rahana, now, we must wake up the phase technicians sleeping here, and launch the Spear of Adun. The Protoss Empire is already in danger under the invasion of foreign enemies, and the civil war is likely to destroy the Empire permanently. He said, I will find out the truth myself. Rahana glanced at the High Templar Adnakness, and walked towards the stasis cabin on the side of the Spear of Adun War Council Hall. In the endless darkness, the sparks have dimmed, and everything is silent, and that is the time to wake up the Spear of Adun. I have the Protoss memories and military insights, and can provide advice to the leaders of this era. A control panel unfolded by blue light and shadow appeared in front of Rahana. She stretched out her hand, and blue psionic energy spread out like ripples on the water. The dozen or so stasis cabins immediately dimmed. After a while, 2 Templars holding battle axes and wearing gorgeous armor and several Calais phase technicians walked out of them. Supreme honor. By order of Cass, the 2 Templars of the golden age of the Protoss Empire said with the will to die. Let's go. Time is running out. Augustus' eyes swept up and down the armor of these Templars, feeling a little envious. The Spear of Adun must be activated as soon as possible to concentrate the power of the Protoss to fight against the Zerg of air. Apart from the crystal matrix that cannot be replicated by humans, the craftsmanship of Protoss armor is worth learning, which is what the Revolutionary Army's chief engineer Ori Swan and his team are doing. That is, constantly improving the existing CMC power armor with the help of the Protoss. This also makes the craftsmanship of the Revolutionary Army's power armor production line gradually different from the standard armor of the Terran Federation. It should be so. Radnaknus said to those Golden Age Protoss who were several times older than him, but whose bodies were still in the prime of their lives in a stagnant state. You actually listened to the advice of such a primitive race, High Templar, and your position as the commander of the Templars. Rahana felt incredible. In her opinion, the scene just now was extremely absurd and magical. Until now, Rahana still could not accept the fact that a group of humans appeared on the Spear of Adun. Perhaps she had imagined countless possible scenes in the end of the world, but she never thought that there would be a group of primates jumping in front of her and pointing fingers at the Protoss commander. The executive once told me that humans also have noble souls and they are equally worthy of respect. Even if your vision is so high, you know that even the wisdom of every plant and tree is worth learning. Radnaknus replied. Yes, old antique, you still have a lot to learn. My father said that even dignitaries have to learn from farmers how to grow potatoes. Reno smacked his lips. Rahana didn't want to say anything more. Compared to those armed human soldiers, she was more concerned about Karrigan and Augustus next to her. Because Rahana had never seen such powerful psychic power in other races besides the Protoss, and Karrigan's power was even greater than that of many Templars. In Augustus, Rahana only saw the soul of a leader worthy of admiration, but she was not sure whether it was a disguise. As for Raynor, his thoughts and soul could even be called simple and easy to understand. Raynor was very upright, but not too rigid and easily broken. Such people in human society can always overcome the crises in their lives. A mobile platform that fell from the sky stopped outside the War Council Hall, and its area was enough to accommodate all the Protoss and humans. This mobile platform driven by a crystal matrix carried Augustus and others to the top bridge. The interior of the entire Spear of Adun jumped out in front of everyone. Below seemed to be countless magnificent cities and golden buildings. The space inside the ark was enough to support a complete ecosystem. When the mobile platform rose into the wide bridge of the Spear of Adun, the shining golden light almost blinded Augustus. It was not the first time that he was almost blinded by the various creations of the Protoss. The truly harmonious and pleasant melody was like the wind blowing on Augustus' eardrums, like an open bowstring and an upright string. The harmonious rhythm made people feel comfortable and harmonious. Multiple rectangular or polygonal matrix arrays composed of white silk threads unfolded and quickly burst around Augustus like bubbles. The magnificent bridge composed of multiple bridge platforms was surrounded by light, and the silent statues told the pride of an era. The bridge of the Spear of Adun was wide enough to even erect a huge crystal tower and a statue of the Great Khas. Those magnificent Protoss characters symbolized the Protoss reverence for the civilization mentor Zelniger at that time. Augustus walked quickly across the metal deck of the bridge until he came to the familiar star array of the Spear of Adun. Not far from the star array were the portholes shaped by energy and the ship walls facing the middle cabin. The light from the crystal matrix flickered, like white waves on the sea under the sun. The bridge of the Spear of Adun was close to the ground. Its bow itself was a majestic tower above the ground. Through the bridge, Augustus could see the magnificent dome towers of the heart of the Council of Koshika, which were like mountains and the statues that seemed to hold up the light and the sun. This city, built brick by the original followers of Khas, has experienced thousands of years of glory and still stands still even under the threat of the Zerg. The heart of the council is like a city made of gold, and the sun's light is not as bright as it. When Augustus stepped onto the Spear of Adun, the heart of the council was burning, the towers collapsed, and on each golden tower, there were figures of Protoss Templar fighting each other. Artemis and Phoenix did not lead many Templars, and it was obvious that many Templars stationed here joined them. However, the tenacity of the Supreme Council also exceeded Augustus's expectations. Many council guards still swore to defend the council to the death. It seems that Zarachil's Dark Templar did not succeed. At least the Supreme Council has not been completely eradicated. Some members of the council are still commanding the guards. The 5 batteries of the council heart have been activated, and the solar core is operating normally. It can be ignited and launched at any time. A Protoss Empire phase technician who woke up from the stasis chamber came to the star array table and just stretched out his hands, and the starlight filled the entire bridge. Everyone seemed to be in a miniature interstellar, with brilliant stars and countless galaxies and cyclones like rivers. The energy of the solar fragments is enough to support the launch of the Spear of Adun, but the Protoss Empire has already given up this energy source in the past. This master of the Kali phase technician from the golden age of the Protoss Empire seemed cautious even in front of the high-level Templar of later generations. He almost dared not look directly at the burning heart of the council. It was not out of fear, but it was all like a dream. In the golden age of the Protoss Empire, every member of the Protoss Empire was in a state of extreme self-confidence, and that kind of arrogance was far beyond the reach of today's Protoss. But today, the glory of the Protoss Empire has dissipated, like the fall of an immortal star. Start it. Radnaknus was excited that he was qualified to order the launch of the Spear of Adun. Stand firm. Raynor stretched out a hand to Augustus, indicating that the other party could hold him steady when the spacecraft was launched, but it only caused the other party to roll his eyes. Augustus could feel a humming and trembling from within the Spear of Adun. The incomparable ship roared and rose up. The lights on the bridge kept jumping and shining. Like a surging wave and storm, the Spear of Adun was launched into the air by the launcher, and the entire Earth was quickly thrown into the sky until there was a deep abyss below. The Spear of Adun was so huge that the energy that could eject it caused a strong earthquake at the location of the council heart. Cities and mountains trembled in the roar of the Ark's artificial stellar engine. Her majestic figure leaping into the air was like the king of the sky returning to the throne. The Protoss fighting underground could not ignore this magnificent ship and stopped to look up at the sky. All the Protoss had heard of the existence of the Ark and its great mission, but now her appearance only told those Protoss who still had illusions that the end of the world had really come. Legend has it that after the Ark was launched, the Protoss would sail away and begin to wander forever. In the time displayed by Augustus' power armor, it only took a few minutes for the Spear of Adun to smoothly leave Ai's atmosphere and stop in high altitude orbit. The Spear of Adun was running and driving, and Aya was already in front of Augustus. Not far from the Spear of Adun was a revolutionary fleet, and the flagship was the Hyperion. This is a revolutionary warship, Emperor's Wrath. I'm Colonel William Wachowski, Protoss warship, reporting to you. A man in a neat revolutionary navy uniform appeared on the communication screen of the Spear of Adun. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, good day. The young revolutionary navy captain carefully organized his words. He was born into a Korhal noble family and had a strict family education. Why are you on the Protoss warship? Is this new? Shut up, Wachowski. If you say another word, I will smash your mouth. Augustus put one hand behind his back, thinking that it was good to be able to pick up garbage in air, and the Ark was the treasure of the Protoss. However, with Augustus' current friendship with the Protoss, if he encounters trouble, he can call for support from the Protoss Ark. I really want to take an Ark from the Protoss, but that's just a pipe dream. Be careful not to be bullied if you tell the truth. As a bad friend, Raynor is happy to see Augustus suffer. You really don't understand anything. Kerrigan defended Augustus. You don't know the hardship of being the head of a family. What's the situation in the space war? Augustus asked. Not satisfactory. Colonel Wachowski replied, but the fleet didn't suffer much loss. We were just firing from a distance. Prepare to fight back. Augustus looked at the high-ranking Templar Radnaknus. Can the Ark fight now? The Spear of Adun can join the battle at any time. The answer was given by Rahana inside the Spear of Adun. who seemed decisive and cold when she spoke. Immediately check if there are any unidentified intruders inside the Spear of Adun. Radmagnus did not dare to mention the Dark Templar in front of Rahana. Unauthorized intrusion has been detected. 10 seconds later, the phase technician said, but the intruder has left. I'm Artenis. At this time, the face of Protoss Executor Artenis appeared on the main screen. When he saw Augustus and Radmagnus, he said happily, thank the gods, it was you who captured the Spear of Adun. Artenis, since you have time to contact us, the battle on the ground should be over soon, right? Augustus also asked. Most of the members of the Supreme Council were controlled by Zeratul, and the rest died in the conflict. Artenis did not feel the slightest bit of happiness for this victory. The remaining forces of the council are retreating. The report I received shows that the surviving arbitrators are preparing to activate the Ark of Otilis Pride under Mendra to escape from Ea. Chapter 413, Memories of Nezin. Executive, the fleet of the Supreme Council is retreating. This is the power of the Templars. As soon as Artenis finished speaking, Radmagnus, a high-ranking Templar guarding the star array, let out an excited heartbeat. The holographic screen of the Spear of Adun tracked a Protoss fleet that was entering the subwarp force field. Even though it was severely damaged, the Protoss fighters surrounding the Protoss Motha ships and aircraft carriers were still huge in scale. The Arbiter was surrounded by a gorgeous space-time vortex and blue flashes. The huge Protoss Empire fleet seemed to be placed on a layer of oily film floating on the water. A glorious victory, Commander. Artenis' praise made Radmagnus truly radiant. Our victory in Koshika has spread throughout Ea through Kara, and finally the supporters of the council gave up resistance. The strategic failure of the Supreme Council is obvious. They sent too many troops to the enemy-controlled area, leaving the rear defense empty. The arbitrators never thought that we would win by any means other than fighting from the front, and they were too confident in the council guards. Where is the Supreme Council retreating to? Augustus placed his hand on the Spear of Adun star array, and the light released by the golden metal and blue crystal illuminated his heroic face. If the arbitrators are losing the battle in Ea, where should they flee to? Analyzing the path of the space-time channel, the phase technician on the side turned on the control panel and calculated something. This is a route that will take a long time to reach, and its destination is not on the territory of the Protoss Empire. His voice was full of amazement, and became more and more urgent. Where are they going? Raynor studied the Protoss equipment carefully, but he couldn't figure out the Protoss words and numbers. Otherwise, with his talent for starship piloting, he would have been able to operate it. Only they and Cass know whether the destination is a place of blooming flowers or the end of the abyss. The phase technician replied. We can't let them leave like that. Augustus said this, regretting that he really didn't have a better way to stop a Protoss fleet that wanted to leave the battlefield from retreating, especially when this fleet also had a large number of arbitrator warships. There is no better way. The phase technician said, the Spear of Adun space-time technology is enough to imprison the dimensions of time and space, but she has just been awakened, and the military-industrial matrix, destruction cluster and assault cluster have not yet resumed operation. I originally thought that you meant that it can't be done, not that it is temporarily impossible to do so. The difference is really a world of difference. Raynor has seen the power of the Protoss mothership. Its terrible purification beam can burn the surface of a planet and even tear open the vortex of the starry sky. There is no reason that the Spear of Adun can't do it. That's irreversible. Artenis' tone is both, as if he can't stop the departure of the Supreme Council fleet, and as if he is fortunate that he doesn't have to fight with his own people to the point of death and bloodshed. The Supreme Council's fleet is warping their most loyal supporters through the Matrix network throughout Ea, and then heading away from their homes without looking back. I don't know why they do that. Even in times of crisis, the arbitrators refuse to abandon their homes. Well, Augustus said after a moment of silence. You mentioned earlier that the Supreme Council is preparing to activate another arc. Yes. Artenis said, I suspect that the Supreme Council has long planned to activate all the remaining arcs, including the Spear of Adun. If we hadn't attacked the Council's heart in Koshika, they might have used the arcs to deal with us. Maybe? Brother, we don't believe that they would go to the trouble of sending the arc into the sky just to set off fireworks and hear the noise. Raynor shook his head. I can feel that my little sister's thoughts have awakened, and her will is reconnecting to Kala. The solar core of the pride of Otilus is roaring like thunder, and she has been reborn. At this time, Rahana, the Supreme Protector of the Spear of Adun, said. Supreme Protector Shantara? The phase technician tried to establish a connection with another arc, the Pride of Otilus. This arc has already taken off. Supreme Protector Shantara is a master of physics and engineering. It is no exaggeration to say that the glory of the entire Protoss Empire's Calais engineering community is built on Shantara's foresight. Really? It's too late after all. Artemis said regretfully, the Pride of Otilus must be carrying the last arbitrators. This arc is their last hope for a do-or-die battle. I'm Executor Tacita. I'm on Yerlan's flagship. Spear of Adun, assemble to me immediately. Tacita's avatar appeared, and he took a moment to confirm that it was Augustus standing on the bridge of the Spear of Adun. At the same time, the coordinates of Tacita's fleet also appeared above the star array platform. Augustus, it's you. Tacita said. The situation is not optimistic. Although the fleet of the Supreme Council is retreating, they have activated another arc ship, the Pride of Otilus. I don't know what they want to do. Do as the executive officer says. High Templar Ad Magnus is a loyal supporter of Tacita and Artemis. After a brief flash, the Spear of Adun appeared at the edge of Tacita's fleet. This arc is so huge that Tacita's flagship carrier, the Star Shuttle, is just a tiny thing in front of it. A few minutes later, Tacita was teleported to the bridge of the Spear of Adun through the warp matrix, followed by Admiral Yerlan, the leader of his fleet. Compared with Tacita and Artemis, after the fall of his homeland, the angry Yerlan became more irritable. He is a pro-war Protoss who advocates the use of absolute force and fire to end everything and end rule. I immediately felt relieved when I saw that it was you who commanded the Spear of Adun. Tacita said as soon as he saw Augustus. It's just a matter of forcing you to do something. Augustus shrugged. I'm not the commander here. Supreme Protector Rahana, Senior Executor Tacita salutes you. I have read many stories about the Ark in the Templar archives. It was you who predicted the end of the world and led the construction of the Ark. Tacita then looked at Rahana, who was floating in the air, and said, it seems that the current Templars have not forgotten the past. Rahana replied indifferently, are you the current leader of the Templars? Excuse me, I still know very little about the war that took place in Aya. Perhaps you and I have the same opinion on this matter. This is both a catastrophe and a farce. Supreme Protector, since you know only a little about all this now, don't make any comments. After experiencing so much, Tacita would not give too much face when facing the conservative original ruling class. The Pride of Otilus has taken off. Phase technicians, try to establish communication with this arc immediately. Tacita turned to the star array station. I'm trying. The phase technician suddenly said, the detection system has captured the Pride of Otilus, and it is orbiting Aya in a synchronous orbit. I'm Arbitrator Katana, the current leader of the Supreme Council. An extremely old arbitrator with a collapsed face was bound in a stasis field. He was a real octogenarian, much older than the matriarch of the Dark Templar, Ratzagal. I have experienced a long time in space. I have witnessed the fall of the Dark Templar and the twilight fall of Adun. I was once a staunch defender of the Kala teachings, but now I only care about the survival of the Protoss Empire. Katana? Rahana repeated the name. In the era when I was not asleep, he was one of the elders of the High Council. In the name of Cass, I'm still alive. Salute to you, Protector Rahana. The High Council has not fulfilled the duties that Cass asked us to do. The loss of our homeland and glory is a great shame. Remember the mistakes we have made due to arrogance and ignorance, and warn future generations. The arbitrator nodded to Rahana, but soon turned to Tacita. Our executor, Tacita. The council has failed, and those elders have fallen into the hands of the Templar. Are you determined to execute them? Or are you determined to completely destroy the arbitration class? Tacita said. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by the other party. I'm not blaming you for your ruthlessness towards your own kind, Tacita. I just want to tell you, the Supreme Council has admitted defeat. As the price of defeat and to make up for the mistakes we have made, we have decided to follow the footsteps of our ancestors in search of the Xel'Naga, Levia, and embark on a new pilgrimage. That is the path that the ancestors of the Protoss Empire explored towards the universe in search of the Xel'Naga. This will be an expedition. In order to avoid the re-emergence of war and the killing of our own kind, we will leave until the day of retaking Aya, Tacita. By then, if you summon us, the fleet will return. Elder, as long as you swear not to start a war again, and accept the leadership of the new council of the Protoss Empire, you don't have to leave Aya. Tacita said. If that means changing the system established by Cass, and coexisting with the Dark Templar, then I will not agree. Arbitrator Katana said. No need to say anything more. Release the arbitrators you have detained, and we will leave after that. As soon as Katana finished speaking, the atmosphere immediately became more tense. I don't know if this is a lie. Tacita's eyes turned cold. The Supreme Council, which has an arc and a fleet, still has the strength to fight them, even if both sides are at war again. How dare you question the Supreme Council? We are already bowing our heads down. Katana felt great shame. Oh, you act like we are begging you, old man. Raynor, who was watching coldly from the side, complained. In the name of Cass, we will leave so as not to fight with our own people. If we break our oath, let Kara abandon us, and let our homeless souls scatter in the wind of the wilderness. After a moment of silence, Katana said. Then the oath breakers will meet again in front of Adun and pray for his mercy and forgiveness. Tacita added. Executor Moyo, release all the arbitrators. What? Just let it go? Raynor couldn't believe it. How do you know they won't betray you? This is the most vicious oath for the Protoss. Augustus said. After all, they really believe in gods and souls. There are always things that are more important than life. Oaths are meant to be betrayed. That's the meaning of their existence. Karrigan didn't think so. Tacita, there is no blood feud between us. Katana said after a few seconds of silence, if you hadn't sent the Dark Templar to attack the heart of the council, when the Peace Council was convened, we wouldn't have had to launch a counterattack. And in war, we are no match for the warriors after all. I didn't send the Dark Templar to attack the council. Tacita was shocked. We captured the attackers, and brought them to the Inquisition for questioning, and those Dark Templars, without exception, claimed that they were assigned by you. Katana quickly reacted. You mean, the Dark Templar who attacked us is someone else? Tacita was obviously shocked. He could hardly believe that the Supreme Council would listen to the enemy's words, and was completely speechless. Is he an idiot? Karrigan covered her face with one hand. Rather than being an idiot, it's better to be fooled. They are accustomed to communicating through telepathy, and their ability to distinguish lies is also very low. Raynor added, in fact, the Supreme Council really never lied. It is not easy to verify their true identity. Point we were provoked. Ironically, Katana didn't believe what Tacita said at all. Compared with their own people and the truth, they were more willing to believe what they believed. Why would I order the assassination of my own compatriots? Tacita lamented that all this was already irreversible. To this day, those dead Protoss will not be resurrected. Point this may be an unimaginable mistake. Katana sighed, said sail, pride of Otilis, and follow the path that our ancestors have taken. Debts are nothing to worry about. Raynor said. Arbitrator, I have a question that must be answered by you. Augustus suddenly said. The leader of mankind? You are worth my waiting here. Katana obviously knew Augustus. Is there an arbitrator named Terran on your ship? Augustus asked. Unexpectedly, after verifying it, Katana gave Augustus an unbelievable answer. There is absolutely no such person in the parliament. After a while, the pride of Otilis disappeared in a brilliant light, and the space-time jump force field it opened stretched for dozens of miles, and its traces would not disappear for many years to come. Wait, there is another arc. Augustus suddenly remembered something. The memory of Nessun has not been activated. The Supreme Protector Ahana said. Alana, the Supreme Protector of the Ark, my sister is still alive, but she is not in good condition. Artemis, Executor, immediately go to the area where the memory of Nessun is located. Tacita acted decisively and gave the coordinates of a city. Something is very wrong. Augustus frowned. Who is the closest to there? It's Swan's people. Kerrigan replied, "The Eldridge and the Engineering Corps are nearby." Chapter 414 Terran. The Protoss Empire Ark ship Nessun's memory is buried under a once magnificent Protoss city, far away on the continental shelf at the other end of the air. Augustus pulled out his heavy alloy boots from the muddy ground, filled with rotten leaves and muddy water, and looked ahead. It was a large area of flat swamps composed of puddles, small ponds and small rivers. There were iron-black trunks and branches lying on the mud everywhere, like the rotten black skeleton of a giant beast. The swamp stretched all the way to the north, with no end in sight. There was a rising red sun on the horizon, and the horizon was rendered into a scolloped straight line. Thousands of red clouds reflected an isolated city with tall buildings, and broken crystal fragments reflected brilliant red light. It was like a castle in a fairy tale, with countless spires hidden in the vermilion light. The fog and condensed water vapor made the scattered light dreamlike. An engineering team consisting of cranes, hover trucks and small spacecrafts was whizzing past Augustus. Several Goliath armed robots with red flags stood on both sides, and the anti-aircraft missile launchers on them rotated to lock onto possible hostile targets in the air. A few miles ahead was a wide river, and the engineers of the Engineering Corps were building a floating bridge on the river for four-wheeled vehicles to pass through. There were many wooden boards made from fallen trees in the muddy swamp, to prevent vehicles and people from getting stuck. Not far in front of Augustus was an ancient Zelnaga watchtower and two energy spires built by the Protoss Empire to power the air warp network. They were all damaged to varying degrees, and several Calais phase technicians who followed the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps were trying to repair these spires. Once the repairs were completed, these spires would deploy a warp network that would be enough to mobilize the Protoss's Templar troops from the other side of the planet. Each spire was towering into the clouds, with shining blue crystals floating in the elegant conical metal frame. The crystal was pure and radiant, as beautiful as a gem. Its facets were almost perfect, as if they were made up of countless mirrors. A cyclone of blue energy flowed around the crystal like a rushing river. The huge energy was enough to change the weather, causing dark clouds to always surround the sky above the spire. Before the Zerg invasion, this was a grassland and woodland full of flowers, with pure rivers and trees with high crowns, and the breeze and water in the forest sang in harmony. The Protoss Carré phase technician Carrax stretched out his broad feet to measure the land under his feet. The memory of Nessun is buried in the ground of Erida. In the Protoss language, Erida means perfection and golden ratio. She is the perfect city in the city of gold, a teardrop on the mirror-like lake of air. He said. Now there are only the lakes that are about to dry up, and the bare hills. The legacy of the empire is buried. The city of Erida that Carrax mentioned is surrounded by a wide blue lake, a bay that stretches out like two arms. The lake reflected the sky and a broken city, with tiny black clouds above like morning crows. It was the Zerg invasion that destroyed this place, but after the death of the Overmind, they apparently retreated to the vicinity of its corpse. Augustus sighed. We are like standing on the beach after that tsunami retreated, with ruins and corpses left behind everywhere. That's how they are, smashing precious things like a bad-tempered child, and all you can do is spank the child's butt, but nothing can be undone. Poets and opera writers call that a tragedy. Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, got off a truck with white steam coming out of the hood, followed by many engineers wearing brown work clothes and sun hats. There are many Mainhof women in Swan's engineering team, most of whom are his cousins. Mainhof women are short but strong, and are called mules on the mine. The rest of the members come from various planets, and most of them are leaving their hometowns for other planets for the first time. No matter how different these people looked, their skin had been tanned by the hot sun in Aya. Due to their busy work, either they were constructing new bases or repairing damaged weapons and equipment. The engineers of the Revolutionary Army had no time to fix their appearance. They were either unshaven or covered in dust, but their eyes were still bright. Swan, you're here. Augustus noticed that Swan's beard had grown a lot longer than the last time they met, and his voice was getting rougher. Same old, the hero is here. Swan laughed and replied. We heard that you wanted the engineering corps to dig an ark, so we came here immediately. This is a technical job. In any case, I hope the crane we brought is enough to pry it open. He said, during the past few days of fighting, we were so busy that we almost had to use chewing gum to fix the cracks in the power armor. Everyone worked very hard, and it's all because you gave them this opportunity. Our cranes can't deal with these big guys. Jim Raynor pokes one on the shoulder. The Protoss Ark is as big as a strait, and the steel it uses is enough for us to forge 100 fleets. It's really a precious legacy. Is this true? As soon as I heard that I was going to dig a grave, I rushed here without stopping. Titus crawled out from the back of a truck, and the huge power armor was full of the smell of mosquito repellent and whiskey. Protoss crafts are in great demand among the dignitaries of Umagen. The Protoss don't care about making dirty money, but I do. The world of Umagen is generally wealthy and has a very high level of education. It is a paradise for art and literature, and I have always been a loyal supporter of science and art. You speculator, we are doing revolution, not tomb robbers who steal and sell cultural relics. Augustus lectured Titus. I understand. I will take the blame and we will share the money later. Titus smiled. Marshal Augustus, one of my reconnaissance battalions has approached the city ruins of Erida, and no signs of Zerg or Protoss activities have been found for the time being. At this time, the voice of Colonel Pryor came from Augustus' communication channel. The roads in this area are soft and muddy, and there are rivers everywhere, which is not conducive to the entry of heavy machinery. We can only use weapons such as Sidewinder hover tanks for fire support. Colonel Pryor said. The scouts found a large number of damaged Protoss matrix crystals, which seems to explain why the Protoss cannot contact this area or warp and reinforcement. The Protoss have landed opposite us. Once they repair the warp matrix, reinforcement will come in an endless stream. Augustus said to Colonel Pryor, and your mission is to try to figure out why this arc did not start as the Supreme Council expected. Be careful, Colonel. The Protoss executive Tacita and I both believe that the arc ship memory of Nessun is not as simple as being unable to launch due to an emergency. After giving the order, Augustus walked towards the two matrix network spires in the distance. The closer he got to the spires, the stronger the wind rage due to the surge of energy. Carax, how long will it take to repair these two spires? Augustus asked the phase technician beside him. The latter was a dedicated Protoss engineer who got along well with Augustus. At this moment, Augustus was still very anxious. With the outbreak of the Protoss Civil War, the situation on Air became more and more dangerous. Taking advantage of the days when the Protoss were killing each other, the Zerg led by the Jumunganda and Milog tribes launched an attack on Antioch and Koshika provinces. Tens of billions of angry Zerg regrouped under the command of the brainworm Yak, which had hatred for the Protoss, and had become the ruler of the Aya Zerg. After the departure of the Supreme Council's fleet, a quarter of the Aya Protoss survivors followed the arbitrator on the Ark of the Pride of Otilus. Tacitus Templar troops had to face the Zerg alone, and even with the help of the Dark Templar and the Human Revolutionary Army, they were weak. With the powerful orbital firepower support of the Spear of Adun, the Protoss was not destroyed by the Civil War. And just like that, after discussing with Augustus and Zerichel, Tacita decided to lead the Protoss to retreat to the Zelniga portal, temporarily avoiding the Zerg's edge, and reorganizing the fleet to recapture Aya after a period of recuperation. And if they can activate another arc ship, Memory of Nessun, their strength will be multiplied. It will take at least 2 sunlight cycles. Carax replied to Augustus, generally speaking, we are used to directly warping into a new one instead of repairing damaged buildings or machinery. But now is different from the past. Many sections of the AL Matrix network have been severely damaged. Repairing them can save more time and materials. Through these matrix spires, we can warp the useful materials found in Erida to a safe place. I know this saying. It's hard to accept a tight life for a while, after living a life of wealth. Renault Hunt, if you have seen our broken cars that have been patched up for 3 years, you will know how poor people live. Carax, you will soon like this kind of life. What I like most is to fix those smoking bad boys and bad girls. Although they have been together for a long time, Swan's wonderful metaphors have never been understood by Carax, such as the former calling the anti-aircraft missile tower a spinning boy. Compared to other rebel groups, the Revolutionary Army was wealthy. They owned planets, mining areas, and complete military production lines to save money on military supplies. They also had the Mengsk family's mines on multiple planets, and funding from the Umoyan Council and Committee. but Augustus had to support nearly millions of Revolutionary Army soldiers and government officials, and also had to subsidize those who became refugees due to the Zerg invasion, purchasing the most basic agricultural production equipment, or distributing relief supplies for them. This not only brought reputation to the Revolutionary Army government, but also forced them to tighten their belts to make ends meet. Just at this moment, a thunderous roar made Augustus quickly turn his attention to the distant city of Arado. In the center of the city, the shock wave generated by the explosion whipped off many towering towers like a whip, and the earth was shaking. What's going on? Raynor also looked over. Have our people gone in? This is Pryor's assault division. We are in trouble. Pryor's image and voice appeared on the HUD display panel of Augustus' helmet. The scouts were attacked by an unknown psychic force when they entered Arada. The images sent back show that there are multiple protest troops with different positions fighting in the city's underground. Turn around, Augustus said after a breath. Augustus' helmet was playing the images recorded by a Revolutionary Army scout's tracking device. He had obviously come to the giant underground cave, where the Ark ship Memory of Nessun was buried through a pit suspected to be dug by the Zerg, and had entered the launch bracket below it. At first, the underground cave was very quiet, but as the scouts got closer to the Ark ship, they began to be troubled by a sudden psychic scream in their minds, which was obviously from the roar of the protest during the battle. As they went deeper, the scouts felt uneasy, but their commander still decided to complete his mission. This loyalty eventually made this brave and loyal unit stay forever in the underground of Arada. The attack happened in an instant. It was a heavy blow from the heart. All the helmets and power armors of the revolutionary soldiers were shattered under the unimaginable pressure, as if the ocean and the pressure of tens of millions of pounds had crushed them. Blood gushed from the edges of their eyes, like bloody tears. In the last scene, a blurry figure appeared in the recorded picture, and was automatically calibrated, until it was clear. It was a Protoss in a golden robe, and the clothes on his body were almost exaggeratedly gorgeous. Although Augustus could not distinguish the obvious differences between the Protoss in many cases, he recognized him almost at first sight. It was the Protoss arbitrator Duran who had appeared in the peace conference. His molten gold eyes stood up like a snake, and shone like the sun. Duran, the leader of the Supreme Council, Katana, claimed that there was no such person in the council. So how did he sneak into the suspicious Protoss council with a connection to the Kara psychic network? Duran is a mystery. He appeared near the Ark ship Nessun Memory at this moment, and no one knows what his purpose is. Considering that Duran himself is extremely cunning, and usually uses conspiracy, promises, and lies to play with people's hearts, when he appears, he must be accompanied by thugs who kill and kill for him, and the Dark Templar of Auriga is likely to be working for him. Duran must be trying to seize this Ark, and that has also aroused the resistance of the Templar inside the Ark. Augustus ordered in the command channel, attack with all troops, even if it means destroying the Memory of Nessun. He must not fall into Duran's hands. Chapter 415, Burn Together. What happened? Titus Finley, who was bragging to Marshal's Guard Captain Faraday, noticed the stern look on Augustus' face. The Memory of Nessun is under attack. Augustus had already listed all the troops that could be mobilized in his mind. He would never sit idly by and watch an Ark ship fall into Duran's hands. The scout team of the Prior Assault Division encountered the Protoss Arbiter Duran we met at the peace conference before. The monster killed them in just a few milliseconds. It was unimaginable that one of the only 3 Ark ships in the world would become a breeding ground for hybrid monsters, and even become the dark flagship used by the fallen Zelnagaraman to destroy the world. Duran, the old man who fell 3 times every 2 steps. I can't believe it. I doubt that a 5-year-old child in Marcera could knock him down. Raynor recalled the Protoss Arbiter who walked tremblingly, and was afraid that he would fall to the ground in the next second. He disguised himself well, Augustus said, but he couldn't escape my eyes. At this time, a violent roar was heard again from the city of Arada in the distance, and many black smokes were spreading over the city. Many APAD 33 transport ships of the Revolutionary Army were circling and landing in the city. From a distance, they seemed to be small black dots. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. I have begun to deploy reinforcement to the Arada region, and send as many capital ships as possible. Where are the Protoss? A large number of warp signals have appeared in many places in the Arada region. The Protoss reinforcement are coming at the fastest speed. Their vanguard troops may have entered the memory of Nessun. Kerrigan replied. What I'm most worried about is whether it is too late. Augustus looked at the smoke-filled city of Erida in the distance, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. If Terran had planned to seize the memory of Nessun before the Protoss civil war broke out, the battle inside this Ark ship might have lasted for many days. In the stasis chambers inside each Ark ship, several zealot legions from the golden age of the Protoss Empire are dormant. They are the most loyal, brave and powerful Templars of that era. Guarding the Ark should not be a problem. But if the Protoss warriors are not awakened in the normal way, they may not wake up and be slaughtered in their sleep. At this moment, the rising sun is rising higher and higher, gradually reaching an unattainable height. The bright sunlight covers the earth, and the whole dead and dying world seems to be breathing its last breath of air. In most latitudes of air, the sunshine time is very long. The abundant light is slowly drying up the puddles in the swamp, and the stench from the corpses is getting stronger. The sky is very blue, deep blue, like a calm sea, and the city of Erida is the reflection in the water. The Golden City is an appropriate name, both appropriate and inspiring, because every brick and tile built on it really looks like it is made of gold. The scenery of air is always magnificent. The pure sky and charming fields are one of the few good memories of the Revolutionary Army soldiers about this planet. But at this moment, this beautiful scenery can't bring any comfort to Augustus. Once Terran's minions seize control of the memory of Nessun and launch it into space, no warship will be able to catch up with her. It is a super Ark that is completely self-sufficient and can wage a war on its own. If Augustus has such an Ark, he can completely carry out the last step of the uprising, that is, to storm Tarsinus. Marshal Augustus, please immediately order all human revolutionary soldiers to evacuate the city of Erida. At this time, the Protoss Empire's Calais phase technician Carax, who has been following the Revolutionary Army, hurriedly ran to Augustus and at the same time stretched out his right arm to open the crystal holographic projection device on his forearm. Memory of Nessun is about to fall. In order to prevent the Ark of the Protoss Empire from falling into the hands of the enemy, the Supreme Protector of Memory of Nessun, Lady Orlana, decided to detonate the Ark Matrix and perish with the enemy. Augustus stared at Carax's eyes for less than a second and immediately issued an order to retreat in the command channel. This was completely in conflict with the previous order, but it was still resolutely executed by the commanders on the front line. Just now, Lady Orlana sent us the last message through Kara and the communication equipment. Carax showed Augustus the holographic image on his right arm. A Protoss protector wearing gorgeous golden armor and a long brocade scarf appeared on the screen. She looked almost the same as her sister, Rahana, the Supreme Protector of the Spear of Adun. Behind this Supreme Protector of the Protoss was a battlefield covered with blood. Many Templars in heavy golden armor surrounded her in a circle. Many Dark Templars holding warped blades stood around her, like shadows wandering around. The attire of these Dark Templars is the same as that of Zarachil's warriors, and it is difficult to tell whether they are members of the Fist of Auriga. I'm the Supreme Protector Alana. I woke up from the sobbing in the Kala, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the sharp blade of the betrayer. Alana said, there are only a few awakened warriors, and the Templars have to fight and retreat. The enemy is numerous, and we are few. The bridge and the solar core have fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the memory of Nessun is about to take off. I have no choice but to detonate the matrix circuit of the Ark. If the Ark does not belong to the Protoss, then she cannot belong to anyone. Rahana and Shantira have woken up. They are the last hope. She finally said, we will eventually return to the Kala, and death is the fate of all warriors. Eldest son, live forever. As the image came to an abrupt end, the brief silence made Augustus and others stand on end. A few minutes later, Augustus suddenly heard a roaring roar. A shining golden arc was rising from the ruins of Erida, like a dragon rising. In a short time, it had risen tens of thousands of feet into the air, but most of the arc was still underground. For a moment, Augustus almost thought that the memory of Nessun would soar into the sky, but the next moment, an explosion at its center almost split the entire arc in two, and the flames brought by the solar fragment flash explosion instantly ignited the sky. In the earth-shattering roar, the city of Erida seemed to jump. The flash of light produced by the explosion was 1,000 times brighter than the sun, and the towers in the center of the city melted like candles. The sudden hurricane swept across the land, blowing away the tree trunks, bushes, and stones that were still standing on the ground. Even with the protection of the electroplating of the power armor helmet, Augustus could not look directly at the flash. Augustus heard the shouts in the communication channel. Since the main force did not go deep into the city of Arado, the timely evacuation and the protection of the bunkers meant that the Revolutionary Army did not suffer many casualties. The briefly interrupted communication soon returned to normal. When the light faded, Augustus noticed that the high tower buildings in the entire city of Arado had almost collapsed, with only a crumbling crystal tower still standing. The bow of the memory of Nessin was lying in the center of the ruins of the city, burning with blue psychic flames, and making violent explosions from time to time. The structural stability of this ark is unparalleled, which is why it has not completely disintegrated. I'm afraid this old ship is hopeless. We have to quickly collect all the scrap copper and iron. Maybe we can sell it for a high price. Since arriving in Aya, Titus has been accustomed to big explosions, and has the leisure to smoke. We must hurry to save people. There may be survivors inside, Raynor said. Send out a search and rescue team, and try to save as many people and important ark equipment as possible. Augustus instructed Pryor's assault division to form a search and rescue force in the command channel. Do your best, the ark is still in danger. In the distance, Augustus could see the belated Proteus spacecraft. The confrontation with the Supreme Council fleet made Tacita miss the best time to rescue the memory of Nessin, but their arrival also forced the Dark Templar inside to retreat quickly. Augustus only wanted to know whether Duran was in the memory of Nessin. 2 days later, the explosion caused by the memory of Nessin had subsided for a long time, but when darkness fell, the entire city of Verida was also shrouded in bright flashes. The section of the ark in the center of Verida was illuminated by lights, and next to it were lights connected by countless cables and gas engines, filled with the sound of laser drills and laser cutters. The shaped walls and crystal inlays of the entire ark have been shattered, leaving only a metal frame composed of golden domes, beams, and galleys, which looks like the skeleton of a whale. Augustus, Raynor, Tacita, Artemis, and Phoenix are standing under the twisted bridge deck of the memory of Nessin, watching several Proteus Carré engineers working with Swan's engineering team to dismantle the ark's control console. The main frame of the memory of Nessin is still intact. Even if it takes a lot of resources and time, the Proteus Empire can completely repair the ark with its strength in its golden age. However, the Aya Proteus has declined today, and the attack of the Jumungan Desert has made it difficult for the Proteus to move forward, making it impossible for them to rebuild it. Now they can only preserve the wreckage of the memory of Nessin as much as possible, and rely on the last legacy of this ark to build a large fleet. The Supreme Protector Alana has returned to Aya. The whole of Kara can hear the sobbing of Rahana and Shantira. Tacita said with great sorrow, "We are one step too late after all." Fortunately, many stasis pods have escaped the disaster, and the ancient heroes in them have awakened. Phase technicians are trying to discover and repair the military arrays, space furnaces and star forges of memory of Nessin to provide weapons and shields for our warriors on the front line. Artemis's eyes penetrated a section of the keel of memory of Nessin shrouded in lights, and saw several spaceships carrying the legacy of memory of Nessin passing by. Many stargates were standing tall, connecting Antioch, Koshika province, the Protector Temple and the Zelnaga portal. Some ark decks comparable to battle cruisers were transported directly to their destinations through the transmission matrix. The land under their feet was in ruins, with dry branches, weeds and broken crystals everywhere. The deep pit created by the fall of memory of Nessin was filled with dirty rainwater, and the copper-colored mosses and new herbs gradually showed a little green. This is already the best result. I can't imagine what will happen if the Sark falls into the hands of Duran and Auriga. Augustus shook his head. They will return to Shakuras and seize the rule of the female leader Atzagul. The Dark Templar will never stop hunting Auriga until the crime is punished. Zarachel said, but who is the arbitrator named Duran? He played a very important role in our dispute with the Supreme Council. In the end, neither of us knew anything about this person. Is he the voice of Luria, the mastermind behind the scenes? Augustus said, there is an invisible hand that is driving our destiny. How did you learn Zarachel's tune? Raynor held his forehead with one hand. That's what the prophecy indicates. Zarachal agreed with Augustus' words. If Terran and Auriga are connected to Luria's hybrid creation, then they must be planning an evil plot to destroy the Protoss and humans. I already have enough enemies. A few more won't matter. Augustus looked at Tacita. Has the Jumungandus swarm not stopped attacking? They are becoming more and more manic and powerful. It seems that the super psychic cyclone that appeared on the corpse of the Overmind is still subtly affecting the surviving brain worms. Tacita replied, continuing the war of attrition with the Zerg will only make our warriors weaker. We must evacuate Aya and regroup. We should also return to the Kaprulu sector. Augustus also said. The phase technician said that they have found the solar core of the memory of Nessin. Adun blessed us. The hot macrostar did not leave the hull of the Ark, otherwise it would be enough to corrode Aya's crust. Tacita also received reports from his engineers at this time. Let's go. Let's take a look at that Sunday, he said. Swan has news for you. Karrigan came over at this time. He said he wants to show you a big treasure. Our news is always a step behind. Augustus shrugged. Unfortunately, except for the Protoss and Zelnaga spacecraft, our warships can't use these things at all. In fact, Augustus, our current warships can't use this miniature star. Artemis said, the Ark ship uses ancient technology. The core of the sun that powers the entire Ark needs to use solar energy fragments as fuel, and the first son of God has not used this energy for dozens of centuries. Thank you for voting and rewarding. Chapter 416 New Heiji. Heiji changed with the arrival of the revolution. The reforms implemented by the new government effectively helped those who lost their jobs or went bankrupt due to the exploitation of the federal government and the invasion of alien insects. The new decree, which focused on industry and industrial revival, was praised by Heiji workers. The newly built wind power generation equipment solved the energy crisis after the disaster. The improvement of crop varieties and the management of Heiji's lunar soil by revolutionary biological scientists have rapidly increased the area of arable land. The new government's trade policy, which protects the fragile economy of the edge world, also makes the intergalactic enterprises and unscrupulous businessmen of the Terran Federation out of reach. The abundant military force also forces the pirates who wander around the edge world to avoid it. In the past year or so, the people of Heiji have accepted a life away from the rule of the Terran Federation, and have increasingly pursued words such as revolution and progress. The long-term and stable life has brought a large number of supporters to the new government, and also extinguished those discordant voices calling for the return of the Federation. However, the Heiji people expressed strong dissatisfaction with the fact that they will soon share their homeland with a group of aliens, the terrifying Protoss, and large-scale protests and demonstrations broke out for this. All the discontent and protests disappeared after the people of Heiji received the payment from the Protoss for the lease of the land, because it was too much. It is said that the Protoss only used a few ancient equipment dismantled from the Ark ship memory of Nezin to get enough money from the United States of Umagen to buy these lands. At that time, the ambassador sent by Tacita to Umagen Prime saw the Speaker of the elected Parliament of the United States of Umagen fainted on the ground because of the excitement of the Protoss's cleaning machine, which caused widespread heated discussion among the Kala. Although the Umagen Parliament, which was eager to establish diplomatic relations with the Protoss Empire, the senior executive Tacita did not think it was necessary. The Protoss Empire had never established trade relations with other races, so the efforts of the Umagen in this regard ended in vain. By May of this year, the Heiji people had become accustomed to a group of mysterious but friendly Protoss living at the poles of the planet. After all, the Protoss never set foot outside their territory and never harmed any human. With the personal assurance of the revolutionary Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the people of Heiji are also sure that the Protoss will not endanger the safety of their families and property. At this moment, the North Pole of Heiji is in the extremely cold polar night, and the biting cold wind blows across the frozen sea and land. In this frozen world, the extreme cold dominates the entire world, and only high-energy gas and fuel oil will not freeze. However, on the permafrost of the Arctic Ocean, there really is a city built of new alloys and steel. That city is built under thousands of miles of glaciers, and the solid walls shine like upright spears, shining like Odin's Hall of Valor under the shining stars. It was the Protoss and humans who built this polar city together, erecting steel walls to withstand the severe cold and extremely destructive storms. The entire city is powered and heated by the inexhaustible high-energy gas resources of the North Pole of Hegi, while exporting high-quality refined gas and oil to the outside world, which is exported to Eumagen and some marginal worlds of the Federation. At the center of the polar city is a towering Xel'Naga portal, whose blue-gray spiral arch is connected to another completely different world. By this month, more and more Protoss ships have passed through this Xel'Naga portal to Hegi. They are Protoss who refused to enter the home of the Dark Templar. Along with them came the buildings that the Protoss had warped directly from Ea. Soon, a golden blue city covered with snow appeared on the frozen ocean and the land covered with crystal mines and polar lichens at a speed that amazed humans. At 2 p.m. local time, the sky was still dim. The giant deep blue dome above the Xel'Naga portal in the center of the polar city was shining with stars. All the stars were abnormally bright, and the white snow clouds piled up on the horizon seemed like frozen ice. The sky occasionally flashed green, blue, and red flashes, like waves that spread out and then disappeared in an instant. The erratic picture was filled with indescribable beauty, like a door to the back of the world. The base of the Xel'Naga portal is surrounded by a wide open square. Outside the square stands the Titan reactor core, which is constantly running. To the south are countless pipelines connected to the automatic gas refining machine. Each obelisk-style stabilization tower, processing tower and meteorological monitoring device has a weather vane to identify the wind direction. When the wind blows, the white steam from the refinery will condense into ice crystals driven by the wind wheel and spread across the city. To the north is a polygonal residential area built of silver-white buildings, occupying a quarter of the entire city. Many Kali phase technicians from the Protoss Empire live in it. At this time, many local engineers and security forces wearing polar work clothes are standing in the central square of the polar city. All of them are standing and looking at the huge iris of the Xel'Naga portal. Only those diligent horsefly cleaning robots driven by 2 wheels are running back and forth to clean the snow on the ground. From time to time, some horseflies in a panic in the crowd collide with each other, making a crisp clang. Most of the engineers were not locals. They came from Korhal, Eumagen, and many other human worlds. They came here not only for the generous salary to support their families, but also for Augustus' call to build Hegi. The engineers here were all young. They were not afraid of the terrible legends of these aliens or their chilling mind-reading ability. All were willing to bear these costs. Humans generally feared the Protoss and did not have much good feelings, but after the Battle of Ea, even a hideous person like Titus finally was lovely in the eyes of the Protoss. The engineers standing here were told that the cargo shipped from Ea this time was of great importance. They were more or less prepared for it, but they were still nervous. Most of the engineers had experienced the terrible accident a few weeks ago, when a revolutionary transport ship carrying top-secret cargo had an accident while passing over the city. It is reported that a terrifying, evil and powerful brainworm swore its existence to everyone with a series of sharp and high-pitched mental screams over the city, and questioned a scientist named Egan with a series of trash words without any dirty words, why there were no Coke and French fries. So far, the reputation of the brainworm has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the name Egan Stetman has become one of the most well-known scientists of the Revolutionary Army. Time passed by minute, and half an hour later, a dark blue painted revolutionary flagship Hyperion sailed out of the Xel'Naga portal. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she attracted cheers from the people below. The Hyperion is a symbol of freedom and revolution, and it will even be printed on postcards and stamps. As the flagship of the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus Mengsk, the Hyperion is the most well-known. A Terran living under the rule of the Revolutionary Army government may not know how many warships the Revolutionary Army fleet has, but they definitely know the name Hyperion. Then came the Revolutionary Army's battle cruisers, frigates, destroyers, and troop transports that jumped out of the Xel'Naga portal one after another. The military deterrence and the spontaneous pride and emotion brought by this huge fleet made some of the oldest people below burst into tears. Many people's relatives and friends were in this fleet. In their last letters to their families, they said that they would bring news of victory and a flower from Ea. As more and more warships jumped out of them, more workers in white protective clothing walked to the square and cheered for the return of their fathers, brothers, sisters, and close friends. Many people may not understand the significance of the Battle of Air, but every battle with family members participating is of course glorious. Most warships will not stop here, but will quickly climb to a higher altitude after a short stop, and enter the high altitude orbit of Hagi Star, and those medical ships carrying the wounded will immediately rush to Grandi City, the most prosperous city in Hagi. Only a small number of Revolutionary Army soldiers will stay here, to experience the natural scenery, that is completely different from air. Augustus was standing on the bridge of the Hyperion, while Raynor, Kerrigan and Titus stood beside him. This bridge with multiple welded decks was still too small compared to the Spear of Adun. In Titus' words, it was just a toilet in a supervilla. The Hyperion was parked above the polar city, and the lights on the bridge complemented the lights of the city. Soon, Kerrigan came over to tell Augustus that the Hyperion's channel had been connected to all the broadcast channels in the Revolutionary Army's territory. Brothers and sisters, I'm Augustus Mengsk. Augustus stood with his hands behind his back and said seriously, in the past 4 months, the expeditionary force has fought on air and finally eliminated the threat posed by the Zerg overlord. Augustus' words quickly spread throughout EG. After a while, Altera and Marcera would also receive this broadcast, and finally reach more planets under the control of the Revolutionary Army, and appear in newspapers. The cities of Higi were immersed in cheers. Many happy families lost their family members and friends in the invasion of the Zerg, and they couldn't help but applaud. The death of the Overmind also announced that the threat of the Zerg was gradually fading away. All the warriors who died in the Battle of Air will be remembered. They fell on the eve of our breaking through the darkness and heading for the light. At this point, Augustus paused for a moment, as if the people who were listening to his words were also stopping to listen. Finally, we won. After the voice fell, the communication screen of the Hyperion went dark again. It is foreseeable that all the planets of the Revolutionary Army will begin to cheer, and this joy will eventually spread throughout the human world through real video materials and pictures accompanied by the notes of the Revolutionary Army's military reporters. Cheers to victory. Titus held a bottle of brandy and raised the glass with Raynor. For those who can no longer open their eyes to see all this, Raynor knew the exact number of people who died or disappeared on the battlefield of Air, and the clearer he knew about it, the more difficult it was for him to let it go. Be happy, at least it's not us who died. Titus didn't know how to speak human words now. Deep down, he wanted to comfort Raynor, but he couldn't let go of his identity as a villain and a bandit. Titus, you really deserve to die. Raynor gritted his teeth. With the help of the Protoss, Hagi doesn't have to worry about the threat of the Federation fleet. Augustus turned around and said, as long as it is in the star zone near the Zelniga portal, Augustus can call on his Protoss Templar and Dark Templar allies for support. The Protoss will not take the initiative to intervene in the human civil war, but they will not sit idly by and watch their friends perish. Most of the Protoss have followed Tacita to Shakurus, which has caused the population of Shakurus to swell to 400 million in a short period of time, and the Air Protoss who are unwilling to contact the Dark Templar have come to Hagi, and their number is close to 120 million. If a Federation fleet jumps in rashly without understanding Hagi's military strength, they will be severely damaged by the Protoss Empire fleet guarding here. Augustus watched the people cheering in the central square of the city through the sensors and external cameras of Hyperion, but when he saw an old woman with a headscarf and red eyes, his heart tightened, knowing that her family had not returned. Every victory has sacrificed someone, and the victory of any battle is built on the blood of the sacrificed, and the war with the Zerg is no exception. When he saw the thousands of roaring gas refineries in the industrial area below the city and the bright lights in the residential area, Augustus felt a little more comforted. The reason he fought was to stop the war. When everything calmed down, Augustus could really rest. What happened in the Kaprulu sector these days? Augustus walked down the ramp leading to the lower cabin on the bridge of the Hyperion, and then stepped into a straight ladder that ran through the entire battleship. A mining team of the Kel-morian Combine disappeared in the territory of the Terran Federation, which almost triggered a conflict between the Combine's guild guards and the Federation Marines. But in the end the Combine's board of directors had to compensate the Federation for the cost of sending troops to maintain order. Kerrigan said, the backbone of the Combine has been broken, but the growing influence of the Kel-morian nationalists in the Combine should never be underestimated. Augustus commented, From the last time I went to Moria, the people there are holding back a lot of anger. Raynor said, but the Kel-morians are very strange. Even if the oppression and exploitation of them by the guild government is unbearable, they rarely launch an uprising. The Yumajan government announced that they are friends of the Protoss, and the Protoss Empire will be a permanent friend of the Yumajan United States. Kerrigan continued. Yumajan is most happy to do things that are cold and ineffective. These hypocritical guys are as untrustworthy as their twisted ideas. Titus said, do you think the Protoss will listen to them? A new rebellion broke out on Bront Prime, and the local religious leaders declared you the son of God. Kerrigan showed Augustus a few pictures. I'm flattered. Augustus blinked. They are really amazing. Raynor shook his head. As the elevator finally stopped, Augustus came to the engine room of the Hyperion. As soon as he entered the engine room, a small shining sun wrapped in a golden sphere made Augustus cover his eyes. The small sun was wrapped in a blue astral force field, and the warm light was as soft as spring. Swan, you are really a big treasure. Augustus shrugged and looked at Rory Swan and Carax, the phase technician of Kale, who were fighting side by side. For God's sake, don't burn through my ship. Thank you for voting and subscribing. The monthly tickets are doubled. Brothers who forgot to vote can vote. Your support is my motivation. Chapter 417 Huber greets. A miniature artificial sun. Tacita has really given us a great gift. Augustus walked closer and felt a warmth. This is a giant sphere standing on a huge pedestal, occupying the entire engine compartment of the Hyperion. Everyone standing in front of it will feel insignificant. The golden furnace wall wraps around a burning synthetic star, which is connected to the entire warship's system through the matrix circuit and energy conduit embedded deep under the deck of the engine compartment. It is appropriate to say that the Protoss is directly using the energy of this artificial star. The glare and heat released by the star, when it is running, will be incorporated into the solar matrix furnace, providing a continuous supply of powerful energy. Around the core of the sun stand several exquisite Protoss consoles, which are obviously also disassembled from the Protoss Ark ship memory of Nessin, and welded to the deck of the Hyperion's engine compartment by Swan and his engineers. Even if the entire deck is painted gold, the gorgeous Protoss consoles are still out of place with the Hyperion. You deserve it, in human terms. Marshal Augustus Mengsk, millions of Protoss have been saved by you and your army, and the blood of the warriors deserves this gift. Phase Technician Carax said proudly, holding a data panel in both hands. Except for the Ark ship Spear of Adun, other Protoss warships use Kel-morian crystals as energy. It's not that they can't use the solar core, it can be used as the secondary engine of the Spear of Adun to make the Ark more powerful, but at the suggestion of the generous Tacita, the solar core was transferred to the Human Revolutionary Army, to commemorate their heroic sacrifice and the person who created it is really great. Carax said. A synthetic star, its energy is enough for the energy needs of an Ark, and it can also power multiple systems. You can imagine how glorious our civilization was in that era. After that, Kerrigan's sparse applause could be heard. Raynor and Titus had already rushed out. One was carefully observing how the solar core worked, and the other was trying to use the hot and cold smoke that overflowed from the cracks in the furnace wall, while calling for the former to help. Protoss technology. Augustus' cold grey eyes lit up. It's a waste of talent to use it on the Hyperion. He said, Mr. Carax, tell us what this solar core can be used for, so that we primitive people can open our eyes. It will definitely surprise you, boss. This old ship is really reborn now. Swan said, just wait and see. Even if this artificial core has been dormant for centuries and needs some powerful combustion aid such as solar fragments to make it fully effective, even if it is not done, the energy it has increased now is definitely not something that the Hyperion can use up. Carax said, I made some improvements to the Hyperion's extremely inefficient energy conversion equipment, allowing it to convert energy into electricity, so that it can accept energy from the core of the sun. Rory Swan helped me a lot when I completed these tasks. However, considering that this spacecraft is so backward, a considerable amount of energy will still be wasted. As you can see, that will make the Hyperion's external bulkheads and ship armor always bathed in a shining glow. Don't be too petty. Carax didn't mean to say how broken and old our broken ship is. Okay, he just meant it, but he didn't mean it. Swan came over and said to Augustus, "You are really kind, Swan." Augustus shrugged. A flash of light released by the artificial star is enough for the Hyperion's basic system to use, which can keep the battleship's energy shield always in an open state. Charax was much more confident when talking about his own field. "I also improved the Hyperion's shield engine. It was as backward as a child walking into a forge and using the Templar's psychic blade as a tool for lighting." Flashlight. "I know what you mean." Swan waved his hand. "Now, the Hyperion's shield can operate at a higher power, and its strength is enough to withstand a frontal bombardment from the aircraft carrier's main guns, and the loss of the shield will be replenished at a very fast rate." Charax tilted his head. "Similarly, the Hyperion's weapon system has also been upgraded. Now, its Yamato gun can operate without a huge separate generator set and reactor, and the space saved can be provided for other equipment. We can use that to build an onboard garden and plant flowers and zucchini in it." Kerrigan, who is known for her coldness and competence, suggested, "No, the space on the ship is very valuable. We have to use it to expand the medical cabin and the activity cabin." Augustus rejected it without hesitation and did not notice Kerrigan's raised red lips. "This is one of the advantages. The energy of artificial stars can be directly converted into energy beams for salvo firing, which greatly shortens the charging speed of the main gun and increases the frequency of salvo firing." Charax continued. "In other words, the main gun of the Hyperion has now been directly replaced with solar beams." Augustus wondered if this would allow direct solar bombing. "The new main gun can fire 3 times in a row. If it were not for the material strength of the barrel, it would be even better." Charax said, "The Hyperion will become a legendary warship, even threatening the flagship of the Protoss Empire fleet. Considering that the solar core energy is almost inexhaustible, I also plan to design a new planetary orbital gun and stealth system for the Hyperion." He continued, "I hope that can be completed before the High Executor recalls me. You can stay as long as you want." Augustus smiled. "I'm worried that the Hyperion will be overwhelmed after adding so many functions at once. After all, it cannot keep up with the times, compared with the newly built battle cruisers." "Oh, that's not the case. Charax, in the eyes of the Protoss, the older the warships are, the more meritorious and honorable they are. Ancient warships can serve for many centuries, and even fight, since the Eon of Disaster. As long as Titus doesn't spill his wine into the cracks, the Hyperion will not rust." Swan joked. "In addition, if you want to make this star run at a stronger power, you can use a powerful catalyst called solar fragments to make it burn more vigorously." Charax continued, "I brought some." He took out a sharp golden crystal from under his robe and showed it to Augustus. It is hard to imagine how this Protoss engineer stuffed this thing into his clothes. "Be careful. In ancient times, it was not a catalyst for the core of the sun, but was used directly as a power source for spacecraft. A violent collision would have a probability of becoming unstable and causing an accident. When storing it, you must be very careful." Augustus took the prismatic solar fragment from Charax's hand and felt the temperature contained in it. Thinking that this might also be the excrement of a slain elemental creature, Augustus returned it slowly. "Very beautiful." He praised the solar fragment. "I have never seen anything like this." Kerrigan looked at the solar fragment and said, "It looks like this is not something that can be dug out of the ground. Now you have seen it, girl." Swan spread his hands. "We may be able to find this kind of thing from the ruins of the Protoss. I hope it will not cause diplomatic conflicts. It is not a good thing to let this fire burn more vigorously. Well, sometimes the water in the boiler is too strong, which does not make the power more sufficient, but leads to more terrible consequences. Be prepared. I will let the people below pay attention to this resource." Augustus said, "This spaceship is in your hands. This kind of thing has to be left to the experts." Augustus walked towards the Sun Core base embedded in the hull of the Hyperion, with his hands on his waist, staring at the giant sphere wrapped in cold metal, realizing that since it can preserve and utilize the energy of a microcore without damage, then this solar matrix furnace itself is also an incredible miracle. If the Protoss can utilize the energy of this micro sun, then they should be able to capture a larger star to obtain energy. Considering that the Protoss achievements in space and time technology are already so incredible, the height reached by the Xel'Naga is likely to be the pinnacle of the universe. As Carrax operated on the control panel, the furnace wall wrapped around the sun core rotated, and the pale golden sun inside was emitting warm golden light. The light was a little too hot for humans, but just right for the Protoss. With the sun core base as the center, the psychic matrix corridor embedded in the deck emitted a blue arc of light, flowing past Augustus' feet, and the entire engine room was shrouded in light. This star can not only provide energy for propulsion and defense systems, but also nourish our warriors. Carrax said, its light is also gentle for humans and vegetation. How great, how magnificent. Praise the sun. So, I can sunbathe on the Hyperion. Raynor said with a smile. I have to say, this is great. We can open a swimming pool here, set up a wave machine and a beach, and then we can sunbathe while applying sunscreen to beauties. Titus drew a circle on the ground. Enough. Augustus said to Titus, I can kick you into the Arctic Ocean and take a cold shower right now. Mr. Finley, I'm just talking about it. How to decorate is your business. Titus said innocently, when can we go on vacation? The brothers are waiting to have fun. I'm afraid you don't have much time to go on vacation. Augustus flipped through his schedule and said that he was very busy. We will stay in Hagi for 2 weeks to replenish personnel and ships. Then, I must rush to the planet of the Protoss Dark Templar, Shakiris, through the Xel'Naga portal as an invited guest to witness the birth of a transitional coalition government formed by the Aya Protoss and Shakiris Protoss. Augustus said. Then, we must return to Antigua Prime without stopping, reunite with Warfield's fleet, and concentrate on seizing the remaining fringe worlds from the Zerg and the Federation. Well, I can do a lot of things in these 2 weeks. Titus said, I'm really bored in Aya. The Protoss are really boring, not even much better than your stupid mechanical adjutant. The machine is much more sincere than you. Augustus stared at the core of the sun for a while, and felt the beauty of nourishing everything and nurturing life from the glowing golden sphere. It is still calm and approachable at this time, but it can destroy everything when angry. Protect it and use it well. I'm just helping Tacita keep this treasure, he said to Swan. There are only 3 such macrostars in the world. I'll work, don't worry. Swan patted his chest. Don't work all the time, old friend. I heard from your guys that you're always busy. Augustus patted Swan's shoulder. If Titus had half the effort you put in, he wouldn't have to be criticized by me all the time. Oh, anyway, he's just sitting there doing nothing. Someone has to do these jobs. If you say that, you might as well assign me more people. Swan waved his hand. I'm recruiting people in Hagi. Augustus smiled. I've heard of Hagi people. They are very capable and can endure hardships. This kind of people is the most popular with you. Swan said, it's just that Hagi people are always talking nonsense. Many of them are mystics and theists. That's okay, as long as they don't scribble on my toolbox. Next week, there will be a group of more people in your engineering group. Augustus left a message to Swan to work hard, and found Renault and Titus, and left the engine room. Just as Carrax said, the Hyperion's hulls were full of traces of Protoss transformation, with crystals, matrices and energy conduits replacing the old and dilapidated steel facilities. The decorations in the corridors were also influenced by the Protoss, becoming more magnificent and resplendent, like a palace. Swan is really a talent, Augustus said. His efforts to localize Protoss technology are commendable. Bringing him out of Meinhof is one of the best things I've done in my life. Meinhof. I heard that the people of the Kel-morian Federation are exploiting and squeezing the place even worse. The Federation's guild companies have shifted the impact of federal reparations and economic recession to the miners, and the glamorous CEOs have stepped up their plunder of various mining planets. Raynor said at this time. I think Swan's people are not doing well either. We should have brought them out earlier. Given our relationship with the Union, we cannot openly support the resistance in their territory. But if the people there seek help from the Revolutionary Army in the future, we can provide Meinhof's people with all the weapons and even political protection. Augustus looked at Raynor. The revolution has not yet succeeded. We still need to work hard. Information from the Revolutionary Underground Organization in Tarsinus has been confirmed by Ogbo and Umoyan Shadow Guard agents. Kerrigan mentioned a report she had just received to Augustus. 12 hours ago, Andrea Tagore, the leader of the Tagore family, died at home. The current head of the Tagore family claimed that a well-trained agent organization assassinated Andrea. She said, "The Terra family who supports us in the Creation family knows more about this. The small equipment left by the assassins are all replicas of the weapons of the Federation ghost agents, but the craftsmanship is definitely not something that any Federation, Union, or United States can do today. Good death." Raynor clapped his hands. "This is worth a dance with Tide just to celebrate. Thank you for your vote." Chapter 418 Monument. The strong winds of Hiji are like heavy, mutually pushing walls, pushing the blades of the wind turbines that stand in every corner of Grandi. The whistling wind never stops, and the children born here never thought that there would be a place in the world with flowers blooming and sunny weather. The area of Grandi City has doubled in the past year, and the hexagonal-edged city circle accommodates almost the entire population of Hiji. Continuous craters and huge craters created by meteorites surround this reinforced concrete city, and roads and train tracks connecting hundreds of mining areas extend on the sandy land. Like those cities built in the past decade, Grandi is a vibrant city. Since the revolutionary military government began to vigorously develop Hiji mining and high-energy gas resources, those Hiji people who were displaced by the invasion of the Zerg have found a stable job. The vitality of the Terrans is always tenacious, because all those who are weak, unable to be tenacious or lazy cannot leave offspring. No matter how bad the environment is, humans will always try their best to survive. In mid-May, when the weather was rare and sunny, the bustling crowds on Sloane Street in Grandi were busy with their own livelihoods and running around. This place used to be part of the old city. In the past, it was too close to the slums and was extremely chaotic. The streets were piled with piles of garbage, drunkards and drug addicts. In the past, there were not even a few surveillance cameras on the streets of Sloane Street, and the local police did not care. This place of filth became more and more dirty and dilapidated. After the Revolutionary Army came here, the slums that had been reduced to ruins by the attack of the alien insects were never rebuilt. The military government tried its best to find a decent job for the people in the slums. Those who refused to change their ways never appeared again. Instead, many workers who had to be reformed through labor instead of serving their sentences were replaced by new factories. Now this street has changed a lot. Most of the buildings are square standard colonial style, and the roofs are painted red or blue. From the air, the houses look like neatly arranged pixel blocks. The bumpy streets have been repoured and paved with cheap wooden boards from the Kel-morian Commonwealth world. All the storefronts have been redecorated, with the names of various products written on the neat glass windows and wooden doors. A retro-decorated bookstore provides revolutionary and progressive books, hover car drivers' license examination manuals and comics to people passing by. Because a child star named Kesvilis became famous overnight in the core world of the Terran Federation, the bookstore's glass is also pasted with the cover of his masterpiece Mare Marcera vs. Zerg, with slogans such as Greedy Zerg and Friendly Protoss written on it. However, under the words Friendly Protoss, the word Bastard is painted, which is obviously the work of local extreme humanists and wild artists. Other shops sell industrial products such as clothes, farm tools and hover bikes, and a few shops emit the smell of cooking. Since there is little arable land in Hiji, and fruits are a luxury in greenhouses, the delicious fruits and vegetables from Ale are warmly welcomed by the people. However, since it is illegal to carry guns on planets ruled by the revolutionary military government, many stores that sell imitation guns to Hiji people quickly disappeared. Since the end of the Guild War, a large number of electromagnetic weapons have flowed into the civilian population, making gang-gun battles in backward areas even more bloody and uncontrollable. It is worth mentioning that most of the electromagnetic weapons are not those that flowed out of battlefields and warehouses, but are C-series electromagnetic rifles of unknown origin, and the number is huge. According to a host at the UN headquarters in Tarsinus who was soon executed for espionage, the Brubaker family, the largest arms dealer in the Terran Federation, is the manufacturer of those rifles. A large group of jubilant revolutionary sailors swaggered through the streets like a group of ducks rushing through a rice field, and soon scattered into various shops. Some people were tired of eating barbecue, fruit and individual rations in ale, and were determined to taste human food again. Some people were buying souvenirs for their families. More people had no purpose. They just wanted to relax. It didn't matter whether they watched movies, operas or drank coffee. In this sense, the young soldiers hoped to have a wonderful encounter on the alien planet. The revolutionary soldiers who had just returned to the human world from the battlefield of Ale were very popular with local girls. After all, it was difficult for them to refuse the exquisite star crystal pendants or other exquisite gadgets that the soldiers took out of their pockets. Even a zergling tooth could prove their bravery and masculinity. The revolutionary soldiers who had just experienced the brutal battle may not have seen women other than nurses for more than half a year. They would blush as long as they saw women wearing skirts. The people on Sloane Street were not very afraid of these young soldiers. Regardless of military discipline, at least compared with other federal military bases stationed on colonized planets, the revolutionary soldiers knew how to pay. Is this reasonable? Among the soldiers, the tall Titus Finley was particularly conspicuous. Such a big city, but there is not even a red light district and strip club. How are those poor and helpless beauties supposed to survive? Augustus Mengsk, can you live with your conscience? Don't say that. It's just not that easy to find. Augustus walked in front of Titus, his eyes scanning the shops. I think you can try your luck on Wayne Street. Don't mention that awful place. Those prostitutes should pay me. Titus said with a grin. I'm here to relax, not to suffer. I'd rather die than do it with those people. Maybe only marriage can cure this beast of yours. Raynor said, but you are destined to be alone for the rest of your life, Titus. I promised to bring changes to Hedge. It seems that the officials I appointed have done a good job. Augustus said with satisfaction as he looked at the red brick roads paved on both sides of the street and the green trees dotted with a little greenery. You have to thank your father, Augustus Mengsk, the current Umajan Council member, for selecting and sending these officials. After all, they are all people who have proven their ability and loyalty in the purge after the Korhal uprising. Raynor said. Augustus Mengsk is more suitable to be a chancellor than a leader of the rebels. He is a shrewd and capable warrior, but fighting is not enough just to shoot. This is one of the few times I'm grateful for having a good father, Augustus said. Augustus thought of his increasingly vicissitudes of life father. Angus wanted to bring true democracy and freedom to Korhal, and believed that the accumulation of several generations of Mengsk family was enough to achieve it. But he didn't realize it until the Federation blew Korhal into glass. That's the price of pursuing freedom. Our enemies are a bunch of bastards. Even the Zerg are nobler than the Federation nobles, Raynor said as he stepped into a bar with a creaking wooden floor. Several revolutionary soldiers wearing brown military uniforms were sitting in the seats inside. Look here, Titus said loudly. A heavens devil, the guys here would run away when they see you. The decoration in the bar made Augustus' eyes light up. There were many old-fashioned hunting rifles and hooks hanging on it, and a huge hunter-killer hydralisk skull almost occupied the front wall. A yellowed letter paper had these words written on it. Henry, first place in the first air kick bee competition. Probes are good friends of mankind. Long live the revolution. Long live Augustus Mengsk. Henry Gerasqui. Augustus sat down on the high stool at the front desk of the bar. He recognized the man with a walrus beard in front of him. He was a member of the Heavens Devil, an elite squad of the Federation in 2489. Henry was a member of the 3rd Squad of the Special Tactics Platoon. Compared with Titus and Raynor, he knew Augustus later. But the experience of fighting side by side made Augustus remember this standard soldier with few characteristics. Henry Gerasqui was once a milkman on the planet Sangha. He joined the army only because someone falsely accused him of murder. This kind of thing is common in some chaotic marginal worlds, and even more absurd things are not uncommon. How is life here? Augustus asked. Not bad, sir. Henry handed Augustus a glass of red cocktail. Before I came to this bar, this was a gathering place for drug addicts. Everyone carried a gun, and the speed of drawing a gun was as fast as the speed of the Protoss drawing a sword. At that time, everyone thought that we brought war and the era of turmoil was coming. But now, they don't want the Revolutionary Army to leave. He wiped a wine glass. I learned some skills from the bartender of Hyperion, which kept me from starving to death. As long as I'm alive, that kind of thing won't happen, Augustus said, holding up the cocktail. I know that you will never let the brothers who work with you suffer injustice, which is why we are willing to follow you." Henry smiled. "Galasqui, we are all waiting for you to come back. There is no day when the bugs are defeated." Titus also sat down. "I'm afraid I can't go back. The doctor even suggested that I shouldn't do any strenuous work in my life." Henry pointed to his head. "I was lucky enough to survive the psychic attack of the Protoss, but it almost turned my brain into mush. Now that I think about it, it was really a nightmare. Just a wail from a Protoss high-ranking Templar who was killed because all his people were dead killed many of us." He said, "We have seen the sharp teeth and claws of the Zerg and the speed at which they plunder everything. We have also seen the high technology of the Protoss and their shining spaceships, but we forget that their psychic power is more terrifying than that of ghost agents. It will pass." Augustus quickly finished the wine in the glass. As a member of the Heavenly Devils, Henry may not be as famous as the first squad, but he also has a demonic tattoo on his body. He is one of the most outstanding commanders under Augustus and has always been loyal. However, there are not many Heavenly Devils left now. Josephine was lost in the Battle of Korhal. 3 members of the 2nd and 3rd squads died on Char, and a promising colonel was killed on board during the fleet battle. 5 people died on air, either eaten by the Zerg or cut in half by the Protoss. "Perhaps it was a mistake for me to bring you to air. I often doubt myself," Augustus said after a moment's silence. "Why do you think so?" Henry shook his head. "My point of view is exactly the opposite. You just did what you think is the most correct thing. Think about it. We chased air and defeated the Zerg overlord. How many people have been saved? How many people should thank you? This is something that the people of the Terran Federation will never be able to do again in this life. Look, this is the medal given to me by the Protoss." He took out a bronze axe-shaped metal badge with the words "Forever Friend of the Protoss" marked on it in the Protoss language. "The Protoss has also learned a lot from us. I have one too." Titus took out an identical one from his pocket. "Basically everyone has one. Even the hounds raised in the logistics department have one. What's the big deal? It's not worth anything at all. The Protoss don't know the principle that scarcity makes things valuable." "Titus, I thought you were the only one who didn't get the medal," Raynor said sarcastically. "Henry, I'll come to take care of your business when I'm free." Augustus put down his glass. "But I heard that you never have free time." Henry said, "Remember what happened in Joe Ire's bar? I will move to Marsala's place in a while. I heard that they need people everywhere. Give Joe Ire my regards for me," Raynor said. At this time, the holographic TV in the bar lit up, and the logo of a local TV station flashed, followed by an extremely solemn picture. A white monument stood in front of a cemetery full of birch trees. The wind whistled constantly, and the yellow frozen leaves were scattered. The monument was carved by a Protoss artist, depicting the scene of 3 revolutionary soldiers fighting bloody battles in air. The base was the bloody corpse of a huge hydralisk. "We will not forget all this," Augustus said. "Remember this sacrifice, and every soldier who went to the battlefield of air will be immortal. There are only a few revolutionary soldiers buried in the cemetery, most of whom are soldiers from Haiji, while the revolutionary soldiers from other regions will be sent back to their hometowns. They are all good," Raynor said. "People who haven't experienced it won't know what we lost in air, blood, close friends and loved ones. Many people have left." Augustus felt that he was no longer living for himself. "But I feel that they are still alive. They are watching me tear down the crumbling building of the Terran Federation, watching me end the evil rule and flatten the threat of aliens." Recommend a book, Bobo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Earth Return Faction. The Federal Congress passed Resolution Number 4 submitted by the Senate, declaring you the #1 public enemy of humanity. The bounty on Augustus Mengsk has been raised to 2.5 billion credits, of which 500 million are provided by the Dabonville family. They claim that it is all for the better implementation of justice. Sarah Carrigan was standing in front of Augustus' desk in the governor's office of the colony in Grandie. This office has elegant interior furnishings. The desks, chairs, counters, wine cabinets, and even the golden red silk carpet on the floor are all made by Protoss craftsmen, based on human culture. The cabinet windows, vases, and water cups are all hand cut from pure crystal, with a gem-like beauty. The wine cabinet has its own defense matrix, which can not only isolate any villains who covet Augustus's collection of fine wines from their prying eyes, but also prevent any unscrupulous people from poisoning the food and water consumed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. At the end of a canvas hanging on the wall hangs a prismatic greenian crystal. According to the Dark Archon Zarachel who presented the crystal, this crystal can restore the user's past memories. These various precious collections are of astonishing value. Not to mention that they are all made by the most famous Kali craftsmen in the Protoss Empire. Even the artistic value itself is enough to make any human who sees them fall in love with them at first sight. The wealth of the D'Urbanville family is amazing. Augustus leaned back in an armchair, lined with Ilbangalus cheetah leather, with his hands crossed and placed flat on his chest. This is a mysterious founding family that has always been low-key, and the public knows very little about their industry. What did I do to make them hate me so much? Perhaps some of your and your father's political propositions touched the interests of the D'Urbanville family, or perhaps they are staunch supporters of Federation sovereignty and aristocracy. Kerrigan placed the information of the D'Urbanville family, one of the founding families of the Terran Federation, on the table in front of Augustus. Christina D'Urbanville, a rising star in the business world. Augustus picked up a photo of an intellectual woman with long reddish-brown braids. Does she look pretty? Kerrigan asked. Not really. Augustus pondered. Are you talking about red hair? Kerrigan pulled out another stack of documents from his briefcase. I think red hair is the best hair color. Augustus sat up. Nonsense. You obviously like blonde hair. Kerrigan crossed his arms over his chest. As a Mengsk, what's wrong with liking blonde hair? Augustus argued. Angus Mengsk's genes should be responsible for this. Well, it's all your father's fault, so your ancestors should also be responsible to some extent. Kerrigan said with his hands on his hips. Mengsk has always had grey and brown hair, and my nephew Valerian is all over. Augustus liked Valerian very much, but that didn't stop him from teasing his useless nephew. This shows that the bloodline of the Umoyan Pasteur family is as good as the Mengsk family. Kerrigan said to Augustus. Bloodline should be noble, because of the achievements of the nobles. Other than that, it is nothing. Augustus shrugged and changed the subject. There is also news from the Terran Federation. After the end of the first full-scale war, the world has finally become much more peaceful. I have learned about the Federation's recent main policies, including the old-fashioned parts that emphasize that we are traitors, dissidents, subversives, and terrorists. The Federation Supreme Command announced that their fleet will soon sail again on the edge worlds of the Terran Federation, and any traitors, pirates and scoundrels who want to take advantage of the fire will be punished immediately. Why have they never been so tough when the Zerg invaded in large numbers? Now that both the Protoss and the Zerg have been defeated and retreated to their own worlds, the Federation can't wait to jump out, fearing that people will forget them. Augustus said. Tell me about the latest happenings. I'm happy to hear about the scandals of the Federation nobles. Assassinations against high-ranking Federation officials, political leaders, and especially military leaders have increased exponentially. Major General Frigori Duke, a member of the Duke family, was also found dead in his bathtub. His charming fiancée announced that she would join the Federation Marine Corps to get revenge. Kerrigan handed over a photo of Frigori Duke. He was a young, handsome, and suave chief of staff of the Federation Navy. He didn't have any impressive military achievements, but he had a share of the merits of every battle. It wasn't our people, nor was it the son of Korhal's people who did it. Augustus said after looking at it for a few seconds. We don't have that many people to assassinate these people, and he took the document and looked at it carefully. Moreover, some of them are supporters of the Revolutionary Party, and others, as far as I know, are one of the few good people who enforce the law impartially in the corrupt system of the Federation. So who did this? The assassinations suddenly increased in a period of time, and the methods were very sophisticated. The assassins were even old people who had been in the victim's family for decades and were treated as family members. Kerrigan said. This must come from a strict and powerful organization. As far as we know, only the intelligent and spy network of the Umoyan people can do it. The Umoyan people would only think of using the spy network they built at a great cost at this time, unless they were crazy. Augustus shook his head and said, look at who they assassinated. Prestigious political leaders and military leaders. It looks like another Federation resistance organization that we don't know about. Augustus thought in his heart, is it Terran? But Terran didn't need to do that. Or was it that weakening the Terran Federation was also part of his plan to resurrect Ammon? But destroying the Federation would not be good for Terran. He would probably have to rely on the financial support of the Federation's financial tycoons to build the hybrid factory. Not only assassinations, but also attacks on Federation military facilities and factories have continued. Kerrigan continued, adding those parts that were deliberately concealed by the Federation military. The scope and intensity of this attack is far beyond our imagination. Have you read the news? I rarely watch clown performances and liar talk shows now. Augustus shrugged. The Tarsinus Police Department has arrested some people who are accused of being assassins and terrorists. They claim to be instructed and funded by the Mengsk family and the sons of Korhal. Kerrigan spread his hands. They really think about me, Augustus said. In fact, our agents and Umoyan allies must have received accurate information, or the Terra family and the Hoth family must know something. Eva Hoth and Constantine Terra were also assassinated. They got some news. The assassin claimed that the orthodoxy of mankind will return to Korhal. Kerrigan said. Point Earth? Augustus said after a moment of silence. I don't know. Haha, these people belong to an ancient organization called the Earth Return Faction. They believe that the Earthlings will one day take back their colonies on the edge of the Milky Way. But everyone thinks they are crazy. The Earth is 60,000 light years away from us, and the Earthlings may not even know that 4 colony ships have crashed in a corner. Kerrigan said. In short, these organizations that may have existed a century or even longer ago are doing their best to create destruction in the territory of the Terran Federation. She said. Who knows whether the Earth government has survived to this day and maintained control over their colonies in the solar system. It is very likely that it has already been torn apart internally. Well, if the Earthlings are determined to take over the Korhal sector, then the Terran Federation is indeed one of their biggest obstacles at present. Augustus said. Do you really believe that the Earthlings are about to return? Kerrigan obviously did not believe this rumor. In the entire Terran Federation, except for those crazy people, no one will believe this nonsense. There must be a reason for all this. Augustus said. You can't say that the people in this organization suddenly went crazy. However, if the Earthling army really enters the Korhal sector, the Terran Federation will definitely be the first to suffer. He gave instructions. Pay close attention to the movements of this organization. If possible, I hope to get in touch with the leader of this organization. The Federation wants to know more than us. Kerrigan nodded. Tell all my agents. Tell the sons of Korhal in Arcturus. This is a top priority and cannot be perfunctory. Augustus's thoughts were all over the place in an instant. He gradually realized that this might be an opportunity to completely overthrow the Terran Federation. But with it came another more powerful enemy. Augustus thought that only he knew that the UED was coming. If these terrorist attacks were just a small, easily overlooked prelude to an Earth military expedition, then judging from the time it took the Earth United Council fleet to set out and arrive in the Korhal sector, they would arrive in Korhal in a few months at the least, or a year and a half at the most. However, Augustus had no idea whether the Earth Expeditionary Force was preparing to set off or had already set sail. If the Earth Expeditionary Force was really preparing to intervene in the war in the Korhal sector in advance, it would be difficult for them to transport supplies from Earth, which was tens of millions of light years away. This was Augustus' advantage, and he was thinking about how to use this and calculating how to become the final winner when the UED Expeditionary Force beat up the Terran Federation. Augustus knew what was happening in the world and what might happen in the future. He just had to figure out the specific time, because some things had already changed fundamentally. This was only 2493, and they were too early. The entire timeline began to accelerate when the autonomous Zerg invaded the Korhal sector in advance. However, the big event would not change. I know. Kerrigan realized that this was something worth highlighting. Anything else you want to mention? This is the biggest challenge our intelligence department has faced since its establishment, Augustus said. That may not be more difficult than a fool trying to get the Protoss to speak. Kerrigan turned a page. There is one more thing. The Umajan people hope that you can go to Umajan Prime. This is related to strengthening more military and economic cooperation. You know, this kind of thing is not easy to shirk. They have always helped us digest the output of the colony. The Federation territories dare not contact the rebels, and the Kel-morian Federation is too poor. Okay, I think I know. Augustus knew that some things could not be solved by letting his father and brother sell their butts. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he still had to come forward on such occasions. The real purpose of the Umajan United States is just to weaken the ruling power of the Terran Federation in order to preserve themselves. They spared no effort to help Korhal and the Revolutionary Army just because it was beneficial to themselves. It can be imagined that after Augustus's Revolutionary Army became stronger and stronger and the Federation gradually weakened, the Umajan goals were also achieved. If the new regime established after Augustus overthrew the Federation also posed a huge threat to Umayan, then Umayan would definitely turn its back on him. There is also some news about the Umayan Judgment Council. They relaxed the policy restricting the entry of refugees from the Terran Federation, provided that these people swear allegiance to the United States. At the same time, the council increased the military funding for the Protectorate Army to build their unrivaled high-tech fleet to deal with the threat of the Zerg. Kerrigan then talked about the events within Umayan. On the 14th, Minister Jorgensen gave a speech at Umayan University under the protection of the Umayan Shadow Guard, denouncing the Terran Federation as a fake regime controlled by financial tycoons and oligarchs. Minister Jorgensen is a capable person, Augustus said. I have seen some new types of ships in the Umayan Protectorate fleet, and I can actually see the shadow of Protoss warships on them. It seems that I have to arrange a trip to Umayan. I haven't seen my mother and sister for a long time, he said. How is the Kel-morian Combine? Nothing is going on. The Combine's board of directors is still fighting. Today, either the CEO had a car accident or the president of a company fell into the warp drive of a battleship for some reason, Kerrigan replied. Compared to the Combine, the Zerg's homeworld is much more lively. According to the news sent back by the fleet monitoring the Char system, a terrible civil war broke out among the Zerg on Char. But now the civil war has subsided, probably because Dagos, the most powerful brainworm in the Zerg swarm, has returned to Char, she said. The Zerg's desire to expand in the universe has obviously declined. Now they will only attack ships that rashly invade their territory. This is good news for those who have suffered from the ravages of the Zerg, but I believe that the Zerg will regroup sooner or later. As long as a new overlord appears, the brainworms will unite again, Augustus commented. Order our scientific vessels to keep a close eye on Char and monitor the Zerg's every move. He said, be alert to the Zerg's counterattack again. We must not let the enemy destroy the home we built with our own hands. As you said. Kerrigan blinked her green eyes. The Protoss also need you to go to Shakuras. Tassida, the executive officer of the Aya Protoss, and Rasigel, the female leader of the Shakuras Protoss, have decided to form a new government called Darum, Protoss Language Union. You are the only human invited to witness that moment. Maybe the Protoss will invite me to be an official, Augustus joked. But I'm more concerned about who has the final say in this government, Tassida or Rasigel. Their positions in their respective tribes are unshakable. He asked Kerrigan, where is Zerachel? I haven't seen him for a while. The last time I saw Zerachel, he vowed to hunt down the corrupted Dark Templar Auriga and bring him back to Shakuras for trial. No one has seen Zerachel again. Kerrigan brushed the red hair on his cheek, as if recalling something. The Protoss surveyor said that Zerachel lost himself in the void, and the Protoss of Shakuras said that their priests are chasing the phantom of Auriga and the words of the Zelniga prophecy. Don't worry about Zerachel. Augustus smiled. Zerachel always appears when we need him most. He is a learned and wise elder, and he will never abandon his people and friends. Thank you for voting. I'm going to disappear for a day on May Day and relax. Chapter 420, The Glory of Durham. This is the scene that should be used to welcome the hero who saved the Protoss, but it lacks beautiful girls in low-cut dresses, endless wine, and a lot of cash to fill my dry pockets, to comfort the empty soul of the revolutionaries. Titus Finley, wearing a grey vest and hiking boots, climbed a black corridor with fan-shaped stairs, turning his head from time to time to look at the Shakuras Protoss shadow guard standing on both sides, feeling uneasy about the cold silence of the legendary Dark Templar. The architecture of the Protoss Dark Templar perfectly combines the spiral and swirling patterns and corners of the Xel'Naga, their nature and pursuit of freedom and independent personality, and their pursuit of the void and truth. Even the high-rise buildings, their pure and vibrant curves are exposed to the hazy mist and sweeping winds of Tamatris. There was no escalator in this long corridor that went up. Below was the strong wind that was isolated by the shield force field and the bright green light bridges that stretched into the distance. The whole magnificent city seemed to be crawling at people's feet. Tamatris was a monument of the Dark Templar standing in the eternal twilight land of Shakuras. The most ambitious Kalagan master of the Aya Protoss was also fascinated by the thousands of black spires rising from the ground in this city, with their stormy spiral patterns and multi-winged corners. It was a beautiful city that was full of imagination, just like a forest made of exposed gold and purple metal, dotted with emerald dark void crystals and those geometric crystals hanging high above the city. The crystals sparkled, bringing the few lights in the eternal twilight to the whole city. The circular platforms suspended in the sky were shaped like lily leaves on the black spire-like buildings, and the spiral light bridge ramps and the unique curved surfaces of the spire-like buildings were impressive. Don't even think about eating steak, prawns or anything else on the Protoss's table, if they have a table. Jim Raynor's outfit was exactly the same as Titus's. This bohemian cowboy didn't like to wear military uniforms all the time, just like Titus. When we get back to the core world, we'll go to a holiday villa of a small creation family. There's everything there, and there's a whole choir baking bread for the nobles. Titus said. You want to rob? Kerrigan shook her beautiful red hair. We are not here for this. Behind Augustus stood Corporal Faraday with a vigilant face, nor for a full meal or a happy entertainment. A new Protoss government that maintains a friendly attitude with us is about to be born. Executor Tacitor and his supporters believe that this is an opportunity for the Protoss to be reborn, and reborn after the catastrophe. If possible, I hope that this diplomatic friendship and even deeper friendship between the two races can continue. Titus, we will only stay in Shakuras for one day at most. Now on the edge worlds of the Terran Federation, revolutions are in full swing. Although Horace Warfield is enough to deal with all of this, the people there still need me. I like to make friends with aliens. Titus stared into a pair of green eyes looking at him and shuddered. The Dark Templar are ruthless and deadly killers. Fortunately, they are not enemies of the human revolutionary army. Augustus stepped on the steps with swirling patterns at the bottom, feeling the cold temperature released by the green void crystal towers around him. All the Dark Templars who met Augustus' eyes either bowed their heads in respect or saluted with their unique body language. This kind of respect is rare among the Protoss, especially the Shakuras Protoss who have not had much contact with Augustus' revolutionary army. As the Dark Templars who followed Zarachil to Aya returned to Shakuras, the story of the human and Protoss fighting side by side on Aya was widely spread among the Narazim Protoss. The Dark Templars who valued tradition and brotherhood would regard Augustus as a legend among humans, a hero who, like the Dark Templars, strived to free his people from the shackles of power. The road that Augustus walked was called the Road of Training. Every Dark Templar master or Xel'Naga scholar summoned by Matriarch Rasigel measured the road under his feet to show respect. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Augustus, who never slacked off in his training, did not feel any fatigue. He saw a hunched Dark Templar walking towards him with a long staff, and another young female Dark Templar, Vorazan, was following him. Augustus Mengsk, a distinguished guest from afar. You don't have to go through this long road in person. The flying disc can take you to the highest level in a moment. He is Mohanda, an elder among the Dark Templars, also known as the Dark Master. You are not only a human, but also a distinguished guest of all the Protoss. Hail to Adun, Dark Master Mohanda. You are an admirable elder. Augustus explained. I just heard that I still have time to hang out in Telmatris, and I want to take this time to sharpen my will and body in the way of the Dark Templars. It can be seen that you are really free, Titus said teasingly. He was still thinking about the unique ladies of Hagi that he had paid a lot of money to keep, but when Augustus asked Titus if he wanted to go to Shakurus with him, the guy also came. This is a road with a long history, symbolizing the feet of the warriors of the Nerazim who crossed the road of shadows and became Dark Templars. Mohinder said to Augustus, "Human marshal, when you walk a road full of thorns and shadows, you can also be called a Dark Templar. Humans can also become Dark Templars?" Augustus couldn't help laughing. As long as there is a warrior's heart that is not afraid of shadows, everyone can be a Dark Templar, Mohinder said. "Oh, this old charlatan is fooling people again," Titus whispered. Augustus and Mohinder walked through the steps with the statue of the Protoss hero done, and walked into the antechamber at the top of the tower surrounded by clusters of void crystals. At this time, Augustus could already see the figures of the Templars. These Protoss warriors dressed in gold and blue armor and robes never talked to the Dark Templars around them, and the atmosphere between the two sides was always tense. As you can see, we will all witness the reunion of and Shakurus, and all the Protoss will be recast into a solid and powerful whole. Mohinder's voice reflected in Augustus' mind did not sound very excited, and his mood did not even waver. This is worth celebrating. Vorazan's voice did not have any meaning of celebration. Under the call of the tolerant female leader Atsigal, the Shakurus Protoss were willing to accept their former kin and form a temporary coalition government to unify the power of all the Protoss on Shakurus. Most of the Shakurus Protoss did not hate their people, but just seemed indifferent. In comparison, the Protoss was not much better. Thousands of years of separation and estrangement had made the rift between the two races too large to be bridged. Indeed. Augustus nodded, indicating that he was as happy as Mohinder and Vorazan. It is also a good thing for Augustus and his followers that the Protoss can unite. If humans want to survive for a long time in this dark universe, the help from allies and friends is indispensable. Since 2 weeks ago, the Protoss of the Protoss Empire have arrived in Shakurus or Hagi through the Zelnaga portal in Aya. Since there is still enough military force to resist the further pursuit of the Zerg, the Zelnaga portal is still under the control of the Protoss, and the Zerg in Aya cannot pour into the portal and bring devastating disasters to the world behind. Augustus did not know how Tacita persuaded Rassigal, but the speed of forming the Derim United government was unimaginably fast. Pride is rooted in the heart of every Protoss race. Even if they are hit hard, they will not admit that they really need the help of other Protoss. This can only be explained as a leader of the Dark Templar who has lived for 1,000 years, Rassigal must have learned the prophecy about the endless darkness in the future from the void. She has seen through everything, and her wisdom is unmatched. Zerachel, didn't he come at this moment? Augustus asked. Zerachel, my friend, only the void knows where he is now. Mohinder's hand trembled as he held his cane. Not long ago, Dark Master Zerachel announced that he would no longer fulfill his duty to lead the Dark Templar expedition to continue fighting, and ordered them all to return to Shakurus. Vorazan said to Augustus, "The last time I saw Zerachel, I could sense that he was in great pain. Zerachel left us and vowed not to return until he arrested Auriga," she said. Zerachel's Zelnaga ship Voidseeker is in the icy void, pursuing Auriga's footprint in the gravitational pull of hundreds of billions of celestial bodies in the void and the raging starwind. Augustus still remembered the angry Dark Templar. He was once the administrator of the Dark Templar's Temple of Knowledge and the best among us. Only a master like Zerachel can stop Auriga and stop him from falling deeper and deeper. Mohinder said, "The children of Rassigal should not abandon reason and be driven by anger. Even in the most dangerous moments, our people have not been enslaved by the desire for revenge. I'm only worried that Auriga will do evil things that harm my people." Augustus shook his head immediately. "I just hope that I'm worrying too much. Auriga doesn't take humans seriously at all." Augustus Mengsk, I'm so glad to see you here. At this time, a young and powerful mental language made Augustus turn his head and saw the Protoss executor Artenis and his student Silandris walking towards him. Artenis held a blue flag in his hand, with 4 overlapping circles embroidered with gold thread on it, which looked very gorgeous. "It's been a long time since we last met," Augustus said with a smile. That's the flag of the United Government. Artemis happily showed the flag to Augustus. This government will be called Aram, and all the Protoss will unite under this flag to jointly resist the threat from the Zerg and darker forces. In time, we will be able to regain the glory that belongs to the Protoss, he said. For the glory of Daram. Augustus shrugged, thinking that the glory of Daram was actually achieved on Shakuras. In the near future, the firstborn of God and the Nerazim will surely abandon their past identities and become Daram Protoss. Artemis said. The Nerazim will not abandon the past. Artemis, you should recognize this. Varlason watched coldly. Dark Templar, you must respect the executor. Selendis behind Artemis took a few steps forward. The hem of her robe spread on the ground like the night was embellished with blue crystals, which was much more gorgeous than the traditional Nerazim Protoss costume of Vorazan. This is etiquette. The barbaric Protoss of Shakuras don't know etiquette, Aya sisters. Vorazan retorted. Vorazan, stand down. Mohinder waved his hand at Vorazan. This is a critical moment for the survival of our race. The Protoss must unite to overcome difficulties. They have a good relationship. Augustus said. Are you blind? Karragan commented sharply. His eyes are very bright. Raynor said with a sigh. Artemis, how are your people now? Augustus walked towards him when Artemis scolded Selendis. Oh, Augustus, they are living well in Shakuras. Artemis did not get angry because of the small friction between Selendis and Vorazan. In fact, such things are normal between the Protoss of Shakuras and Aya. Extreme racists like Auriga are very rare among the Protoss who pursue glory, but if Aya had not fallen, the Protoss of Shakuras and Aya would rather die without contact. Under the leadership of my mentor, the great Protoss High Executor Tacitor, we built a new city on Shakuras, Artemis said. The city was named New Antioch as a commemoration of our past home. Artemis' eyes, shining with blue psychic flames, flashed with hope for the future and the ambition to restore the glory of the Protoss. The Protoss Empire's most outstanding Calais engineers built a magnificent fleet beacon on Shakuras to guide the return of our great fleets and expeditions scattered across the universe. By reuniting these returning warships and the new flagships newly built on Shakuras, Tacitor can build a new fleet to recover our sacred home Aya. I guess this fleet must be called the Golden Fleet, Augustus said. It's a good name. This name immediately won Artemis's approval, completely touching his heart, so that he had the illusion that it should be called this name. Teacher will definitely like this name, he said to Augustus. Come, my friend, walk with me into the newly built Terran conference room to witness this great moment that is about to come. We will witness the establishment of a new Protoss United Government and the birth of the Light and Shadow Council, and you are also its founder. Yes, Augustus Mengsk, the Dark Templar have heard about the human battle on Aya, and this is the honor you deserve. Mohinder also said, a human. Augustus smiled. A human. Artemis shook Augustus' hand. Thank you for voting and supporting. The problem with traditional Chinese characters should be used by Kidian to lock down pirated copies. There will be several different traditional Chinese characters for each person in each chapter, which will not affect reading. Chapter 421 Archbishop. The top of the Terran government conference room is a transparent crystal structure, through which one can directly see the deep purple sky of Shakuras. The twilight-shrouded dome extends above Augustus' head, with two stacked huge moons and stars dotted in the deep night sky. From time to time, a few bright purple flashes emerge from the curtain of the night sky, coming from the thunder clouds above Shakuras. The hazy Shakuras has no obvious alternation between day and night, nor spring, autumn, winter and summer. This dim planet in the eternal twilight also has its colorful beauty. The cold long river nourishes different biological groups, and the many ancient Zelnaga ruins surrounded by purple crystal clusters are like a mysterious veil. Under the stars, around a conference table that seems to be made of platinum, there are equal numbers of Aya Protoss and Shakuras Protoss, and the senior executive Tacitor and the female leader Aszagal are separated into opposite main seats. Augustus was the only human who was allowed to sit at the conference table. His entourage could only wait outside the hall. He sat on a sunken oval chair, shaped like a golden eggshell that had been peeled from the middle. It was covered with soft and comfortable silk cushions, but the size was still too large for a human. Karragan was quite dissatisfied with having to leave Augustus' side, and was reluctant to leave Augustus for a moment. Raynor and Titus were well prepared and were teaching the matriarch's shadow guards how to play cards, trying to win some souvenirs from those cold-blooded Dark Templars. There were many flags in front of the conference table. Among them, the flag of Terran was the most shining, and the others were flags of many tribes of the Aya Protoss and Shakuras Protoss. These flags represented a symbol of a constellation, fire, or weapon, just like other creations of the Protoss. It was exquisite and beautiful. Augustus could name all the Aya Protoss present. Phoenix, Tal'Darin, Ulran, and Mojo were all the most outstanding executives and archons under Tacita. Even the Templars guarding the meeting room were famous Templars, such as Selendis, Caris, Telbrus, Calderis, and Terris. As for the Dark Templars, Augustus could not recognize them except Rathzigul, Mohanda, and Vorazan. The costumes of the Dark Templars were much more restrained and sharp than the golden armor of the Templars. The costumes were also distinguished by the tribes. If they were not covered by long veils, they must have worn multi-spiked helmets. There was not even a single Protoss of the Arbitrator class here, because they had already parted ways with the Templars led by Tacita and Phoenix. Augustus sat next to Tacita, and Artenis was on the other side. As Tacita's best friend, Artenis should call him uncle in terms of seniority. Entaro had done. Patriarch, thank you for everything you have done for us. Tacita's voice was as loud as a bell, and his will was as clear as light, which could not be ignored. The Zerg destroyed Aya. In this critical moment, it was you and your people who accepted us. We will never forget the kindness of the Nerazim. His words were recognized by all the Protoss present. The disaster taught the Protoss things that they could not learn in the glorious era, and let us regain the precious humility. The war with the Zerg also brought the opportunity to reunite the Protoss who were separated from each other. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Under the banner of Darum, the Templar and the Dark Templar will work together to deal with the threat from foreign enemies. Unity is the source of strength. Phoenix said. Shakuras is the starting point for the Protoss to retake Aya, said Yerlan. The executor is right. Artemis's reverence for Tacita is exactly the same as the Revolutionary Army's reverence for Augustus. Almost all the Aya Protoss are convinced that Artemis will have the opportunity to take over the position of high-level executor in the next few centuries. The Dark Templars who attended the meeting were silent, but they obviously all agreed with Derham's ideas, otherwise they would not be here. However, that does not mean that the Dark Templar will take the Aya Protoss's executor too seriously. It is not easy for the Templar to win the respect of the Protoss of Shakuras. Tacita may be able to do it, but the Dark Templar has always been lukewarm, as unpredictable as ice. Darum is a union and an alliance. The Protoss should unite and face the outside world together. The timely speech of the female leader Rathzigul made the atmosphere on the scene not too awkward. In the Battle of Aya, Tacita, the high-ranking executor of the Templars, showed us how powerful Kala is when she merges with the power of the Void. When light and darkness combine, our power will be unstoppable. The Dark Templars present were all Rathzigul's juniors. Even the Dark Archon Zerachel, who was familiar with Augustus, was just a young man in front of her. When the Dark Templars first arrived in Shakuras, Rathzigul was already their leader. Rathzigul has always been the one who has the final say among the Protoss of Shakuras. Even Auriga, who is considered to be too paranoid, will not go against her will. That's exactly what I want to say, Patriarch. Tacita took over Rathzigul's words. As I said before, the Terran government will never interfere in the internal affairs of the Dark Templars. They all follow the principle of self-management, he said. In Darum, Aya and Shakuras Protoss have equal status, and the purpose of the Terran government is to maintain the balance and unity between the two. The Terran Protoss will build a homeland and fight together for a common goal. The reunited Protoss will be stronger than ever before. Great. Artenis whispered beside Augustus, not knowing whether he was talking about Tacita or the Terran government. Only Tacita and you can do this. Unite Aya and Shakuras Protoss. Maintain internal stability to ensure that this union will not fall apart too early. Augustus thought that this was probably the loveliness of Artenis. Now there is still Tacita leading the Protoss forward, and what Artenis has to do is to learn from his teacher, which is a step he must go through. Me. Artenis bowed his head to Augustus and said, "You are teasing me again, Augustus Mengsk." It must be said that Artenis was embarrassed like a cat that didn't catch a mouse. This made Augustus almost want to laugh. Artenis is a young Protoss leader, full of enthusiasm and energy. He sometimes shows the overconfidence and even arrogance of a young man, but that can't even be called a shortcoming. Don't rush to deny yourself, Artenis. Augustus seemed out of place in this meeting, and the Protoss present would not consider his opinion. Augustus really had nothing to say. Fellow Protoss, the formation of the Terran United Government is only the first step to unite all Protoss. The Patriarch and I have decided to form a new council here, to lead the Terran Protoss. Tacita continued. In the new council, the Templars and the Dark Templar will have equal bishop seats, to make the final vote on the decisions in the Terran government. Only after the vote is passed, will it be implemented. I have something to say. Vorazan, who was sitting next to his mother, objected. Will you, the Aya side, only let the Templars take up a position? But there is no obvious distinction between the Calais and the Templars in the Nerazim. Vorazan said, the chiefs of the tribes involved in construction and production should also have a seat in the council, and they also have the right to express their opinions. The craftsman tribes of the Dark Templar will also join the new council, because they are both powerful warriors, and can forge armor and weapons for their tribesmen. I'm just asking. Vorazan's words obviously asked the Aya Protoss Templars present. They looked at each other, as if they had never thought about such a question. That is, whether the Calais should have a seat in the Terran government and parliament. This was absolutely unacceptable in the past Protoss Empire, because the system set by caste could not be violated. However, to a certain extent, the Templars took over the responsibility of leading the Protoss from the arbitrator class. As a young Dark Templar, Vorazan, you probably lack the necessary common sense. Fleet Marshal Yerlan said in a matter-of-fact tone, how can the Calais govern a new Protoss Empire? Without Kara, how can you understand what we are thinking? And how can you understand our system? This is really unheard of, but I don't object to letting the Calais tribe also get a seat in the parliament. Moyo certainly wouldn't object. All the Protoss who believed that class must not be crossed stood on the side of the Supreme Council in the Civil War. Just do it. Phoenix said. Point yeah, why have I never noticed this? Tacita said after a moment of silence. I'm not as good as you, Vorazan. The Calais tribe should also get a bishop seat in the parliament. An enlightened decision, Tacita. Rastigal praised Tacita and said, you are the one who created the world. You have created a new era. I have only seen one person like you, and that is Adun. Vorazan is right. Artenis made a timely comment on this, feeling that he was not qualified to speak out. If the Templars can obtain some of the power of the arbitrators, then why can't the Calais become Templars? Artenis, you are very forward-thinking. Tacita never said that he wanted the Calais to become Templars. Augustus suddenly thought that, if everyone was a Templar, then the Terran Protoss might not have to face the dilemma of having no soldiers to use, and having to vigorously develop intelligent weapons. Augustus's brother, Emperor Augustus Mengsk of the Terran Empire, once said, there are no civilians in this war. The Calais civilians who have received the most basic military training may not be unable to use weapons or drive warships. The Protoss are a talented race. This is really too glorious. We should respect the Calais, not rely on the status of Templars to boss them around. Artenis explained. Looking at Artenis's sparkling blue eyes, Augustus was sure that he had not thought so deeply at the moment. I have another question for Executor Tacita. This time it was Mohanda, the elder of the Nerazim Protoss, who spoke. Since Aya and Shakiris have equal seats, what should we do if the votes are equal? He asked. They must have forgotten you, Augustus Mengsk. You are a human. You are neither the firstborn of God nor a Dark Templar. Artenis suddenly said to Augustus. You want me to be a bishop of the Protoss Council? Augustus was sure that Artenis was not joking. The young executive had no sense of humor at all. Thank you, Artenis. But don't expect me to come all the way to Shakiris for a meeting. If you can give me a salary, I will be happy to come to work. Augustus smiled. Salary? Work? Artenis couldn't understand. He didn't feel annoyed, but just thought he had learned a few new words. You always have your reasons. An archbishop should be elected. He is the leader of the bishops, the warrior and role model and the protector of the people. The archbishop should have an incomparable reputation, so that he can make the final decision on key issues. Augustus whispered to Tacita. In many cases, Tacitus was happy to adopt Augustus's advice and make good use of the wisdom of this human leader. Because in many cases, Augustus was full of wisdom, he had a long-term vision, and predicted the next decision of the Zerg many times. Not to mention, that he was very accurate in predicting things. Zarathustra even doubted whether Augustus had read the complete prophecy. We should elect a new archbishop as the leader of the Council of Archbishops. He must be respected by both Ea and Shakirus Protus. Tacitus said. All the Protoss were attracted by Tacitus' words, and they almost thought that the person he was talking about was himself. I propose that Matriarch Rastigal be appointed as the Archbishop. Tacitus shocked everyone. An exile? A Dark Templar? To lead the eldest son? Yerlin almost jumped up and almost grabbed Tacitus' neck and asked him what he was crazy about. Did you guys discuss this long ago? Could it be me, Yerlin? Tacitus just said calmly, I ask myself if I still don't have the respect of the Dark Templars, and all the Protoss from Mayano who lent us a hand in times of crisis, and all the sons of Adun know Ratziger's tolerance and motherly love. Ratziger is Adun's disciple, and she is also the heir of the legend. No one can question the authority of a mother. Vorazan actually felt that Tacitus was much more pleasing to the eye, and his attitude also improved a lot. Executor Tacitus, I apologize for my past rudeness, and the Shadow Guard will draw the sword for Darum. I said, this is the legendary hero who killed the Overmind, and his demeanor is not something that the Dark Templars can match. Dark Arcanasmus stood up. I'm ashamed of my narrow-mindedness and foolishness. A group of Dark Templars paid tribute to Tacitus. Normally, it was impossible to expect them to say a word in front of the Protoss of Ea. The matriarch is respectable, and no eldest son would say anything bad about her. Artemis said. What can I say? Watch and learn. Augustus shrugged. Chapter 422 Little Master. The position of Archbishop Darum is a great responsibility. He must be impartial, balance the internal differences, and shoulder the mission of leading the Protoss to a new revival. When Augustus noticed that all the eyes of the Protoss were focused on Matriarch Rastigal at this moment, the head of the Dark Templar, who had gone through 1,000 years, but seemed to remain in her prime, stood up. Rastigal's words resounded in all directions with the power of psychic energy and spirit, and Her Majesty did not need to be entrusted to others. I accepted the appointment of Archbishop, only because fate and circumstances required me to stand in this position. 1,000 years ago, I already understood that without someone to lead the people, my race would perish. But I want to reiterate that I'm only temporarily serving as Archbishop Darum, and this position should be replaced periodically. I will be loyal to my duties, and will not favor any Protoss. Matriarch, who else can take on this important task besides you? Tacitus said. I'm dying, like a candle in the wind. Rastigal said, this era belongs to the younger Protoss, to Tacitus, to you. Augustus quietly watched a group of Protoss who were hundreds of years old accepting Rastigal's teachings as a younger generation, and felt strange in his heart. I remember Augustus Mengsk also said something similar to me, but he can't think of leaving all the mess he made to me before his hair falls out. Never. Augustus said to Artemis. Your father? Artemis saw the appearance of Augustus Mengsk from Augustus's superficial thoughts. What kind of great man can teach you? No, you are completely wrong. Augustus shrugged, unconsciously thinking of the time when he was confronted by Angus during his school days. Maybe, you just lack more communication and understanding. Artemis held it in for a long time, and finally blurted out this sentence. As an Ea Protoss, he could not understand the endless conflicts and disputes among his people. While Augustus was talking to Artemis, all the Templars and Dark Templars present had stood up to listen to Rastigal's announcement of the final appointment. The bishops of the Light and Shadow Council will be selected from many tribes in the near future, and the firstborn of God in the Nerazim will each decide on the candidates. Tacitus will be appointed as the high-level executive officer of Darum, commanding the fleet. In order to recapture Ea, Shakirus needs to allocate more resources to build a new fleet. Ea Protoss must respect the traditions of the Nerazim. No more Protoss questioned it, and everything that followed was logical. Augustus was also ready to bid farewell to Artemis and return to Hiji. This meeting ends here. All the priests, executives, and archons, go and complete your unfinished work. Some of the Dark Templars who participated in the meeting also left the conference hall. They showed little interest in the content of the meeting from beginning to end, and only paid attention when Razigal spoke, as if no one except the female leader could attract the attention of these Dark Templar masters. The executors and archons also stood up without any reluctance. The Protoss of Deram still had many urgent tasks to do, and they had heavy burdens on their shoulders. See, Artemis, don't be blinded by this harmonious appearance. It seems beautiful to unite the power of the Dark Templar and the Templar, but there has never been any dispute within the Protoss Empire in the past, and now Deram is full of contradictions. Augustus said to Artemis. Maintaining internal harmony and unity is not an easy task. The Protoss Empire is not without disputes, Augustus. A rebellion from the ancient purifiers once brought about a protracted war. Artemis said, but we have never had experience in dealing with internal differences. In the Kala, all Protoss are as one, and there are no contradictions. This is exactly what you should try your best to solve. The best way to resolve internal conflicts is to establish a common enemy. Augustus said to Artemis, in the final analysis, the sources of conflict come from many aspects. Kala is the most fundamental reason. Your race does not believe in Protoss without Kala, but the Dark Templar hate this deeply. The Dark Templar of Shakuras have cut off the neural bundles that every Protoss is born with, unless our scientists find a way to reconnect the neural bundles. Why not try to emulate the Dark Templar? They can live well without Kala. Augustus looked at Artemis. Why do you think so? The neural bundle is a second life. Losing it will cause an eldest son of God to fall into unimaginable depression. This terrible depression and sadness will eventually take away the life of the Protoss. Artemis was shocked by what Augustus said and felt deeply displeased. If the arbitrators hear it, they will definitely purify you and your thoughts with a purification beam. Artemis believed that Augustus did not want to be an enemy of him and his people, but this proposal was still unreasonable in his eyes, just like telling a person that he must give up the right to speak and even communicate for the rest of his life to survive in society. So you are not an arbitrator, Artemis, Augustus said to Artemis with a stiff upper lip. If one day, if you must give up Kara, then please do not hesitate at all. What do we have left after losing Kara? Artemis couldn't help asking. We humans have a saying, live or die, Augustus said. Augustus Mengsk, if you still have time, I hope you can stay here for a while. At this time, Tacita walked towards Augustus from the side of the female leader Razigal. This Protoss executive officer, who was very prestigious after the Battle of Air, had a blue robe fluttering, and a shuttle-shaped psychic amplifier with a halo of God on his back. When Zarachel is not here, perhaps only you can answer my questions. Tacita has always been frank about his confusion, and does not think it is shameful. I heard that you are about to return to the core world of the Kaprulu sector. By then, we will not have so many opportunities to discuss philosophy. Master Executive, many huge Zerg behemoths suddenly appeared in the synchronous orbit of Shakuras, and at least a complete Zerg nest is approaching the low Earth orbit. At this moment, a Templar hurriedly walked towards Tacita. Zerg, how could they know the coordinates of Shakuras? Artemiston felt uneasy. If this was just a swarm of Zerg that had left after the death of the Overmind, then it certainly wouldn't be a threat to Shakuras, but no one knew if it was a sign of a more terrible disaster. Augustus followed Tacita, who had realized the seriousness of the situation, to Razigal's location, and the new Archbishop Deram had even received the news of the invasion of the unknown Zerg fleet before Tacita. Shakuras is strong enough to withstand this level of invasion, Vorazan said to Augustus and others who had arrived. The Templars will eradicate these enemies, Artemis said firmly. It's not that simple. Augustus had thought of many possibilities at this moment. Which Zerg nest is this? Patriarch. The newly appeared behemoth doesn't seem to carry a large number of Zerg. The wrinkles and cavities on its skin are empty. A Dark Templar brought a Protoss projection device made of void crystal and dark metal. According to Augustus's understanding of this kind of Protoss equipment, it is probably equivalent to the tactical control console on the battle cruiser. The control console can obtain the military strength deployed by the local fleet through space radar scanning and sensor arrays, but the Protoss technology is obviously much more advanced. In just a blink of an eye, a titan beast composed of countless reddish-brown folds, vesicles, chitin armor, insect eyes and tentacles appeared on the rising psychic projection. Millions of overlords and dragons flew around the behemoths like a dark cloud. The shells of these Zerg creatures are thicker and have more spikes than those Augustus has seen. Some of the very few special individuals are still surrounded by dark red light. This is a Zerg nest that has never appeared before. Tassida came to the conclusion after just one look. The largest one is a Zerg Leviathan. Its main brain wall is trying to contact us with more than 3 different psychic signal frequencies. The Dark Templar said. What are they here for? Show weakness to the enemy. But the first son of God will not take it lightly. Artemis could not figure out the intentions of these Zerg. I'm more curious about who the brainworms of this hive fleet are. Augustus looked at it steadily. Although after the death of the Overmind, the most powerful brainworm Dagoth commanded most of the brainworms, there were still some who refused to obey the orders of anyone other than the Overmind. At least one swarm of Zerg left Air and searched for a way to revive the swarm alone. Establish a psychic communication link with this Leviathan. Raszagul said. The famous Marshal Augustus Mengsk, I'm not surprised to see you among the Protoss. What all the Protoss did not expect was that the person in the Leviathan was actually a humanoid alien monster. Augustus was clearly just standing at the edge, but the monster still recognized him at a glance. He had a burly and strong body, and the distinct chest and abdominal muscles were also covered with solid organic armor and an exoskeleton with spikes. A pair of golden eyes and a terrifying green face with spots like sealskin made people shudder. Snake-like spikes extended from his head like living insects, and the sickle-shaped appendages extending from his back were like the multi-segmented legs of a spider. Augustus also recognized it. It was Gabriel Tosh, who had escaped from his hands many times and resurrected from the dead. A hag trapped in a twisted and abominable body. A child whose body was forcibly raised to this place. Hello, Tosh. Augustus looked at him and said slowly, I tried to save you, but failed in the end. The boy from Hiji is dead. He has become a hideous bloodthirsty monster, and all I have to do is bury him with my own hands. I don't need you to save me. Tosh's eyes were surging with golden light. You are a hero of mankind, and I'm just an abominable monster. Don't stand in my way, Augustus Mengsk. My enemy is the Terran Federation, not you. The death of my grandmother must be repaid with the blood of millions of Terrans. Although Tosh had completely turned into a monster, he still retained human emotions, and more than Augustus originally thought. Protoss, I'm the great prince of blades. Tosh proudly swore his existence to the Protoss. This name is really unremarkable. Vorazan said. I came to form an alliance with you. Augustus could see Tosh's brow twitched under the exoskeleton. I have brought you a message of great significance. The brainworm Dagos ordered several brainworms to merge into a new overlord on Char. Once they succeed, the swarm will once again sweep across the universe and destroy your home. A new overlord? The Protoss Templars led by Tassida almost couldn't catch their breath. If they had trachea, they had just paid a huge price to kill the overlord, but now someone told him that a new overlord was about to be reborn on Char. Augustus had learned this news from his own pet brainworm. Although humans have not yet figured out how brainworms can communicate across such a long distance, and humans have not yet told the Protoss this news, because this information must be further confirmed. As we all know, the brainworm is a despicable worm who lies by nature, and all this is likely to be fabricated by it. I came here to seek the power of the Protoss Dark Templar to help me kill the new overlord. Tosh continued. If what you said is true, Prince of Blades, Tassida said, then why did you tell us this news? Once the new Overmind revives, I will become its slave again. Tosh laughed creakingly. God and the Goddess of Death will give me guidance, not the immature little Overmind. Don't you obey the orders of the Overmind? Augustus thought to himself that even at this point, Tosh still believed in God, and God and Hiji's native gods didn't seem to be from the same pantheon. I only obey the orders of the past Overmind, Tosh said with a smile. Alliance. Raszagul examined the eerie and terrifying face. Even if the Protoss doesn't ally with you, they can kill the new Overmind. Chapter 423, Witchcraft Swarm. Gabriel Tosh, the former human, raised his hideous face covered with thorns. Several springtails around him made rustling sounds in the soft depression of the Leviathan's nerve center cavity, trying to please their master like docile pets. These alien monsters with sharp teeth shells and claws, were all glowing with a strange red light, and many totems and tattoos with distinct e.g. witchcraft sects could be seen on their heavy shells. These strange and twisted patterns were obviously not formed later, but were added to the gene pool of the swarm before they hatched from the eggs. In the deep darkness of the organic wall of Leviathan, many large snakes with scalloped eyes were tumbling and entwining, and the beating sound from the huge heart was like thunder coming from afar. Augustus observed these newborn Zerg that belonged to Tosh, and could not figure out the purpose of the witchcraft totems on their bodies for the time being. Perhaps they were useless in the first place. As you said, the Protoss can kill the new Overmind even without an alliance with me. Tosh was speaking directly in telepathic language, but he still spoke out of habit. But how many Dark Templar lives would that cost? Chief, you don't want all your people to die in a cruel ash world like Char, do you? The Protoss never fear sacrifice. Tacitus said loudly, don't try to use fear to drive the Protoss. If my help can reduce unnecessary sacrifices, will you be tempted? Tosh thought he had a sure win. I know the terrain of Char very well, and I know that those intricate terrain worm tunnels will eventually lead to the hatchery, wormhole or main nest. I can hear the brain worms whispering through a special mental link network, so I know their plans very well. He said, I know you will never sit back and watch a new Overmind rise again on Char. We have the same goal in this matter. Mother, the Shadow Guard can kill the Overmind even without the help of this monster. Dark death and illusions are originally the tempering of the will of the Dark Templar, Vorazan said, standing next to his mother. Patriarch, perhaps we do need an ally who is familiar with Char and the Zerg, but I don't trust this human who has been completely contaminated by the Zerg genes. Some of Tosh's words moved Tacitus, but the latter still remained cautious about forming an alliance with the Zerg. I know who the Prince of Blades used to be, and I have seen the impact of the Zerg infection on humans. When Augustus walked between Matriarch Rasigel and Vorazan, the two Dark Templar turned their heads to look at him. They all knew that this human leader who was already widely known by the Protoss had no contempt for him. I don't know how much human emotion and rationality Tosh still has left in him. I think there must be some, but there must be very little left. He said. To ally with Tosh is like walking with the devil. No matter what, Chief, even if we need to rely on Tosh's power, we must never trust him. Augustus was not afraid that Tosh would hear his voice. As far as I know, Prince of Blades Tosh may have some kind of infectious ability that can distort the will of others, which allows him to control the minds of others and turn them into his slaves. Please tell your warriors to be cautious and keep their spirits when they come into contact with Tosh. Thank you for your reminder, Augustus Mengsk. You are also a friend of the Nerazim. The crystal headdresses and swaying pendants on both sides of Rasigel's cheeks gently collided. Her beautiful and pleasant mature voice made Augustus have the illusion that the other party was still very young. My mother's power is far less than when I was still ignorant. Shadow Guard, you must not let the Zerg Prince of Blades get close to the chief. Vorazan said to the Dark Templar of the Shadow Guard who were waiting in full battle array. The Protoss had doubts about Tosh's words, but Augustus did not have much doubt. I swear in the name of God, I will never lie. Tosh also heard what Augustus said. No matter whether he had planned to sneak up on Matriarch Rasigel and control her in the past, he had no chance now. If you still don't trust me, then there is no need for us to talk anymore. I hope you will keep your promise, Prince of Blades. Rasigel was already the Archbishop of the Dalam Protoss, and her words were even more unshakable. I will send an expeditionary force composed of Templars and Dark Templars to land on Char and kill the cradle of the Zerg Overlord. She warned Tosh sternly. Don't try to deceive my children with sweet words. We will examine every word you say. Now, take your Zerg swarm away from Shakiris immediately. How wise. Tosh chuckled. Matriarch, I'm your humble pursuer. I will wait for you in Char. Oh, Vorazan shook his head in disgust and saw Tosh's image disappear on the psychic projection screen. Executive Officer, the Zerg is leaving the orbit of Shakiris. The fleet asked if they should be pursued. A Templar reported after a while. No need. Order the fleet to expand the cruising range and be ready to attack at any time. The location of Shakiris is no longer a secret. Tacitus said. Don't you find it strange? He said immediately. Gabriel Tosh knew the identity and status of the Patriarch as soon as he arrived in Char. Moreover, how did he know the coordinates of Shakuras? The Zerg must know the coordinates of Air, but they can't know the location of Shakuras in a short time. Artemis explained for his teacher, the portal connecting Air to Shakuras is guarded by an entire legion of fanatics. Even a land lizard can't get past the Templars guarding there. In the past, many expeditionary forces sailing in the universe have been looking for the home of the Dark Templar, but have never found anything. This proves that the coordinates of Shakuras have always been extremely secret. What are you looking for Shakuras for? Humph, Varlason snorted coldly. Templars, despicable and shameless. Artemis' pale blue face turned redder, and he stammered. He couldn't say that these expeditions left Air for the purpose of exterminating the Dark Templar. The least of these expeditions had left Air for decades, while others had set sail in ancient times, and their history could even be traced back to the golden age of the Protoss Empire. Even now, it is still dangerous to order the Protoss Empire's expeditions and colonies from all over the universe to gather on Shakuras. Because some of the Protoss expeditions have arbitrator crews who supervise the executors, and there is no guarantee that they will not order the destruction of this dirty little planet in a fit of excitement. Someone must have leaked the coordinates to Tosh, Augustus said, groping for the non-existent beard on his chin. It must have been the Templars who did it. The Dark Archon Zorea had been protecting her like Rasagel's shadow, so that not many people had noticed his existence before. Impossible. Tassida immediately rejected it. It must be Auriga. Augustus speculated. Auriga loves his homeland deeply. How could he tell this secret to the enemy? Rasaga knew each of her children, but that is the Auriga of the past. Auriga would never betray his people. He must have been used. Auriga is one of the coldest and most intelligent Dark Templars I have ever seen. He may also be using the power of the Dark Existence we don't know, but I'm afraid that it will backfire. Tassida said. No matter who leaked the coordinates of Shakuras, no enemy dares to pay attention to Shakuras for the time being. The Zerg is busy guarding the new overmind, and our enemies are also recuperating. Tell all the Terran Protoss that I need to speed up the process of selecting the bishops of the Light and Shadow Council and pass the vote to send an expedition to Char as quickly as possible. Rasaga did not discuss the leak and Auriga's problem anymore. We must not allow the still merging Zerg overmind to mature mentally and become another terrifying enemy. As you said, Dark Archbishop Zorea left the meeting hall of the Terran government like a moving shadow. Zerachel, where is Zerachel? Rasagal suddenly said. Zerachel is chasing Auriga, but they disappeared together. Vorazan reminded his mother carefully. How long has he been back? Is the land of Shakuras too hot? Rasagal sat back at the main seat of the conference table like an angry old mother. It seems that we need a new Dark Archbishop to lead the Dark Templar. She looked at the Dark Archbishops and her daughter next to her and felt helpless. Mohanda was too old to hold the warp blade again. As for Vorazan, she looked too young. The other Dark Archbishops were all holding important positions and could not get away. Chief, let me lead this expedition. Tassida said to Rasagal at this time. I have experience fighting on Char in the past, and I also know how to use the power of the Dark Templar. You are indeed the most suitable person. Rasagal looked at Tassida. Nothing can make me feel more at ease than leaving my children in your hands. It seems that it is time for me to leave. Augustus also said at this time. I will also return to Hiji to start forming and sending a new fleet to expedition to Char again. This is also a threat that humans must solve. Once the new overmind is revived, it will destroy the human world. Augustus, I'm very happy to join hands with your warriors to fight the Zerg on Char again. Artemis said to Augustus. I will send my most capable general to Char. Augustus has not yet decided on the leader of this human expedition. Horace Warfield and Jim Raynor are both capable of leading the revolutionary army alone. Even when Augustus is not around, they can lead the armed forces of the revolutionary army alone. Augustus is very relieved to appoint any of them. There is no need to mention Edmund Duke, who always makes a mess of things other than the pig's rush. Duke has made progress in recent years, but he is still not up to the task. As for new commanders like Pryor, they lack the experience of leading a fleet alone. Augustus Mengsk, you will always be our friend. In every corner of the universe, as long as the Dark Templar set foot, the warriors of the human revolutionary army will never be alone. Rastigal also looked at Augustus. Praise your kindness and love. Augustus showed respect to Rastigal with the noble etiquette he learned in Korhal in the past. Goodbye, Augustus. Tacitor obviously wanted to say a few more words to Augustus. Get out of the way. Make way, friends. I'm Jim Raynor. We have something urgent to see Augustus. What do you have to worry about? Can a man without a gun kill a Protoss with his fart? Augustus looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kerrigan and others who were blocked outside the conference room by the Dark Templar. Let them in. The integrity and reliability of these humans have been confirmed by the Void. Rastigal signaled the shadow guards at the door to let all the humans in. Wait a minute, the human named Titus Van Lee can't come in yet. Vorazan emphasized immediately. Hey, what do you damn Protoss have against old Titus? Even the strongest bank in the galaxy can't stop me. Titus was immediately furious. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he was controlled in place by a powerful Dark Templar using the power of void confinement. Titus, who had just drunk a little wine, suddenly had nowhere to use his brute force. Leave that guy alone. Augustus put his hands behind his back. He's not just talking nonsense. My old friend has always been a soft-hearted man. Just teach Titus a lesson. Don't hurt him. The difference between humans is really huge. Vorazan looked at Augustus and then at Titus. Sarah, what happened? Augustus knew that only the most urgent situation he had warned could force Kerrigan to break in. Hello, Chief Executor. Please forgive my rudeness. I have something urgent to tell Marshal Augustus. Kerrigan apologized to Rastigal and others before handing Augustus a document printed out using a macro printer. Augustus is the leader of the Human Revolutionary Army. What kind of urgent matter must be reported to him immediately? Tacitor asked speculatively. Are those Federation humans causing trouble for you again? You told me that any news about Braxis must be told to you immediately. Kerrigan stared into Augustus' eyes. Whether you are having a meal or flirting with a woman, I don't know. Marshal, the investigation team we sent to the Terran Federation's edge world Braxis 2 weeks ago reported back that an unidentified powerful military force occupied the capital city of the planet in a very short time on May 19th. The Earth United Council sent an expeditionary force and announced that they have conquered the entire Braxis in the name of humanity. The UED's Iron Fist will flatten the Caprulu sector to ensure. She paused here. Ensure that it is humans, not Zerg or Protoss, who continue to dominate the galaxy. Please vote. Chapter 424 UED. Point to ensure that it is humans, not Zerg or Protoss, who continue to dominate the galaxy. When Augustus returned to the governor's office in the colony of Hagi, documents from the Revolutionary Army and the Umajan United States Intelligence Agency had already filled his desk. Our intelligence comes from 3 weeks or even longer ago, when the fleet of the United Earth Directorate, UED, had already occupied the entire planet of Blaxis. The convection heater in the governor's office of the colony was delivering warm air. In the subtle hum of the fan, Augustus leaned back in his chair with his fingers folded on his chest, looking at the documents on the table that had been flipped through many times. Considering the long distance between Blaxis and Hagi, the delay in information is really unavoidable. He said, Jimmy, if you were the commander of these Earthlings, your mission would be to defeat the Terran Federation as quickly as possible with the least loss and gain control of its colonies. Tell me, how would you command this battle? Augustus sat up straight, picked up an electromagnetic pistol on the desk, and disassembled and reassembled the electromagnetic accelerator and battery components of the pistol, and loaded the magazine with heavy bullets. We are the rebels, Augustus. This is simply asking me how to change a diaper for a child. Jim Raynor, the general of the Revolutionary Army, was standing opposite the desk. He was wearing dark gray power armor, and seemed ready to step onto the battlefield at any time. Raynor's power armor had white free wings and the logo of the Devil of Heaven, and the snake-like texture of the rattlesnake skull vertebrae on the right shoulder armor, which made this rebel officer look more deterrent. If I had a fleet and equipment like the Earthlings, why would I waste time on the edge world? I could just go straight into Tarsinus and kill the federal parliament and those nobles, and everything would be solved. Raynor replied. Then our job will be very simple. the Revolutionary Army will transform itself into the legitimate government of the Terran Federation. The rest of the work will be to recover the colonies that lost contact in the first total war and completely quell the counterattack from the old party and pawns of the Federation. I think if the Earth United Council has the same goal as ours, then the process will be pretty much the same. Jimmy, we don't know how many warships and how many spaceships full of Earth soldiers the Earth Expeditionary Force has. Of course, we have no way of knowing the true strength and strategy of this Earth fleet. Augustus said to Renault. If the Earth Expeditionary Force really has the pair of iron fists that can destroy everything as you think, then they can indeed smash directly on Tarsinus. But now it seems that the people on Earth did not do that. Augustus found a highlighted document from a pile of documents and handed it to Raynor. Look, the first thing they did after conquering Blaxis was to hack into the database of the Terran Federation Command Center to steal weapon blueprints. Then, in less than 48 standard hours, they captured the Delarian orbital shipyard on Del 4th. There are many Umoyan agents in the Delarian shipyard. The last message they sent back to Umoyan Prime showed that this shipyard has at least 35 Behemoth-class battlecruisers under construction and an unknown number of new battleship prototypes. He asked, staring into Raynor's eyes. I once announced to the staff that the next target of the Earth Expeditionary Force must be the Delarian shipyard. Now they all regard me as a military god. They are right. I think so too. Renault shrugged. God knows how you did it. Remember this place. The military leaders of the Earth Expeditionary Force must be well aware of the principle of speed. Augustus smiled. 4 years ago, we visited the Federation's Delarian shipyard and almost completely blew it up before leaving. Renault pulled a chair and sat down, reaching out to get a cup of coffee that Augustus had just brewed. Every failure is a lesson learned. Later, the Federal Congress allocated funds to rebuild the Delarian shipyard and increased the number of guards by 10 times. I really don't know how the Earthlings took over this place that is more heavily guarded than the new Folsom prison. I only know that the Federation Navy will never be able to wash away the shame of the Delarian shipyard. First, it was turned upside down by a group of rural rebels, and now the Earthlings are vying to visit it. Augustus was surprised by the incompetence of the Federation Navy. Marshal Gassadiuk lost face, and the dominance of the Federation Navy was regarded as a joke. Rationally analyzing, since the Federation Navy has already had the experience of having its warships robbed once, they will at least not be robbed a second time in such a short time. It seems that the Federation must have lost many more warships this time than they claimed. Renault couldn't help laughing as he skipped over a few ridiculous numbers and words like oil tankers. Since the Zerg invasion began, the Federation has been increasing its investment in expanding its fleet, using almost all of the output of the colonies and the compensation from the Kel-morian Combine for this. He said. Now, these new warships that can deal with the Zerg and Protoss have all fallen into the hands of the Earthlings. At least, this is not all bad news for us. The rise in the production capacity of the Terran Federation's battlecruisers has mainly gone through 3 periods. The first was during the Kalian Guild War from 2485 to 2489. Many of the Behemoth-class battlecruisers that were put into production on a large scale during this period fell into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The battlecruisers produced from 2490 to 2492 to suppress the rebels and maintain rule were mostly lost in the first full-scale war. Now, the battlecruisers produced to deal with the threats of the Protoss and Zerg have been intercepted by the Earth Expeditionary Force. The Terran Federation is now in the midst of a new round of war, and most of the Federation fleet has been transferred to deal with the Earth Expeditionary Force on marginal planets such as Blaxis. Augustus turned on a wooden holographic projector on the governor's desk, which projected a complete star map of the Kaprulu sector. Before the Federation and the Earthlings beat their brains to pieces, we can continue to advance the process of liberating marginal worlds. Anyway, the Federation doesn't care about these poor mud planets. It doesn't matter, I care a lot. Do we completely ignore the war between the Earth Expeditionary Force and the Federation? Renault put the file back on the desk and said to Augustus, in any case, we should stand on the side of the Terrans to deal with those Earthlings. He said. Our ancestors struggled for 100 or 200 years to build everything we have now. The Earth United Council has not helped us at all. Why should they come to take back the colonies now? Even if we help the Federation kill the Earth Expeditionary Force, the Federal Parliament and the Creation families will still try their best to take off my head. Augustus shook his head, as if someone really chopped his slender neck. It's disgusting and unnecessary to show courtesy to the Federation. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army all rose up in rebellion at my call to overthrow the Federation. I will not, and will never be merciful to the Federation, he said. My attitude must be very clear. This man named Augustus Mengsk will not stop until the Terran Federation is defeated. He will accept surrender, but will never accept the political compromise of dividing the Federation. Cooperating with the Federation also makes me sick. Raynor shrugged, but I'm worried that, if the Earthlings defeat the Federation and gain a foothold, and the subsequent fleets from Earth continue to arrive, we will never be able to recover the land lost by the Federation. I mean, maybe we have to trip up the Earthlings a little, so that they can't solve the Federation so smoothly. It would be best if both sides suffer losses. You're right, Jimmy. Augustus has always been quick to accept advice, but before that, I must contact the commander of the Earth Expeditionary Force to see if they need the help of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. At least, we all have a common enemy. Haha, you're such a despicable guy. Raynor said, what if they don't even look down on these kittens of the Revolutionary Army? If the Earthlings really need our support, it means they are not sure of defeating the Terran Federation on their own. We can still cooperate then. Augustus said, but don't expect that after the Revolutionary Army helps Earth get rid of the Federation, they will assist us in establishing a regime. The Earthlings don't need a puppet government to rule the Korhal sector. In other words, since this expeditionary force does not have the power to solve everything with ease, we can still defeat them. In the original timeline, the Earth United Council's fleet entered the Korhal sector when Tarsinus, the capital planet of the Terran Federation, was destroyed by the Zerg. A large number of Federation fleets were between the Zerg and Tarsinus at that time, and were submerged by the vast sea of Zerg without causing a ripple. The Earth Expeditionary Force was now facing the severely injured Terrans and the Terran Empire that Augustus Mengsk had just built on the ruins of the Federation. The new empire was full of former rebels and the Federation fleet that had defected. After Edmund Duke's humiliating defeat at the Delarian shipyard, the Terran Empire had almost no power to fight back. However, the Earth Expeditionary Force was now facing a powerful Terran Federation. Although the Zerg and the Protoss destroyed a lot of the Federation fleet, the Federation, which relied on Tarsinus and many core worlds to preserve its strength, was still not comparable to the Terran Empire, which was in need of reconstruction. It would not be easy for the Earth Expeditionary Force to defeat the Terran Federation. What if the Earthlings sneer at us? Raynor asked. They will pay an unimaginable price for underestimating us. Augustus stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. No matter what, I hope that after this war is over, the Federation and the Earth Expeditionary Force will disappear forever. I really don't know how many people will die. Raynor sighed. The endless war Zerg is threatening the lives of all humans, but we are still killing each other. Unless everyone obeys a leader and an order, this kind of chaos will never end. He said, I had planned to go back to Kel-morian to see my wife and children, but now it's not possible. I have a hunch, Jimmy, that you will be able to take a long vacation after all this is over. Augustus turned the holographic projector upside down and showed Raynor the Battlestar map on it. Now, I need you to take a fleet to Char and work with the Protoss to deal with the new overmind. He instructed Raynor. I will hand over the Norad II, Ragnarok, Jotun, and the Victory and Son of Antigua, which have just been built in the Antigua starport dock, to you. At the same time, you will also command the forces of Ward and Jacko. Most of the fleets are veterans who have experienced the war in Faria. After you arrive in Char, the first thing you should do is to seize Char's high-altitude orbital platform and establish a base and prepare for a long-term battle in Char. Augustus said. I have a hunch that the brainworm Dagos will do his best to protect the new overmind. This will be an extremely difficult battle. I know, the more capable, the more work. Raynor accepted the appointment confidently, thinking that this would not be more unbearable than the cruel battles he had experienced in the past. I want to ask you for someone. Titus? Sure. Augustus nodded. Oh, not that guy. It's Colonel Pryor of the Sarah Star System Assault Division. Raynor shook his head. No, I have another mission to assign to him. Augustus said, I'll give you Titus. He alone is as good as a thunder beast. No Titus, he can't even clean the deck properly. Raynor emphasized the extent to which Titus was hated by people. What do you dislike about Titus? Augustus frowned. I knew you had bad intentions. Raynor patted his butt and prepared to leave. Oh, good afternoon, Lieutenant Kerrigan. Augustus is here. Raynor was about to leave when he ran into Kerrigan, who walked into the governor's office. General, I just received a letter from Lady Elizabeth from Umoyan. Kerrigan took out a pile of letter paper from his briefcase, including one for Raynor. This is the best news I've heard today. Raynor took the letter and couldn't wait to open it and read it. When he saw the photos of his parents, wife, and son, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. This is for you, from Lady Catherine and Dorothy, and your brother Arcturus has also written to ask why his brother hasn't written to him in a while. Kerrigan put another stack of letters on the desk. I'm sorry, Arcturus, I completely forgot about you. Augustus seemed to think for a moment, opened his mother's and sister's letters, and put Arcturus's aside. Any more news about the Earth Council? Some. We have learned that the Earth Expeditionary Force that landed on the fringe world of Blaxis is loyal to the United Earth Council. Umojan military analysts and historians point out that this is likely a huge bureaucracy that actually controls Earth and its sister colony worlds. Kerrigan replied. After all, before the 4 colonial Motha ships departed from Earth and arrived in the Kaprulu sector, the Earthlings had already established colonies in the solar system, where the Earth is located. The Umoyan scholars who advocated the power of the Earth United Council believed that this was an opportunity to obtain advanced technology from Earth, the ancient home of mankind, and believed that Earth was the hope of mankind. The more they boast about the Earth United Council, the more funds they will get from the Umoyan Parliament, Augustus commented. Chapter 425. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Blaxis, located on the border of the Terran Federation, is a world of ice and snow. 60% of the land is covered with ice and snow, and the continental ice sheet is raging with winds of more than 150 miles per hour caused by downdrafts. If Char is a purgatory on Earth with magma oceans, volcanic ash and sulfur smell, then Blaxis is the other extreme. The glacial continent, blizzards and biting cold give this planet other meanings. An ice cone etched by pain in the universe, a white hell where even the sky is frozen. When the first batch of immigrants from the Terran Federation set foot on Blaxis and its surrounding planets, the hungry and cold people went through hardships to take root in this ice and snow world, where the average temperature is always minus 60 degrees Celsius. The lack of high-energy gas resources in Blaxis forced the immigrants to find other heat sources to maintain the most basic life and resist the extreme natural climate that could destroy the immigrants' homes. Therefore, the immigrant settlements of Blaxis are mainly concentrated in several settlements built on high-energy gas refineries, mining facilities and polar research stations. Polaris is the largest settlement of Blaxis and a steel city standing in the snow. It is built on a vast plain, located between the rugged and winding glacial cliffs and deep valleys of the planet. On the edge of the regular city of Polaris stands the immigrant floor houses covered with layers of white snow, and the refined gas field boilers burning into golden copper supply heat and electricity to the buildings of the entire city and the street lights of the narrow roads. The governor's palace, built by the federal governor of Blaxis in the center of Polaris, is a silver tower. The lights and antennas on the top of the tower can provide communication guarantee for transport ships sailing between various settlements. Once upon a time, there was a red and blue star flag of the Terran Federation on the governor's mansion in the settlement, which indicated that Blaxis was still loyal to the Federation as in the past, and had not wavered in the revolutionary fervor of Augustus Mengsk's uprising that swept across many marginal colonies. However, at this moment, a black and red flag was fluttering in the biting cold wind on the governor's mansion. On this fluttering flag, a golden eagle with 5 stars on its head stood proudly above the earth. The Earthlings, they and their stories have long become distant history among the humans in the Kaprulu sector. Only when teachers mention the achievements of mankind in humanities, art and natural sciences will they mention a few words about the ancient Earth. Even Admiral Jared Duga, the Hand of Man, the supreme commander of the expeditionary force who has fought for many years, had to admit that, apart from the freezing temperature and endless polar storms, the glaciers and frosty skies outside Polaris were also extremely charming. Outside the glass window facing the gate of the governor's palace of the Blaxis colony is the frost-covered ice field southwest of Polaris City. The signal towers and camps of the Earth United Council Expeditionary Force extend 10 miles from south to north. Under the deep blue sky, the Expeditionary Force station is connected by rows of anti-aircraft towers, anti-aircraft guns and plasma cannons, like countless cold blades inserted in the snow. Alexei, some people say that you were hunting eagles naked on the Ursa East plain of Blaxis and killed a polar bear-toothed beast with your bare hands while drinking vodka. Admiral Jared Dugal was wrapped in a heavy black coat, with medals hanging on the buttonholes of his dark brown military uniform. He had a .50 caliber C-150 Ronin pistol on his waist. This powerful pistol could cut off the back of an earth bison with one shot. Admiral Duga is a formidable iron-blooded figure, solidly built and erect like a monument. Duga has deep, determined eyes on his lean face. He is calm and majestic, and no council soldier dares to challenge the Admiral's authority. The Admiral is strict and cold, and has never smiled since he appeared in front of the soldiers. Even the most ridiculous clowns can't soften the cold corners of Jared Duga's mouth, and even the greatest tragedy can't make this iron-blooded soldier cry. Jared Duga may be one of the greatest military leaders in the Earth Council just by his countless glorious victories. Duga has been fighting against the enemies of the Earth for most of his service life before the age of 56. He is a tenacious and perfect soldier. The dignitaries, politicians and visionary leaders of the United Earth Council almost unanimously believe that Duga is the best person to lead the Earth Expeditionary Force. When the alien threat first appeared in front of the predecessor of the Earth Council, they quickly reorganized into a strong and powerful government. Earth attaches great importance to the purity of human genes. They believe in the concept of human supremacy and hate all genetic modification and alien creatures. As Earth continues to expand its solar empire in the galaxy, the threat from alien and colonial rebellions has never been able to defeat the Earth government. Since the threat of the Zerg and the Protoss appeared, the Earth government has summoned their most outstanding soldiers with its usual iron fist and force, vowing to eliminate Earth's enemies outside the Earth. Gerald, what I should have told you is that our fleet is advancing straight in. The illegal government army of the Terran Federation has thrown away its armor, and the descendants of the self-proclaimed noble exiles in Tarsinus are in a state of panic. Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov had just opened the door of the governor's office, and a few crystal snowflakes fell on the edge of his thick leather boots. Alexei Stukov is much younger than Admiral Duga, and is more easygoing in comparison. The soldiers of the Earth Expeditionary Force could more or less see the humorous words and deeds of this bearded man and his unrestrained demeanor of mastering everything. The soldiers all admired him, and were impressed by Stukov's foresight and military wisdom. No one would despise this man who always held a tall red wine glass and vodka. The bronze Gamma Shield badge he received was a proof of his courage. Stukov was a wise general. He always smoked when he calculated the battle situation. When the ash fell, the leader of the rebels was hanged in front of the council headquarters in Cairo. Stukov was gentle and easygoing. He was more inclined to think that this was because he was the father of 4 children. But I didn't kill the Blaxis Beartooth, and I don't have any good news to tell you. Stukov lit a cigarette by himself, not paying much attention to the frown on his old friend. The Terran Federation responded quickly. They mobilized at least 40 battle cruisers and countless fighters to recapture the Delarian shipyards. Our fleet avoided the Federation's pursuit, but the threat of the Federation fleet still exists. He paced on the sunwood floor of the governor's office. There is something wrong with our intelligence. The Zerg and Protoss did not severely damage the Terran Federation, and their fleet commander is not a complete idiot. Stukov's tone became more serious, and he was very annoyed with the intelligence department responsible for monitoring the Kaprulu sector. In the original plan, the Terran Federation should not be an obstacle, and the real enemy of the expedition should be the Zerg and Protoss. That is to say, our plan to attack the Terran Federation capital of Tarsinus has to be postponed. Stukov said finally. This is dangerous news for us. The expeditionary force is far away from the Earth, and the logistics and personnel supply are as long as 60,000 light years. This means that we have to recruit local population and resources. He said, when the bloated administrative machine of the Federation fully reacts, the expeditionary force will fall into an embarrassing dilemma. What exactly does the Council think? If we can use local weapons, do we still need to deal with the Federation fleet? No one knows, and no one doubts it. Dougal said, be loyal to the Council and mankind, and leave the rest to the war. The Terran Federation will fall like the Sunday. Damn war. Stukov put one hand in his pocket, walked to Dougal's side, and looked at the wind and snow outside the window of the governor's mansion. In the distance, are mountains piled with ice and snow, as if they were made of snow. The wind mixed with ice and snow blew in gusts, and the dim horizon was covered with a layer of black clouds. Several shocking blue lightning flashed across the sky. Anyone who has lived in Blaxis long enough knows that a storm is about to hit. On the horizon, several towering pyramid-shaped buildings can be vaguely seen, and they are all ancient buildings of the Protoss colony. This is an icy blue-white planet that is not suitable for most life forms known to humans, but mysterious and ancient ruins are buried under the glaciers. The Protoss may have tried to transform the climate of Braxis, but they eventually left. In the sky within sight, 4 Valkyrie frigates are passing through dense storm clouds, and the blue flames of the thrusters pierce the frozen sky. War is a demon, and we are the ones who release the demon, he said. Do the Terrans think we will still hang around in such a remote place? This is just misleading. Braxis is a strategic place for us to dominate the Kaprulu sector, and these fortifications are proof of this. But if our warp drive is more advanced and faster than the Terrans, then we can seize the initiative. Stukov smiled. If everything goes well, when the Federation fleet attacks Blaxis, they will realize that our fleet has arrived at Tarsinus. We have a huge fleet, much larger than the Terran Federation imagined. Duga stood with his hands behind his back. Char and Air are our ultimate goals, and the Black Flag plan to control the new Overmind must be launched on time. To be honest, I don't think much of the plan to control the Zerg to fight for humans. Our understanding of this race only stays on the dissection table. It's a smart thing to drive the beast. Stukov said to Duga. Sir, Dr. Narad wants to see you. At this time, a soldier in a dark military uniform walked in, and the winged emblem on his shoulder indicated that he was a soldier of the Kronos League. Oh, Dr. Narad, that genius scientist? Stukov immediately said, let him in. I said that, if we want to deal with the Zerg and the Protoss, this kind of outstanding local scientist is indispensable. As soon as the voice fell, a white old man in a suit and tie, and with his hair neatly combed back walked in. Of course, there is no need to wear thick warm clothes in the governor's mansion, but this kind of dress is not common in the headquarters of Marshal Duga, which is full of soldiers. Dr. Narad is said to be an expert in the study of Zelnaga technology and the physiology of the Zerg Protoss. Although Dr. Narad is now a slow-moving old man, it does not prevent him from having a heart to resist the tyranny of the Terran Federation. When Duga's Earth Expeditionary Force first met Narad, he was commanding a Federation resistance army. Since Dr. Narad is also a local who knows the Terran Federation well, and a senior military expert, he was also hired as Admiral Duga's tactical advisor. We have basically completed the research on the Zelnaga and Protoss architectural ruins in Blaxis, and the research results can definitely be used in warships and weapons. Dr. Narad is a staunch anti-Federation. When the Earth Expeditionary Force set foot on Blaxis, Narad, who happened to meet the Expeditionary Force, almost shouted the King's army has finally arrived, and couldn't wait to join the Earth Alliance army. Also, I have some information about the Terran Federation psionic emitters and psionic jammers. It is reported that they are blocked under the main city of Tarsinus. You did a good job, Duga said to Dr. Narad. Although I hate deserters who turn against their own side in the face of battle, you are obviously not one of them. You have proved your loyalty to the Council, and loyalty will be rewarded. Psionic jammers and psionic emitters are crucial. If the Terran Federation uses them against us, Stukov was about to say something when the holographic projector on the desk lit up. A communication request. Oh, that's from the Korhal Revolutionary Army. A few days ago, their people contacted me and claimed that their leader, Marshal Augustus, wanted to talk to me. Duga shook his head when he mentioned the word marshal. This is the largest and most powerful rebel organization known in the Terran Federation. Due to its remote location, the planet Blaxis has never been affected by the Guild War, the Korhal Rebellion, and the first full-scale war with aliens. Even pirates rarely visit this extremely cold planet. However, considering that Blaxis always needs to trade with other colonized planets and the core world of the Terran Federation in exchange for necessary supplies, this place is not isolated from the world and out of touch with the news. Blaxis is not completely ignorant of the rebellious Korhal Rebellion and Augustus Mengsk. Hello, Admiral Jared Duga, I'm Augustus Mengsk. When the screen lit up, a handsome man with grey hair and grey eyes appeared. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and his momentum was far better than that of the governor of the Blaxis Federation. Sorry, did you forget to add respected before this? Marshal Augustus Mengsk. Stukov looked at the grey-haired man behind the screen, thinking that this self-proclaimed ridiculous marshal actually looked extraordinary. I think humble and polite earthlings should not impose the red tape of the civilized world on uncivilized savages, sir. Augustus looked at Stukov. Haha. I like you. Stukov looked at Augustus seriously and determined that this man was no ordinary person. Dr. Narad smiled awkwardly and said to Duga, "This is a confidential meeting. I think I should leave for a while." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.